All right, everybody. Welcome back to Paris, to Esports World Cup. We find ourselves on the final day of the competition here, and a massive prize pool is at play, the biggest one in Trackmania history. I'm going to open a couple of tabs here while we still have about 20 minutes before the matches kick off. Welcome, guys, to what will hopefully be a historic day here with the best Trackmania we've ever seen. That is the goal. Looks like YouTube chat, Twitch chat, both working. As a reminder, we are at a 10-second delay, so as soon as I wave to you guys here, it's going to take 10 seconds before you see it, just so you know. If you send a question or something, it's going to be a bit slower. But, guys, I mean, I still have quite a lot of voice left. By the end of today, it will be gone. I will use up my vocal cords to bring you guys the matches today best as I can, because what else are we going to use it for? What better purpose does a voice have? 4 insane quarterfinals is what's going to start us off, followed by 2 semifinals and 1 grand final. So you have 7 matches total today, and for the players, you win 3 matches today, you win $130,000. You are the Esports World Cup champion. It's just an insanely stacked field, but like you're 3 wins away from coming out of this event on top, and there are a lot of players vying for that. Let me quickly pull up the bracket for you guys. Remind you what's been happening. Maybe you haven't watched day 1, day 2. It's been throughout the week. Now we have a weekend. People might have more availability. Let me show you the brackets. If I go over here, we have the upcoming matches on screen to your left, guys. Match 1, Gwen. Oh, I moved it. Match 1, Gwen, Epos, Bren, and Mossa. Then we have Stufts, Binks, Grenadi, Richie. Carl Jr., Neon, Pack, Otak. This match has 3 world champions in it and 1 future world champion. And then the 4th one here, Elcon, Mime, Josh, and Posito Paco. These matches are so unbelievably stacked, and only the top 2 from each one will make it through. Afterwards, they play semifinals, top 3 make it to, that is your grand final. Look at these matches, guys. Unbelievable. Epos, Gwen, Bran, Massa, only top 2 make it. Same here, Stufts, Binks, Grenadi, Richie. Only top 2 make. It's so unbelievably stacked. So we will see what happens. I think it's going to be very hard to predict the outcomes of these matches. We will try. I've spent the morning again studying the map vetoes, the picks and bans, as best as I can. Hopefully, we will have some knowledge of what the players are going to opt for, but it's kind of hard as well. Maybe they target ban. Maybe they change up their strategy. And yeah, as people are saying, no Mutta there. Unfortunate for Mutta. He got knocked out yesterday. He was in a match with Pustito Paco, and memory doesn't serve me right at the moment who the other opponent was that beat him. Pustito Paco beat him twice. And also Pac. Pac and Pustito Paco advanced in that match. So yeah, Mutta is out of the tournament. One of the first on-paper favorites to fall. He said that he never really found the flow on stage, and that's kind of what matters. So yeah, if you have all the best times and you have great consistency at home, but you mount your steering wheel up on that stage, which, by the way, if you haven't seen, looks incredible. There's some pre-match interviews right now. But yeah, if you haven't got it to work up there, then that's what matters most. What time is the first match? Great question. First match is in 14 minutes from now. And then we play the entire day. From now until, I'm guessing, about 10 p.m. So 7 hours of Trackmania. Back to back to back with the best matches and the best players currently. And the biggest prize pool. So this will be crazy. And it's also interesting because Trackmania might get to be the game that decides the overall Esports World Cup standings. If you look at this right here, you can see the points right now. Team Falcons are leading the tournament at 4,600 points. and AGAL is very close behind at 4,300. You get 1,000 points for winning a game, and AGAL have Binks and Gwen. Team Falcons have Carl Jr. Only your top player counts, but what AGAL are hoping for is that Gwen and Binks can beat Carl Jr. by quite a hefty sum of points to have them leapfrog Falcons in one of the last games. It is going to be crazy here, but I know a lot of non-Trackmania players are probably going to keep up with this game to see who wins the overall Esports World Cup club points. So that's pretty insane. We get to be like the difference maker, you know? Unfortunately, we have Neon and Carl in the same bracket again. Apparently, the seeding is done this way to prevent the least amount of rematches to happen, but we do get the most recognizable rematch, and that is a crazy one. I mean, Carl, Neon, and Pac are three players that throughout this tournament many would have in the grand finals. One of them is going out in quarterfinals. Either Carl, Neon, or Pac is going out there. Maybe several of them, but can't have them all. Can't have them all advance. So we're getting ready. You can see everyone's suited up. I brought one of my best shirts. We've got some flowers, some champagne on the back of the shirt for later. Celebrating with whoever wins. Here you can see the full matches. People who are just joining in. The first match coming up is Gwen, Apples, Bren, and Mossa. I will have a quick sip of my water, and then we will talk about what we know about which maps they're going to choose, and hopefully see an interview with one of the players. 1 second. Also, you can see here that they have flipped around some of the matches to bring us the most hype quarterfinal last. I think that is the play. Building it up there with Carl Jr., Neon, Pac, and Otak being the final quarterfinal. However, the thing with that is that it's quite likely that two of those players, after playing that match, will immediately get sent into their next one. But yeah. You can see match 2 played before match 1, then match 4, then match 3. So they're going to keep us waiting for that insane match there. Carl, Pac, Neon, Otak. Guys, let me talk you through what I've written down. So we're starting with Grenadi, Stufts, Binks, Richie. This match I wrote down as the Poland matchup because all of them favor Poland in different instances. Stufts has picked Poland once, and he picked Japan the other match when Poland was banned. Binks, in both of his map choices, have picked Poland. Grenadi has picked Japan once and Poland twice. And Richie has banned Poland in one match and Australia in another. And he might take it away from them. It would be a very strong ban, I think. But he also tends to ban Australia. And none of the other players in that matchup tend to ban Australia. So Richie here, he has a difficult choice. He's the first to act in the pick and ban. He's very likely to have to choose between Australia and Poland. Do you target ban the others with Poland, or do you just tank the loss in that one because Australia is unplayable for you? Then we go to the second to act in the pick and ban. That is Grenadi. He has been banning South Korea. We thought he might stray from banning it when playing against Mossa. He didn't. He kept banning it, even though Mossa liked that map. So Grenadi is going to permaban South Korea all tournament, I think. I think it is his by far weakest map. He needs decided not to practice so much. Then you have Binks. Binks has been banning Norway non-stop. Very likely that he takes that one out because his other ban was South Korea, but Grenadi is going to ban that. So Binks likely to ban Norway. Stufts permabans Argentina. So we are likely to get a map pack of quite a lot of drivable maps. Just to remind you, Australia likely banned, South Korea, Norway, Argentina. That's most of the hardest maps right there. We get a pace match. We get quite drivable maps. I would say this suits the fastest players, Stufts and Grenadi. Grenadi may be a little slower on paper than Stufts. And then we'll see Binks. You know, can Binks match them? Richie, an underdog for sure, but he never stops fighting, never stops trying. And he has an outside shot at this, I think. But already you could tell yesterday he was so relieved to make top 16. And there's quite a lot on the line for each step you make it further. Like, you don't have to win the tournament to walk away from this competition with an incredible paycheck. Let me see if we can find the distribution real quick. So by making it to top 16, the players have already earned $10,000. If you advance in this match, it goes up to $12,500. If you advance, it goes up to $15,000 minimum. If you advance, it goes up to 20. And if you find yourself in the grand final, you are earning at least $25,000 for last place. Then it goes to 35. I'll show you the ladder here, guys. What we're playing for. This is from the rule book. And this is what is on the line. This number right here is the biggest by far in Trackmania esports history. By getting second place in this tournament, you still are earning the highest sum ever in a Trackmania esports tournament. We've had World Championship finals where the winners get 10,000. That's kind of been the standard. So this is getting crazy. We haven't interviewed Stifts. Let's listen in.
So for me, maps that really suit me are maps that they don't have a lot of tricks. They're just purely driving as fast as you can, just purely doing pace. And I think that's the type of player I am. Just go as fast as I can.
And in terms of today, you had.
And if we talked about the map pack with the difficult ones gone, this suits Stifts a lot.
I think for me it was a nice little rest day. I had some practice, watched all the matches again, looked at my opponents that I have for today as well. So I think for me it's been really nice to kind of prepare myself for today.
In terms of the opponents, they're all going to be tricky now. It's quarterfinals. How would you assess each of the three?
I think Grenadi and Binks are definitely my biggest opponents. Richie's kind of the underdog in the match, I feel like, but Grenadi is kind of the opposite of me. He's very consistent. He doesn't crash a lot. So, and Binks is very fast also.
Binks very fast,
so I think I'll definitely struggle today, but I think I have it in me to win.
Are you saying you're an underdog, or you?
No, I think I'm right up there with Grenadi and Binks.
He has definitely shown that he's right up there.
Have you been kind of, I guess, prioritizing EWC? It seems like maybe, you know, when things haven't been going well, the maps are now going in your favor. This has been the priority? Yeah,
it definitely has. I skipped Red Bull Faster, which was another Trackmania event for this, which people kind of doubted at first, I'll be honest, but I think
the sacrifice,
putting everything into this
I actually gave Stifts a little bit of critique because Stifts qualified into Red Bull Top 100 Time Attack, which did earn you prize money, but then he didn't play the next phase. He just didn't show up for the matches to prioritize trying to qualify for the Esports World Cup. His qualification worked out, and the effort he's put into all the maps also worked out. So, you know what, Stifts? I respect it. You went for the top prize, and he's evidently shown the level that he can go far in this tournament. But when it happened, I remember being like, man, why are none of the pros, or fewer of the pros, playing in the Red Bull Faster knockouts? Now it makes sense. Top 16, yeah. You can see things are getting set up to be here in with the experts, with Turbo here and Jageek.
But just like he defined himself after that break. I mean,
he
played Fortnite professionally, took a break, and then came back playing this game. He was a former teammate of Wizzy. Also quite poetic that they're in rival teams now, right? Yeah. They're still friends, but they're just having a rivalry within teams. But I think he has what it takes. He has the confidence, and for me, he takes the top
so many more people in the crowd today. You can feel it.
I don't want to decide that.
You don't even want to decide.
People sat down here, guys.
Watching and having fun.
Front row.
He could have been
already 1 hour ago
either route he
to
took.
get the best
he would have
seats.
been on the stage 2 over there in Fortnite, and he would have been here. So Stuffs clearly has a legacy to be made in Paris, France. We are so close to kicking this off, guys. G-Geek, some final words to hype up the energy, the momentum that we've built over these 3 days going into our final day, not only of Trackmania, but of EWC here.
If you thought the first 3 days were crazy, well, oh boy, hang on tight, buckle up your seatbelts and get ready to be absolutely blown away.
I'm buckled, G-Geek.
But with all 6 other games that we're going to have today, and in the end, history being made, and we're all for it.
Look in the background. Look how many people are here. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh,
so many
packing.
people
What's up,
already in the crowd.
We're packing.
Make some
How we
noise.
doing? What's up? You adore to see that.
What's up, Trackmania? We love that you're here.
So
we
someone
love
with
that
the
you're
solar
ready.
Cardino
This
sign,
is
I
a
think.
moment that you want to say, I was there for, because you could see in Paris, there's something a little bit special. The magic has landed in this beautiful land of architecture, of art, of dreams, and it has now graced our stage of the Lenovo
Here we
Legion
go,
Gauntlet.
Stuffed.
One last
Consistently on the top level over the last couple of years. Really has not had the big breakthrough, but we consistently see him fast in time attack. Rounds mode has been where he has had some work to be done, and now he's seemed to take the big step. Binks here, been in World Championship Finals 2023, did quite well there. 2024, sorry, did quite well there. Has been at the top level in the Grand League. Grenady here, also been consistently at the top level himself. Got all the way to top 4 in World Cup last year together with Massa. And here looking to make it even further after the lower bracket start. Richie, a fighter. He never gives up. He is one of the, I think he is the oldest player in the field. Has a lot of experience in Trackmania. Has been to several Serrator Cups, done well there. And now finds himself in a deep tournament run here in the most important tournament of his career. Look at the graphics, look at the tension building up, guys. This is what we've been waiting for, what we've been playing our way through. In 7 odd hours, we might have a new Trackmania Esports World Champion. And for these players, they are 3 wins away from lifting the trophy.
We're ready, we're so ready for this. We started this competition
I'll
with
be
32
watching the
players. We're now
matches.
down to 16 at the end of the quarterfinals, down to 8, and only 8 races go through the semis, and then only 1 today will be your first ever EWC Trackmania victor. It's all on the line here. The pressure is peak, the margins microscopic, and you got a front row seat. My name is Adam Savage, and this racy little so-and-so is the fabulous Milos.
It's always a pleasure to be by your side, Adam, especially when we are at a historic moment. As you mentioned, this is Trackmania's first ever appearance at the Esports World Cup. And this plucky game is probably going to be the one that decides who wins the club championship. 3 teams, Vitality, AGL,
If you're joining in, the overall competition is that Binks and Gwen are trying to score more points, club points, than Carl Jr. That decides overall Esports World Cup.
Players to the stage.
Here we go. The Binks, Richie, Grenady, and Stutz.
Grenady, Richie, and Binks.
Here they come, guys. Most important Trackmania match of their life. The next one after that will be even more important. But for 2 of them, if they lose here, they are out of the tournament for good. So, oh my god, the AG supporters are going nuts. We feel it, we feel the hype. Here we go, guys. Prediction for the veto is that Richie will start us off by banning Australia. And then Grenady will ban South Korea. Afterwards, Binks might ban Norway, and Stutz banning Argentina is the expectation. Binks 2,000s ahead here in his qualification spot against OTAC.
We've seen today just the margins, how fine they are, 0.2 of a second in some
It's so fun to see all the people getting into Trackmania. We've talked to a lot of people here over the course of this trip, and so many people are getting introduced to Trackmania Esports for the first time by it being here. I'm talking professional casters in different games, floor hosts, interviewers, other pro players of esport games, and they're just like in awe of how cool the game is watching it for the first time, because you can instantly understand what's happening. You might not get all the mechanics, but you can tell it's a race to the finish line. Fastest car wins. And as soon as you get familiar with the players and the stories, it is a great spectacle to follow. And it all culminates in this.
It just goes to show the kind of the bigger picture of esports, and it's not just about the players, but about the kind of like the celebrations across, you know, for everyone that they know, and what it can mean to them as well as people.
Massa and Grenadi will stay alive in this tournament.
I need to step it up, and yeah, I need to stop disappointing myself and also other people.
Lock in, Massa.
You can really feel it's bigger than just
confidence is everything.
It's
you got it.
More of like a family and friendship. Looking over their shoulders, thinking, who do I have to really worry about here? Who's in my group?
Same goes for everyone else.
You know, a real competitor going into that kind of final. We're going to see tomorrow, the grand final.
For now, I just try to celebrate the fact that I'm going through to the top 16.
All right, here we go. We should have the veto coming up now. I am going to take you guys through it. I think the person with the most interesting decision in this veto is Richie. He can either ban Australia or Poland. He typically bans Australia, but Poland is a map favored by all his opponents here. They all like that map, and I picked it. He bans Norway. This gives Binks an opportunity to ban something else. Grenadi, South Korea, we expect it. Binks bans Australia away, and now the fourth ban, Argentina. Stufts does not prefer it. First pick is Stufts, Poland or Japan. He goes Poland. Binks goes for Canada, and we should have Grenadi, Poland here as the third choice. Saudi Arabia available as well. Could opt for that, but we have a map pack with all the difficult maps banned away. Saudi Arabia instead. Fourth map now, Richie. Canada already picked, which he likes, and Japan as well. So Richie, we'll see what he opts for. Hungary is in there if he wants to throw a curveball. He does, and Poland decider. This is going to be interesting. The most drivable maps, I think Hungary, out of the remaining ones, was the most difficult. So that is what he chose for. But yeah, this is going to be difficult for Richie. Richie, the underdog going in. If I am to make a prediction, I would say that the likely favorite to win, or to advance, let's say two players to advance. Putting myself on the spot, I think Stufts and Grenadi. I think Stufts and Grenadi. Binks is also very strong, very quick. It's almost impossible to call because you'd give them about 33% each. They all have their strengths. But consistency and experience and nerve control, I think, are what's going to be important here. Let us see. First round should be underway in a moment. Here we go, everybody. The final day of Trackmania Esports World Cup 2026, the first of 4 quarterfinals. And for these players, the first of 3 matches before lifting the trophy. If you win 3 in a row here today, you are the champion. Top 2 advance. We played till 140 points. Let's see how the players get along. First round of Japan, picked by Stufts. Stufts here was driving 114 pace in one of his previous matches. He was having some mental runs on the map. This really is his strongest one. But in the first round, he made a mistake. He did not get a good backflip. And Binks and Grenadi are fighting up front. Richie also present there, but I think he's going to lose a little bit of time throughout. Just the risking that Grenadi and Binks do. Down the hill. Still gaining time for them. And look at Binks sending it here. 53.4 is a good time, but that checkpoint can go much lower as well. Binks setting up on the left, Grenadi going from right to left to get a smooth swallow movement. That has him overtake. Binks hit the wall. Richie might be in second place now. Indeed, he's close. Binks is there though. Grenadi made a mistake. Everybody shaky on this first round. Binks takes the 10. Grenadi second. Richie third. Stuft's just got to finish and secure the 4th place. He does. 1:15.9. So one indicator here of good pace is that 53-second checkpoint. We have seen as low as 53.05 by Neon, which is incredibly quick. Oh, Stuft again. Struggling, he's nervous. He's clearly affected by the situation. 2 rounds in a row in his best map now, crashing. And a lot of opportunities. Score points are gone already. There's only 4 rounds per track. Release here, best speed is actually Binks there, overtaking Grenady. And setting up wide as he's going to go for a speed line down the hill again. Onto the booster, Richie there too. Left drift good for Grenady. Overtakes there. Now the road slide, he gets through. Sets up nicely for the downhill. And this checkpoint, if you want to keep note of splits, 53.4. Asa's driving 1:15 mid-pace in this round. Binks, Grenady, different lines again. Oh my, Binks close to the walls. Grenady with the better approach, slightly ahead. What about the gates? Through for both players for now. Whoever gets widest with more speed is going to have it in the end. Grenady has more speed, holds onto his position. 400s ahead, 1:15.6. Richie clean in 3rd, doesn't crash. Stuft's last, and all eyes on Stuft's now for these next 2 rounds. If he doesn't get off to a good score here, that's gonna affect his mental for the rest of the match. Grenady had a slow jump up to the platform. Stuft has to get through now. Does get a good line there. The speed slide into the loop is fine as well. And here, you gotta release after crashing the beam to land early in the loop, and he crashes again. He gets a slow start. Not managing to build anything on the first map so far. But what about Richie? Is 1/10 of a second enough for him? The others have made small mistakes and he has not. Can he fight them off? It's so difficult when they're playing at this level. Grenady and Binks just willing to send it, willing to go. A few pixels from every wall, setting up wide and holding the turn all the way through. Win or lose, 53.3, faster round than the previous 2. Binks ahead, Grenady with this diagonal line to get the car more turned around the corner. Richie fights back into 2nd place. Binks leading as we head through the final identity. Now, wide setup by the Japan flags. Does he time the turn? He gets it. Binks scoring even further points, 1:15.4 and 26 points for Binks. And the AGAL fans are electric in the crowd right now. Stuft's final chance for now on Japan. This map will come back later in the rotation. This time a beautiful start there. Look how far ahead he already is. But now has to survive the flip, has to go higher. Does get a low flip though, and he's maintaining his lead, in fact increasing it. Binks is falling down a bit. Grenady overtakes 2nd place. Stuft with the wide setup through the NASCAR turn. Keeps the speed, and this is lightning quick from Stuft now. And still, with all those crashes, 10 points here, and he's not too far behind the others. Through the gates he goes. Knows he can't afford any error from now. Down the road drift. Binks seems like he's getting closer, but Stuft has the exit speed. What's the checkpoint going to be? He misses the drift timing a bit. Loses some ground. 53.08. Close to the world record pace here from Stuft. He was driving close to 1:14 pace yesterday. Can he make this last round of Japan work? It comes down to the identity, weaving between the pillars. The first one is one of the tightest gaps. This one difficult as well. He gets wide on the boost. He sets up by the flags. We are in for a very quick time here. Stuft is back with a 1:14.94. And Stuft makes a statement. If he is at 140 points when this map comes back, he is going to close out his finalist attempt. 3 crashes, not the best, but the pace is absolutely there. And he needed that confidence booster to come back in the match. The first sub 1:15, that was a beautiful run. So Binks here picked Canada for a second map. In previous matches, he's picked Poland. But here, there are a lot of Poland specialists. You might not get that much out of it against the likes of Grenadier and Stifts. He wants Canada. And I've mentioned this before, but a lot of keyboard players favor Canada as their map choice. This is the map that requires the most instant direction changes from left to right. You want to quickly turn left, right, left on a lot of parts here. And with a steering wheel, you have to make that physical movement with your hands. But on a keyboard, you can instantly press left and turn the other way. So here up the hill, keyboard is a good device if you can time the button presses. It also has ice, which works out really well on keyboard. So Trackmania is a game that is competitive on several devices. They each have their gains in some sections. For example, in Dirt, you'd favor the steering wheel. But overall, it ends up being about equal. We've had world champions on all devices. Well, except the steering wheel, actually. Keyboard and controller only. Maybe steering wheel by the end of the day. Let's find out. Grenadier leading this round. Down the hill we go. Ice wiggles are a thing here. Grenadier gets more speed for a moment, but here comes Stuft. A little bit too far. Grenadier wins the round. 1:02.1. Fast time here as well. Stuft's second place with what could be a winning time in other matches. Binks third there, and Richie fourth. And this is a bit the match picture that we are expecting. This is also Richie's, one of Richie's favorite maps, along with Japan actually, that he's been picking throughout the tournament. So he's getting his favorites early on in this match, but you can tell that there is a bit of a level difference so far. Richie an underdog in this one. When they're driving so low into the 102s, it's hard to get any points at all. Got a full risk. Round the left he tries, but hits the wall. The others keep fourth here and extend their lead. Oh, I think Grenadier with a mistake there. Binks catching up to Stuft. Great slalom. Smooth out of the dirt. Carry that speed. They cross the snow a little bit, as that maintains speed through the corner regardless. Around the grass. Stuft's on a fast run again. 102 low. Perfect drift around the corner. The slalom, he face plants. Binks is ahead. Sets up the downhill. He's going to get the 10. What of the 6-pointer? Believe that goes to Grenadier. And Stuft falls all the way down into last there. Binks also driving a match personal best. 102.2. And you might ask yourself, how on earth is a 101.7 possible on this map? And that is the young superstar of Neon that we've been seeing. He's going into action later today in the fourth quarterfinal. But yeah, there are players that are able to drive 4 tenths faster than these guys are doing right now. And 102.1 is a really quick winning time as well. Richie with a mistake. 3 top dogs left to duke it out. Grenadier with the best speed this time. He made a mistake in the drift here, avoids that now, ends up a bit wide into the dirt. Binks getting closer. He caught up a lot towards Stuft in the previous round. In this portion, makes an effort to actually dodge the snow. Might get a tiny bit more speed from that. Grenadier, though, on a great run, looking to set himself apart from Binks on the scoreline. They are tied right now, but Grenadier makes a mistake. He clipped ever so slightly. Binks ahead, but here comes Stuft with a straight lineup and snipes it away again. Binks only second. Stuft gets a 10. Grenadier third place with 4 points, and Richie in last. Binks now leading the match at 50 points. Grenadier at 48, and Stuft at 38. Last round of Canada. Last opportunity for Binks to get more points on his map choice. So in the ending there, if you're traveling wide, if you're going to miss the finish line, you can ice slide to change the trajectory, but it costs a couple of hundredths. That is how Stuft was able to snipe last time. Richie again falling down. This is a crazy level the other 3 are driving at right now. Stuft round the slalom, so perfect. The lines hitting every apex just where you want the car to be placed. Look at the precision. Oh, he has to hesitate though, as clips the dirt a little bit, doesn't keep the flow there. Grenadier and Binks both equalize, and here's Richie also. Our 4 drivers are present. Into the ending downhill once more. Players have clipped just ever so slightly around this bend. Stufts makes it past, but an awkward line. Grenady has first on lock, and Binks might just get that second position. Did Stufts get through? Stufts in third, Richie fourth. Grenady now ahead in the match. Grenady at 58, Stufts at 56, Binks at 56. Stufts up at 42. And Richie around 30 points as we head to map number 3. This is Grenady's choice. He had a lot of options here. He could have gone for Poland, which he has been picking throughout. He could have also gone for Germany, which is something we've seen him be very consistent at. Instead, he goes different. He goes for Saudi Arabia. And this is a map we've talked a lot about because Grenady does a different approach here to most players. It ends up being about the same, but across the board, the players that are doing the normal line tend to gain in this one portion. Grenady does a jump, others do a downhill instead. You'll see it unfold. First round now. And this is a map where the expectation is that we might see a tournament record throughout the day. One of the ones where there is a lot of potential still for the pros. Grenady with the slowest start. As we get towards the difficult obstacles now. This one's fine. One release tap, you get through the gap. But here, you have to jump through a window, can't crash either beam and land up at the quarter pipe. Binks with a small wheel clip loses some speed. Richie versus Stufts up front. And now in the ending of the map, you'll see that line we discussed. Grenady, after these discs here, is gonna go out wide, carry a bunch of speed, and jump over the sand out to the... Oh, he changed! He changed to the downhill line. Massa the one doing the jump line. So actually, Grenady might have picked this because he's found more pace with the downhill line instead. It's Stufts versus Richie for that last landing. Through the last gap, Stufts with an early release. What exit speed towards the finish. But just about perfect ending there for Stufts. He gets 10 points. And crucially, Richie gets a second place here. This is the best outcome that Stufts could have hoped for because now he catches up a lot on the scoreline. Grenady at 61, Binks at 60, Stufts 52. Richie not out of it, but at 34, 20 points behind. So Grenady has started doing the downhill line. We saw that actually in his previous match, and he's sticking to it. Here in the start, really good with the steering wheel on the dirt. He's able to keep third gear at a very high pace right there. And the checkpoints we are going to see is in the 25 range, 25.9. Sometimes you see 25.7 there for a absolutely perfect start. Grenady with the low jump. So much speed onto the ice as well. This is a fast time being driven right now. Binks trying to keep up best he can. Up towards the discs. Need a flat landing here so you can land flat down. Binks with a wobble. That loses time. Grenady has a clear lead now into the ending. It's 0.1 over the rock. You got to go out left, but not too high. He gets the bad rock bump. We've seen some people crash the checkpoint with that. Now Stufts in first. He had a perfect release timing last. What about now? Binks over-releasing. He's crashed. Richie and Grenady overtakes. It's Stufts in first. And second place goes to Richie again. And Stufts is having golden gifts handed to him here in the sense that he is right now about to catch up to Grenady and Binks after a very slow start to the match. The three top players find themselves 3 points apart. As we are almost halfway on the match total. We play till 140 points. It was said going into this match that it would be impossible to call who the two advancing players would be. All are quite evenly matched overall. We see 25.8 by Grenady, again taking charge up front in this round, landing early, keeping speed onto the ice, but Binks has it just about the same, equal to the 1,000th on that checkpoint. Now Binks needs to look for a flatter landing. This is what had him lose his positions last time. Perfectly flat on that one, can push inside, goes around the bend, early drift, matching Grenady. Richie there, but with a bit of airtime down the hill, has him get caught up to Binks and Grenady. 0.1 ahead of the other two. Binks, though, far in front right now as we approach the last jump, but Stufts does an early release timing. Stufts is risking. Binks lands clean. Stufts overtakes with the risk. Gets second position from Grenady. Binks wins the round. You can see how completely different their approach was. Grenady went full speed up the ramp, releasing in the air. Stuft's release is already at the jump-off point, and when Stuft lands, his car has about 5 to 10 more speed, allowing him to overtake. Last round of Saudi Arabia now. Stuft's doing a very risky ending because if you over-release, if you let off too much speed there, you cannot make the ramp at all. Grenady's line, you can do late adjustments. So that is the safer play. And also the difference in their style. Stuft likes to risk. Grenady wants to not crash any rounds in the match. And now they are side by side. Who's going to win? Consistency or raw pace here? Such similar lines before they approach the uphill. Stuft's early release there. Oh, I don't like the look of that. He loses quite a lot of time and gets sent wide on the drift. Grenady with a great opportunity now. He hasn't been scoring 10-pointers for the last while. He needs another one to catch up to Binks in the score. Binks down to last. Good opportunity. Stuft with the early release again. This one harder to land. And Richie might even get close to his position. It's Grenady winning the round. Stuft second. Richie third. And Binks fourth. Grenady now in the lead in this match. There's these guys sitting with the drum, like making a bunch of noise. And there was a woman there that had her sleeping baby. Sat right next to the loudest part of the crowd. That's crazy. This was a very interesting choice here by Richie. Out of the maps he had available to him as fourth pick, this was the most difficult one. And what his play here is that he's going to say, I'm not the quickest, but I want to pick a map that might force you guys to make mistakes. And it has to work out flawlessly here for Richie to have a chance to come back in this one. The other three are consistently outscoring him. Let's see what happens. The jumps at the ending is the difficult portion. We're not going to see a lot of mistakes in the start, if any, because it's quite autopilot for the pro players to do these turns. You can still gain valuable time, but crashes are not likely until the outside dirt here. Carry speed around the bend, then down the hill, one drift to the left. And now we get into the really difficult portion of the map. Starting with a low jump here. Low as possible without clipping. Best for Stuft and Binks, overtaking Richie. Up to the hairpin drift. Got to keep third gear here. And an inside line. Binks has it pretty well. And now the two difficult jumps onto the beam. Land clean, double clip. Richie's strategy might be working out. Grenady overtaking Richie as well. What about Grenady's ending? He releases and gets first. But like we talked about, Richie here able to get some points as two of the fastest players falter. And this was an important 10-pointer for Grenady as well. Taking a solid gap in the battle for first. The second round of Hungary. This is a map some players ban just because they don't like the volatility. If all the other maps that are difficult are banned, your Norways, your Australias, some players also take away Hungary. Pack one of those players. Massa one of those players as well. But just don't want to deal with those beam jumps if they don't have to. But the players have practiced all the maps they have, come prepared for this. Look at Stuft's pace, by the way. We said you could gain a little bit of time. He's gained 2 tenths, and this is a quick run being driven. 59 low. Grenady driving a clean run himself, and he's left trailing by a lot. Stuft keeps the gear. He gets sent out wide, but he's going to come back to the beams with more speed. Can he land that one clean this time? He clips again, and Grenady's consistency might shine through here. Down to the ramp, jump up to the final one. No release needed. 59.6 by Grenady. And evidently, Stuft here was on tournament record pace. That doesn't really matter at this point. What matters is the points, and a last place does not do him that well. Grenady at 99, Binks 85, Stuft's 81. Showing he has it within him to keep getting 10s on this map too, but lots of struggles with crashes in this match for Stuft's. He's fast until he isn't. This run, not that quick actually. Low speed into the loop. Doesn't get to reset the speed until they are sideways in this corner. Now it about equalizes. Best exit for Binks. Good pace from him as well. About matching Stuft from previous round. Has a good setup into the drift too. Goes very wide here to get maximum speed. Binks is going to pull away by a lot. That was a perfect middle part setup from him. Does he have the gear here? Yes, he does. Inside line as well. Grenadi trailing, looking for a mistake from Binks. He clips, and Grenadi's consistency is unbelievable. Everyone else is falling in front of him, but he is steady as ever. 200 Cup of the Day wins on the horizon. 10 more points here by just not crashing. He is experienced in these formats, these knockouts where you cannot crash. And here on Hungary, proves to be the best strategy. You don't have to be on 59.4 pace, you just have to make sure you get to the finish without clipping on the beam jumps. And with that, he has built all of a sudden a 24-point gap down to Stuft and a 21-point gap to Binks. That gives him, when we reach 140, perhaps a couple of finalist attempts alone. That is the type of thing you need to make it through to the semifinals. Most important tournament of their life. These jumps that they have made mistakes on could be decisive. Best setup here for Grenadi, who isn't necessarily looking for pace. He is looking for consistency, but now finds himself first. The others might have to risk. Otherwise, low points for them. Is Binks going to try something here? It's 0.2 behind Grenadi. Lands wider. Grenadi extends his lead. Has a good ending this time. Low speed here, though. He might clip. Has a difficult jump ahead. He makes it clean. Grenadi, I think, just won 4 for 4 rounds on Hungary. Goes up to 119 points. Insane dominance there. That was supposed to be Richie's good map pick, and he did get some second places, but Grenadi was unstoppable on that map. And to make matters better for Grenadi, this is a map he's been first picking all throughout the tournament. He wants Poland, and it was the decider. It could have been either Poland or Germany as the last map here. He gets likely his favorite of the two, but this is a map we know Binks and Stuft are quick on. 3 other players here have driven 108 in the tournament, and the tournament record is a 108.91. So, we are going to have a very quick battle here. The expectation is that the winning time is round 109.0 to 108 high. Grenadi with a mistake in the start. Doesn't tilt the car correctly off the platform and clips his wheel. That counts as a crash in the game, and he's out of running for first here. Stuft and Binks now do recognize the situation they're in. They know Grenadi likely has grips on first place, looking for second seed out of this match. 5 points apart. Binks currently ahead in points. Stuft with an awkward line there, has to release a bit. Binks getting closer. We go through the middle dirt jumps. Slightly different setups here by the two players. Binks looking for the straightest line. Gets a bit of a wobble, but that works out fine. Stuft gets sent out round the corner. Binks has it perfect. Sets up the water. Commits the turn. That gets around the concrete. Stuft does not. Grenadi now with a chance to overtake that position also. Binks has a flawless run though. Up on the last couple of plank jumps. Got to set up wide. Carry fourth gear if you can. Both Richie and Binks have it, and we have a quick time to start us off. 1:09:02 here by Binks. And because Stuft's only in third there, Binks also sets himself apart a little bit. Grenadi gets the right wobble this time in the start. Doesn't crash. Now has a fighting chance in this one. Drift, best by Stuft. Into the outside dirt, lots of speed to manage here. Gotta avoid the crash. He does, and extends his lead as well. Grenadi carrying a bit more speed into the grass, looking for fifth gear before this turnaround. Gets it. Now can set up the downhill line, but many brake taps, too many. Also an awkward line here. This is not looking good for Grenadi. Losing time, a little bit shaky there. falls down to last place, 2 tenths behind. Stifts and Binks fighting on the jumps again. Last time Binks won a lot of time here. Stifts lands wide and Binks sends this low approach to the checkpoint, getting a bit closer. Water turn, Stifts crashed. This time he has it. This time he's through. The pace is quick. Binks out wide, more speed. This looks best for Binks. Up on the planks, the speed carries. He will also be likelier to have the 4th gear. One break tap to set him up. Stifts is there. Binks too wide. Stifts with the overtake. First place for him with a 1:09.23. Fighting back. Binks in second, Richie third, Grenady fourth. Grenady fourth, only 0.3 behind. A phenomenal round by all 4 drivers. But so far on Poland, 2 last places for Grenady. And the others are closing the gap. Oh, Grenady again struggling, guys. This, already just these tiny things. You can tell he's a little bit rattled right now. He has not found the flow yet on this map. Everything's a little bit off every turn. And he can feel it. He has to stop this from happening to stay in the fight. Here looks like he's found some balance. This is a better downhill drift. More what he's used to. Stifts losing ground. Richie the one up in first, but here comes Binks. Everyone present as we approach the dirt jumps. Will they all make it? Look at them jumping synchronously over the checkpoint. Binks very wide. Richie Stifts overtakes in the battle for first. Grenady there too. Who has the most speed through the water? Will they all make it around the bend? Stifts still ahead. 52.4. We're driving 109 low once more. Grenady though, what a dirt turn in the nick of time. Remember, he was 2 tenths down. Here he comes. More speed round the corner. Lower jump. Earlier to the left for Stifts, but not enough speed to overtake. What about Richie? He was 200ths behind for that position. It's Grenady first, Stifts second, Richie third, Binks fourth. And Grenady there needed that 10-pointer to maintain his advantage. 135, a first or second place here, puts him into finalist mode. But the next map that awaits is Japan. And Stifts' pace there looked unstoppable when he doesn't crash. Has Stifts managed to calm his nerves? Have they gone up with everything on the line now? Finding himself in the later half of the match. We will find out. First of all, can Grenady get to finalist mode here? Oh, that's a mistake behind there. I think Richie hit the wall. He's out of the running. Stifts would have to overtake Grenady here to make him not get finalist. Binks with a mistake. Grenady all but likely to get finalist. He doesn't need to fight Stifts for this position. Grenady is going to recognize what's at play and probably drive a little bit safer from this point onward. Stifts needs the 10-pointer though. He wants to close the gap. Look at the difference now. I think Grenady not looking to risk anything on these jumps. Just a smooth survival. Make it foolproof. Oh, he might have it though. He might have it anyways. He doesn't need to. Stifts with the low jump. 7,000th ahead. Grenady finalist regardless. And Stifts really needed those 10 points there. We go back to Japan, guys, with Grenady as finalist. One of the scariest maps to be in finalist mode on because Stifts has 114 pace here. Binks has been very quick. Richie tends to pick this one as well. And Grenady somehow, to qualify to the semifinals, needs to find one round win in these next 4. We have to see a different Grenady now. He has to put caution to the wind. No longer needs to avoid crashing all the rounds. Needs to pick up the pace, I think, to get a first place here. Here we go. First of 4 rounds of this map. How close are the others? Stifts 119, Binks 116 are the scores. And it's Grenady with the best start through that checkpoint. The quarter pipe. We saw Stifts make a couple of mistakes on this backflip, releasing too much. Is he in contention here? Yes, he is. And he has the best speed. Overtook everybody there. Now to, oh, he made a mistake though. The pace cannon is out. Stifts made a mistake that round. And now it will be up to Richie or Binks to deny Grenady. Binks with a lot of speed here, getting closer. Grenady, great setup. Binks close to the checkpoint. Grenady still with more speed through here. Also good drift. Richie, as we saw previously, might not have too much equity in this round. It's coming down to Binks versus Grenady. Binks, almost a mistake. The break tap saves him, but Grenady gains some time. Different approaches here. We favor Grenady's line. Binks gonna lose a little bit in this left-hander. Grenady coming back with more speed into the ending. Grenady is ahead. Oh, Binks with a mistake. Grenady, does he know it? He'll know it on the next checkpoint. Can he save it here and secure semi-final advancement? Oh, he crashes! He crashes. He can't handle the nerves. He saw the checkpoint split, tried to save it, and messed up his approach. Grenady has to go again. The moment, the opportunity, will it haunt him? Will he get more chances like that? Will Stufts remain crashless in these next rounds? If so, it'll be a lot more difficult. Both Stufts and Binks just 2 round wins from finalist mode themselves. It is again Grenady though with the best start. This time Stufts does not crash his approach. Staying level with Grenady for now. This release timing so good from Stufts. Look at the exit speed. 0.1 or so gained in that portion alone. Can he keep it up here? Grenady is following. Binks there too. Richie has dropped down half a second through the gate drift. We see Stufts has more speed. He's going to get sent a little bit wider through the drift. Have more exit speed to follow. This carries down the hill. Can he hit the timing here? Looks good for Stufts, who's again driving a phenomenal run. 1:14 pace. Grenady is up there. He's risking more than usual, but look at Stufts' pace. This is why that previous opportunity was so important, because Stufts is so quick on this map, and he could very quickly catch up and get finalist mode himself. Everyone else has crashed. Stufts in the same situation as Grenady. He makes it through. This is a fast time also. 1:14.89. And Grenady is going to be kicking himself right now. It's not over yet, of course it's not. But you see things like that, you know you could have had it. And you start to think, did I mess it up? You can't afford to think that way now. You have to drive your best. But this is getting very tense. Binks is also closing in. Only 12 points from finalist mode. And we are again paying attention to Stufts. If Stufts does not crash, he is the likely winner of the round every time on this map. Grenady setting up first, has pretty good speed through there. And where is Stufts? We see the nose of his car approaching. Now the release. He again has more speed than Grenady. Similar picture to the last round, but Grenady is a little bit closer this time. He knows he has to find it within himself to drive at about 1:14 pace. As long as he sees Stufts on the checkpoint splits, it is not going to be easy to win a round here. Side by side they go, but Grenady has the best times on the checkpoints right now. Stufts releasing a bit, Grenady pulling ahead. 0.1 is the advantage. Is that enough into the ending? 1500ths only. Stufts gonna try to deny one more if he can. Up the hill, still about 0.1. Favor of Grenady through the first couple of gates. Semi-final advancement is there on the horizon, on the cards. Here comes Stufts though, more speed. Is he gonna do it to him? Stufts misses, Grenady advances. Semi-finals secured. Stufts there, if he presses left on his controller a little bit earlier, denies Grenady in that round. And now it's Stufts versus Binks for that other spot. Crucially here for Binks, Stufts does not get to enter finalist mode on Japan. He doesn't get to drive a round of Japan as finalist. He can enter the mode, but he can't close it out here. And for Binks, a first place here is critical. Binks with a first place would enter finalist mode at the same time as Stufts. Right now has a 0.1 lead, his best in the tournament, 1:15.3. That is, I think, slower than Stufts' average when he doesn't crash. Stufts' best 0.4 faster, just such a monster on this map right here. Wide setup through the gate. Good approach into the downhill. Around the corner, side by side with Binks. More inside drift here, Binks going for more speed. Down to the checkpoint, Stufts has made a breakaway. 1/10 ahead. Will he control the nerves here? Stufts can give himself one attempt at finalist mode alone into the quarterfinals, semi-final advancement rather. Binks makes a mistake. He is unlikely to win the round. Richie will be there, and Stufts with a finish will now go to 140 points. and look to advance to the semifinals on the next map. Binks ends up at 135. Binks in a very stressful situation. Same can be said for Stifts. The map that will decide it is Canada. And it should be said, this was picked by Binks. And it's not a map we've seen that much from Stifts on. We've seen one 0220 or so. But Binks does have a lot of pace here himself. And even Richie has managed to accrue quite a lot of points. We shouldn't count him out. Richie with 4 round wins in a row could do the unthinkable also. Oh, not quite. He's at 109. Very far away for Richie here then. But let's see. One chance now for Stifts before Binks likely hits finalist himself. Into the slalom uphill. You gotta get the leftmost approach. This is best for Richie. Stifts gaining on Binks. Gaining on the other pace cannon. And now through the slalom, Stifts hesitating. I think he lost the gear. He at least lost a lot of speed there. Falling down to last place, 2 tenths behind Richie. Richie on his best map. Oh, great slalom by Binks. Look at that. Look at how he's sending it. Iron focus to get to finalist mode himself here. Put a lot of pressure on Stifts. Down the slalom. They both have to stay flawless up front here. Richie and Binks. Second place enough for Binks to get to 140. Here comes Stifts. Quite close. Still too far away. We are going to double finalist. Binks clutches up. 1 round, but he needs to do it twice. Whoever wins this round now will advance to the semifinals of the 2 of them. Who is it going to be? First part here already a little bit better for Stifts. He missed his uphill drift approach previously. Didn't get the timing. This looks a lot better. Can adapt that line. Has more speed. This is going to extend. Binks upside down. Richie 2 tenths behind Stifts. Could be the one to deny Stifts. Is he stressed out by the splits, by the situation? Does he know that Binks has DNF'd? It's a 1v1. Either Richie saves Binks or Stifts advances himself. Is Richie going to be the hero? Is Stifts going to claim his spot? Earn it by beating Richie on his best map here. The last 3 turns decides it. First down to the right. Now the left-hander and the slalom 100th apart. The setup inside line for Stifts. Down the hill. He's wiggling. Richie too far. Does Stifts make the jump? Stifts will take the spot. Eliminating Binks from the tournament. And advancing in the semifinals with Grenady. What a match. What a match we just saw. And it's the first one of 7 matches today. The other competitors in the tournament can't believe it. This was a crazy one. So many crashes early on for Stifts, but he had just enough good rounds to make it through. And Binks also had some good performance early on, but lost momentum late in the match and could not recover. And the AG fans are in shambles right now. Overall club championship also on the line for them. One of their 2 remaining players knocked out. And now the storyline is that Gwen needs to beat Carl Jr. by over 300 club points for AG to win that championship. We will see if it happens. Let's hear the caster desk for a moment while I catch my breath, guys. So much more good matches coming up. We have just the best day of Trackmania Esports ahead.
Records as a 17-year-old in that match. So, you know, come see, come ça.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're really feeling the moment here in France. Oh, so many.
Grenady was so scary.
So many of those moments here in this game, and you can feel it from Grenady, and as well as that from Stifts, and you can feel just the heartbreak on the AGAL side of Binks. But now it's time for us to throw it over to the stage and to Milos.
All right, you should have an interview and some peer crushing here.
At the Esports World Cup, once you get deep into the tournament, and this is where we are, our quarterfinals set and ready. Please joining me, Grenady, victor of this first quarterfinal. He'll be crushing the first key. That'll be Binks eliminated. AGL fans,
if you're a Pyramid fan, don't look, guys. Don't look.
Grenady victorious, and that's the first key crushed. There it is. The elimination for Big. Gentlemen, come on in here. Grenady, you were
I'm also
calm
sad
and
about
collected
the
throughout
Pyramid
this whole
being
game
crushed.
compared to everybody else. How are you managing your stress during it all?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm just a rather chill person, and luckily it also works out on stage here, and it definitely helps for these high-pressure matches. I don't think we ever had so much pressure in any Trackmania tournament ever, especially now that it's also, you get top 2 or you're knocked out. But yeah, I kept it cool, I played good. I had a few mistakes here and there, so it wasn't like my cleanest match ever, but I'm definitely very happy with how I played. Also happy that the finalist mode didn't beat me up in the end. So yeah, I'm very happy that I made it.
Very good to lock it in. That's Grenady. Come on in, Shuffs. I mean, very well done for you. You still get second place out of this. Very important to advance on to the semifinals. But there was a big fight all the way to the wire, down to the wire in it. How did you handle it and keep your cool through it all?
I think the start of my match was definitely rough. I didn't play the greatest, to be honest, but I just kept my cool, knew I could win the rounds with the pace that I had, and that's kind of what carried me until the end.
And it was a beautiful.
It's so impressive. He came back from crushing the first 3 rounds on his map pick. He had 9 points on his own pick of Japan. And then he comes back with tournament record, and that really set him up.
To Nomad here with our Crusher. I promise you next year we'll give her a beautiful name. For now, she's just munching. That's Richie, gone and eliminated. Stuffs with the second elimination. It set all for our first quarterfinal of the day. Grenady and Stuffs advance to the semifinals.
First of many 6 matches, guys.
Bittersweet is a good word to describe the moments we're feeling here. As you see.
The next one coming up is a banger. If you've been watching Trackmania Esports for a while, you'll know these names. If you haven't, I will introduce you to them in due time. We have Gwen versus Epos versus Bren versus Mossa. Gwen, Epos, Bren, Mossa is the next game coming up, guys. Unbelievable match that is about to happen. Really, like, the best of the best super GMs are playing each other of Trackmania, super grandmasters.
But it comes a sad end to Bink's story, who was really a great player.
Definitely, but I mean, all things sometimes have to come to an end, and Stuft, after a weak start, bounced back into the match. I mean, we have seen the pressure really getting to the players, also to Grenady, who was really just throwing away that finals round there on Japan, going into the wall. It was, as Grenady would say, a PF ending. He was just had to drive it to the finish.
Yeah, exactly. And just to give you a
Feel
little bit
for
of
the
an insight
AG
of the match
fans.
progression, we were starting to see Binks and Grenady kind of pull away. And
Feel for
on the
Binks.
first rotation of Japan, Stubbs completely flunked
Richie
it.
also
19
gave
points
it
out
his
of
all.
14. Somewhat
Could have been
salvaging
the
it with a
hero
new
there.
world record, which would then
We've
beat
had a few of
on
those
the second rotation.
situations.
But where Stubbs' challenge really came alive was when we came to Saudi Arabia with back-to-back wins, and then went all the way to 32 points out of 40, compressing the gap to just 6 points between the top 3.
And I mean, also Grenady with really 4 out of 4 wins there. But Stuft, he has to work on those weak starts. Really, it has been a pattern in his matches. And I think if he cannot keep that together, the semifinals coming up now, the top 8 players. I mean, he has also secured some points for Gotland.
Stuft would be better off being second pick, honestly.
If he wants to make it to the final, he has to get rid of those weak starts.
So
because
Stuft's got
I think
second seed now. He's not going to be second pick,
well,
but
and Grenady also picking up the
you
piece
don't
in
want your
Hungary.
best map to come in your worst rounds,
Poland
right?
was then really good
So
for
if he
him
has Japan
again, but
second in a map pack,
it was
he's
all
a
really
lot
just
happier.
all
But
over the place at some point. Not
honestly,
really
if I'm like
someone going straight
someone
through
who
it
knows
and,
all
not
10
struggling.
maps,
Yeah, little things gonna get worked
who's
on.
not
The
scared
benefit
of any
today,
map happening,
unlike all the other Trackmania
I would
days,
target
which
ban
is different
Stuft's
than
Japan.
normal Trackmania Esports
But as
events,
we've seen,
is
a
that
lot
we
of the
get to try
players,
it
they
again and
do
again and again. We
actually
get to build that momentum. So shaky
ban
start,
the same map
hopefully
every
something
time,
Stubbs can work on as he will face off in our
regardless of opponents.
semifinal, which will still be full of 8 players.
Yeah, it will still be a chock full of 8 players, and their opponents, if you take a look at the other half of the bracket, where there might be some of the opponents they will be facing against, this is going to be one
Do
heck
both
of a
Gwen and Binks count
stand
towards
to
championship?
make.
Only
And
the best
as
of the
Kai
2.
said, the weak point, those very, very poor starts.
Only the
on his
best
map picks.
scorer
He
of the
definitely
two counts.
needs to iron those kinks out if he really wants to make a statement and stake his claim as the champion of Trackmania here at EWC 26.
Well, the benefit is that he did start on Japan. He picked Japan.
How much do the club points matter? They matter a lot for what the orgs get paid. Because we are like looking at, you know, this is life-changing for the Trackmania players. It's the biggest tournament prize pool we've ever had for the players. But for the orgs overall in the club championship, the top org gets
that was
a
tough to
ton.
watch. DNF there at the
Let's hear
end in
Binks.
Canada. What happened?
I just like crashed. Like I knew I couldn't win anymore this round, so I DNF and watched the end of the round.
Were you just hoping Richie had something?
Yeah.
That's risky tactics.
Yeah, but like it was like I crashed, so I can't win the round anymore. So
yeah, he knows it.
How difficult is it then when it's out of your hands like that and you're hoping someone else does something for you? To sit and watch?
I don't know. I'm like just praying, and that's it.
I know you came here hoping for so much more. Of course, you're leading the Elite Cup series. You know, we all kind of had you at going through. What do you think you lacked, or was it just that one moment there?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe like the stress is too much for me. I don't know. Like I'm not playing like I play in training. So I don't know.
You're not playing with that freedom that you've had. In terms of when you have a chance to reflect on the quarter-finalist, will you be happy with that? What will the feeling be?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay.
These are
Sorry,
not beautiful. These are brutal questions.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. Binks doing his best to kind of hold it
Straight
together.
to the point.
Praying at the end of that round that Stuff's made a mistake. He did
I look
not.
at his face and like I know the guy, right? I've seen him in a lot of tournaments. Never seen him that emotional. It's just like, yeah.
That will be featuring an AGAL
How did it feel to watch your dreams go up in flames while you're sitting there? Your opponents are about to win the semifinal spot you've been working for half a year.
Yeah, and this one is going to be one heck of a matchup if you look at the players, but also
No, it doesn't feel so good.
player already out.
But I also like, you know, as an interviewer, you're supposed to ask the questions people want to know. But
You're right. If Win doesn't get through,
someone asked about the club championship, right? The winning team gets $7 million to their organization, and the second place gets $5 million. So Trackmania could flip $2 million going to AGAL instead of Falcons if Gwen beats Carl by a lot of points.
But he has to play against players who really have to prove themselves. Massa and Bren. Massa, of course, miraculously still in the tournament because he won that round after the crash from Wizzy there. Who could have
Also,
been in
guys,
this
right
match,
now
actually.
behind me, I'll show you they
then
are
Bren also, he has to
setting
step
up on the
so I think
stage.
both in
So
the
they're
similar
doing
spot.
their
And then, of course,
settings,
Gwen
they're
will also
doing
be the
their
clear
monitor
favorites to
refresh
take that
rate,
one home.
all that
We
stuff.
talk about AJL,
Button
we talk
key
about
binds,
Win,
everything.
We talk about Bren and obviously
And
Massa, but there's
even
another
they're
player there,
opening
Peepots,
every
who
map
seems to
one
keep
by
getting
one
better and better every
to have
Trackmania event that we
light
see, the
maps
later it
compute.
goes on.
Pac was
Saudi
talking about this
superfans
yesterday,
are
that like
behind him, and when
it's
we
important
return,
you
we'll get
open
to
the
our
maps
group
in single
stage
player
number 2.
because then everything looks the same as you're expecting it to look. Otherwise, shadows might compute differently. And if you play Trackmania at this level, you often have reference points you look at. Like, oh, I'm going to drift just after the shadow, or I'm going to set up by, this and that texture. And you want everything to be perfectly the same. So I think we have a rolling schedule today as well. What that means is that as soon as one match ends, they start preparing the next one. The next one is scheduled to start in 14 minutes, so I think we are on schedule. But if we ever fall behind, it'll just be some 15-20 minutes between the games before the next one. And we have the first 4 quarterfinals to be played, followed by the semifinals. So I'll show you guys the bracket if you are not familiar. I mean, it's been a long tournament. Some of you will know this by heart by now, but I'll show the uninitiated what we're working with. So on our left, we can see the matches that are to be played today. We just saw this one, Stuffs, Binks, Grenadi, and Richie, where Stuffs and Grenadi have advanced. Now we have Gwen, Epos, Bren, and Massa ready to duke it out. Only top 2 advance, and then, guys, Elcon, Mime, Josh, and Posito Paco is the next match thereafter. And the last quarterfinal to be played is Carl Jr., Neon, Pack, Otak. You could put this as a grand final in any tournament, and people would be like, damn, that's stacked. Now it's the quarterfinal. Only 2 of them can make it. It is the craziest quarterfinal I've seen, and it's insane Carl and Neon have to play each other again. Like, they now very much know what each other are doing on this map pack in this tournament, right? Maybe you can change your strategy a bit. Pack as well, joining that group of death here. And all the matches are stacked, but Trackmania players, when they talk about making it to a grand final, they often hope that they end up on the other side of the bracket of Carl Jr. Because if you end up on the top half of the bracket here, there are 2 qualification spots in every match available. If you end up on the Carl Jr. side of the bracket, there is 1 qualification spot available for you. And it's the same in the semifinal. Whoever advances from this match to face Carl Jr. and whoever else, yeah. 1 spot available likely in the next match. Carl tends to be inevitable. He tends to be inevitable, and he looks good at this tournament. We have a website called Trackmania that maybe I can show you in the small break, which keeps track of a lot of interesting stats. So if you guys haven't seen this, this is quite juicy stuff if you are a person who likes statistics. So here are the stats overall. I'm also gonna quickly crop the webcam here a bit differently so you actually see me while I'm over here. Here, individual performance overall. Let me zoom this in as well. So far in the tournament, in the group stage, Carl Jr. had the highest overall performance. This is a score that's calculated by combining your race times and your average finish percentile. So what this means is that Carl Jr. in any run finishes top 80%, meaning either first or second is what he's competing for in most rounds. 95% consistency, it never really crashes. Also great pace. It's a bit difficult because if you picture this as like a FIFA card, right? The stats would be more like 95 pace, 99 consistency, 94 performance, but the numbers are lower. But still, he has the highest by far. First place, 61% of rounds in first place. Neon, for instance, with the fastest pace, only gets a 78. Muddock actually gets a 79. So Neon, maybe his crashed rounds slow him down a little bit. If we look at only playoffs. Well, do we get only playoffs? Here we get only playoffs. So here was Grenadi's match from that just happened. And yeah, 91 pace for Grenadi as well. Not exactly sure how it's calculated because I would say Stufts would have the higher pace stat and evidently way lower consistency stat. Too many crashes. And you can see that, like, okay, Grenadi got 10 first places that match, Stufts 9, Binks only 6 first places. That is the difference in points, really. And you can also see per map, like Grenadi's performance on Hungary. These stats are inflated, of course, but 100% performance, 99.75 consistency, 99.82 pace. So, it's interesting, but we don't have, like, you'd have to go to the groups to have, like, the best, most complete stats per map. And if you look at Japan, for example, yeah. Wow, Binks 99 consistency on this. Played it once in group. Didn't crash at all. Stufts 96 pace on this in group, yeah. As we expect. South Korea, we expect to see Gwen. We expect to see Link, Neon, Carl. Yeah. These are some insane stats here by Neon. He had 4 runs that all were 112.3. So this is pretty interesting. But yeah, good website. It's called eCircuitMania. eCircuitMania. You can check out everything you want about the different maps. I'm not gonna bog you guys down with the numbers, but it's quite cool. Let's go back to the stream, the cast. They have an interview with Gwen.
To this finals day.
I feel great, but very stressed. Like everything in one day for the finals is a lot. We played one match per day since today, so yeah, it will be hard to keep the pressure and to continue winning the matches.
What did you do yesterday then? Did you try and make it feel like you were still playing and still in that competitive mode?
Yeah, I think I was still playing, and I don't even know what I did, but it was like I am focusing on the match and like stay in the zone, you know.
How are you trying to deal with the stress that you're feeling with now?
It's very hard to deal with it. Like maybe breathing is the best way to do in matches. Like
breathing, yeah.
Take the control of the breath and then just think about.
Guys, I'm gonna run ads just after this interview, so we don't get them during the game. Just so you know.
Someone has been teaching you. You've been working on this behind the scenes.
Yeah, not someone, but I think with the experience, like I played the game since like 10 years and 5 years of competing. So yeah, with all the stages and everything, I know what to do to keep to stay like good in the matches and try to deal with the pressure.
You do have so much experience. How are you going to use that experience today?
I don't know. I will try to beat the pressure, you know. So yeah, I think I will just do my best and like play.
What do you think your strengths have been so far, which you can use today?
I think I have the pace. I'm a lot of time I'm in first place in the matches. So I think it is the strength that I have to use. And yeah, I will try.
In terms of maps, is there one that you don't want to contest on in the quarterfinals, especially?
Like Norway, I will ban it anyways.
Yeah, he perma-bans Norway.
So, yeah.
Okay, well, good luck today, Gwen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we can maybe use that as a introduction to talk about maps. But guys, I'm gonna run ads real quick. I'm sorry, I do run ads, but it is to disable pre-rolls. On Twitch. On YouTube, you get less ads, I think, so maybe that's a shout. I'm streaming on both platforms. Quick ads and then nothing during the match. Much love, guys. Much love, much love.
Well, I'm really looking forward to see how he performs. And one thing to note that we couldn't get into during the presentations is that he had a little bit of a two-day tournament that was a very different vibe. Day one, he played really well, but he was upstaged by an absolutely stellar.
I'm going to talk about maps soon.
Really kind of throwing a spanner in the works.
I have some insights for you guys,
he was
perhaps.
Back to his usual winning ways. The aliens, we like to call it. It was back in town, and honestly, if he's able to keep that dominant form and able to completely maintain P1 on the chokehold and the 10-pointers,
oh my god, look at the Vitality logos.
G-Geek, there was a little bit of like a hat on a sign behind you. You mentioned the idea of a scarecrow. Is there a scarecrow in this match, or is everybody grabbing points?
I'm thinking Gwen could definitely endorse the role of the scarecrow.
Okay.
Epos could also try to
we gotta talk about predictions, guys. We gotta talk about maps.
See, the first match complexion has been so complex to decipher that really, Aaron, it's kind of anybody's game.
Honestly, it is anybody's game. You know, Bren and Massa, they have been struggling, they have been inconsistent, but that doesn't mean necessarily that's what's going to be the case today.
I hope ads are over. I'll start talking about maps now. We have Gwen, Epos, Bren, and Massa. I have looked at everything they've picked and banned so far in the tournament and the context they have banned those maps in. The first person to act in the veto is Massa. He tends to ban Norway, but Gwen is gonna perma-ban Norway. Massa doesn't need to spend his ban on that, and Massa is likely to ban Hungary.
Our second quarterfinal is almost underway, but
is second to act. He's likely to ban Australia, because no one else in this group bans it. Epos is going to ban his Germany, Gwen will ban Norway. So Hungary, Australia, Germany, Norway is my veto prediction.
Wide open. Obviously in our last matchup, our last quarterfinal,
and then we will see what they pick. Gwen wants to go for South Korea. Epos Japan, typically. Bren, we've seen Saudi and Argentina, and Masa, Poland, Canada, something like that.
Paris, let me ask you, are you ready to meet the next racers?
And I said, guys, I would introduce you to the field.
Absolutely buzzing, and we are
in this group, we have Gwen,
quarterfinalists,
who won the biggest Trackmania prize pool of all time at Ascension 2023. Clutched up in a final there versus Carl Jr. and others. Bren, 2023 World Champion, 2025 runner-up in the World Championship. Masa has gotten 4th twice in 2 World Championships, 2016 and 2025. Epos also has gotten close in World Cups, but his most impressive wins are at XP Evo and getting far in Red Bull Faster, alongside top 8 in World Cups, and also, getting far in global Trackmania World Tour tournaments. But guys, let me move my camera for the Lido. So, like I said, Masa first to act. We are expecting that he's gonna ban something that isn't Norway. It could be Hungary, it could be something else. Maybe he bans Argentina, actually. He's banned Hungary in past matches, when it's not Norway. Bren seems to not want to play Australia whatsoever. Epos seems to not want to play Germany, banned that in both his games. And then we'll see the picks. If I had to predict who's going to win this one, I got the previous one correct. I'm going to make my prediction. I'd say Gwen and Epos advance here. All right, so Masa bans Japan. That's fine. Bren bans Australia. Now we have the Germany ban and Norway from Gwen. What does Gwen pick? I'm expecting South Korea. That is expectation. Japan is now banned from Epos. He has to go for something else. He goes for Poland. Bren, Saudi or Argentina. I think he's going to go for Argentina like his previous match. He goes for Saudi. Okay, and now Poland or Canada. Canada maybe for Masa. Is the expectation. Argentina and Canada decider. Okay. Pretty close on the prediction. The players also, I think, quite able to predict the bans, but not the exact pick order. South Korea for Gwen, if you looked at that website we looked at, is a monster map for him. He is so damn quick on this map. Masa also has that as his favorite first pick, actually. And Epos, I'm assuming, has a lot of pace there. Same for Bren. We will have a very quick start to this match on that map. If I real quick show you guys the stats website. Okay, well, I don't know if we have time. But yeah, believe me, it's going to be quick. Tell your friends this is happening, guys. This is the final day of the Trackmania Esports World Cup here in Paris. $500,000 total prize pool, the biggest one in the game's history. The most important tournament for these players who find themselves 3 match wins away from lifting the trophy. Quarterfinal, semifinal, and then the grand final. The final 3 steps. Here we go, first round. Picked by Gwen here, South Korea. He used to hold the tournament record at 1:12.33. That was beaten by Neon yesterday. Now could take it back. But winning times here, we're expecting below 1:12.4, because these are 4 quick players on this map here. South Korea, long winding turns, and some reactor boosters. First one happens here. You go down the grass, nose down onto the reactor. You look to snap out of the ice slide quick, and 420 or more speed. Bren has a slow reactor and a slow inside line. Masa and Epos with the fastest runs thus far. Into the drift. Masa still ahead. Epos 0.17 behind, and Gwen approaches. Masa with a low speed line out of the grass. Not sure what happened, but he lost 2 positions there. Now we go into the ending. The 3 reactor jumps here, and the pace is indeed quick. Lots of time to be gained here if you either carry a lot of speed or get quick flights inside line. Quick one inside from Epos there, but he misses the second one a bit. Has to wait in the air. Gwen gets closer. Third one, Epos has it on lock. He wins 1:12.5, the winning time. Gwen second, Masa third, Bren fourth, but only 100th away. Almost caught up in the end there. we are expecting the winning pace to still go quicker than this, guys. 112.5 is very strong, you know, within 3/10 of the record at a 1 minute 12 map. That is a high level of perfection there, but they can still gain a little bit extra muscle there. Lost 2/10 mysteriously at the end of the grass. Didn't see what happened. Now the drop to the reactor. Bran had a slow boost in the previous round. Goes for a turn to get a quick one. It's not that good. And Massa again with a lightning quick start. But Gwen is much closer this time around. Able to follow. Wide setup into the drift. More speed for the Frenchman. Carrying into the grass. He's catching up. Setting up wider. Look at the gains. Couple of hundreds here and there. And he's close to gap. Now looking for the 10-pointer. Low down to the right, over the ending off, snap to the right again, into the checkpoint, low speed from Massa, Gwen far ahead. He goes for this right side setup. It's a little bit slower, but it is more consistent for him. Massa equalizing, second boost, better for Gwen. Last one, Massa maybe more speed, maybe able to snipe Gwen, and he does it! 112.30, and Gwen losing around with 112.33. Not a time you expect to be second place on this map. They both set a tournament PB, but Massa wins that one with a quick ending. This is the standard. And if you're Apples and Brand seeing this, you know you have to excel and drive faster than you ever have in the tournament when it matters to get the big points. Massa and Gwen, both specialists on South Korea here. Go around the bend once more. The reactor boost that you get here decides quite a lot already. Massa first to fly. 433. This is a insane start again for Massa. So consistent at that boost. And we saw him play in a match against pace players like Carl Jr. and Neon. That match, he couldn't even really get started, he said. Here, look at him go. This is a different Massa we're seeing. A confident Massa. And a very quick Massa. Tournament record pace being driven right now. 112 low. Apple's also close to the tournament record pace, and you can see how far behind he is. Into the ending. Can Massa hold strong? The first jump, setting up a little bit left, but good speed. Second jump here. We're looking at a very quick time. He goes out to the right. He makes a mistake. Apples recovers. Massa should still win the round, and the tournament record disappears. But 112.26 the winning time. Apples PBing in second place. Gwen third, Bren fourth. Ridiculous pace for the first 3 rounds here. Yeah, Massa was on like 112.0. Oh, Gwen with a mistake. That is an annoying one. You clip the first corner of the run and you're immediately out of the contention for winning the map. A very frustrating crash to have happen on your own choice there. Let's see, does the level set by Massa motivate Epos? Does it push him to excel, or does he crash under the standard that's been driven? This round is a little bit slower. Bren and Epos able to keep up for now. Round the bend, low speed for Bren. This problem doesn't go away until they straighten out here. Massa and Epos are now 2/10 ahead of him. And it's going to be a battle between Epos and Massa into the ending. Better line from Epos, catching a lot there over the corner. Into the right-hander, still Massa up front. He made a mistake in the previous identity, but he could have a very clean start to the match here. In the last couple of jumps, Epos falling behind. Bren might overtake him. He's not too careful here. Here comes Massa. Massa first, Epos second, Bren third, Gwen fourth. Basically a flawless map there from Massa to kick things off. 34 points out of 40 possible on South Korea. Map 2 now, picked by Epos. His Japan was banned away by Massa. Massa had the chance to ban Hungary, a map that he might find just difficult, but Japan, a problematic one to drive against such quick players. He goes Poland instead here, Epos, as a secondary pick. And we saw Epos drive 108 yesterday as well. So 108 is the pace that we expect for some of the wins here. It's close to the tournament record. And South Korea had quite big gaps. Poland, expect very close races. There are a few choke points on the map, bottlenecks where you can make mistakes. But other than that, everybody should be in the running. First drift, Bran, awkward. A little awkward through there, gets up on the outside, carries good speed. Only Gwen with a pristine start so far. Fifth gear on the grass, Bran not getting it, losing further time to the others. But did get a clean gear shift there. Apples best through that drift, blasting through, make way as he heads towards the dirt jump. This is the first bottleneck. You gotta land clean, low jumps onto the planks here. Musa falls off, that's his first mistake in this match. Gwen with an opportunity to capitalize. Into the water, he goes late. Does he make it around the bend? Yes, he does. 2 tenths ahead of Epos. Should have the round under control. But things can still go wrong. That's the second choke point, that low jump onto the planks. And now it is Epos, who almost makes a mistake too. He wins the round with a, we gotta say it, a little bit slow time for the field. 1:09.31. Still quick, but like on South Korea, we know they can go faster. Bran picking up a very important second place there after almost all last places on South Korea. Needs to come alive in the match. Different drift setups. Gwen getting the most speed out of that. Couple of hundredths gained. Sees the 0-1 on his car. He had a pristine start last time. Oh, and again, look how close he's going on that outside dirt. That causes the car to slide as little as possible. He maintains speed, he maintains first. Gets a lot of the grass there, no penalty. And has about a tenth to the others around this corner. He pushed earlier here, gained further. Now we start to see it, but what about the jumps? Can he aim it? Musa made a mistake here last time. Now it's Gwen falling down a little bit, but still keeping control of his car. Has to release around the corner. The others might have more speed in the water. Gwen should have an easier turn on his hands. He makes it round. All 4 players are present. We predicted this would happen. Close races. You can't even see Musa with how close he is to Appos. Both going low. Appos more speed than everybody else. Appos 4th gear. He can get very close to Gwen here. Same for Musa. Last jump. Musa about to overtake. Appos holds his own. Gwen wins the round. 1:09.06. Everybody there close. Bran making a mistake in the ending. But what a round. Just 15 hundredths from the fastest run in the tournament. 42, 42, 32, 22 the points. Musa and Epos tied for now. You can see in the ending, after the plank jumps, if you set up wide there, you carry 4th gear up the hill and towards the final platforms. That matters a lot. A lot of snipes happen there if players go for this 4th gear setup. You can be behind about a tenth and still overtake into the ending. More than that, and it starts to be bleak. Musa having to adapt, very close to crashing. That might mess with your confidence a bit. It's fine for now. Up on the plank, Gwen, is he about to clip? He makes it. Bran, the only one losing some ground here. Plus versus Musa. Oh, what a turn for Musa this is. This is a lot of speed. He set up that beautifully. Got all the speed through. He bumps maybe a bit more than Apples. He's still ahead. Now the ending. Let's see who goes for the wide line. Musa has it himself. That should be a good setup to the checkpoint. And we have a quick run here. He hits a bit of grass, but it's still close to the tournament record. 1:08.968. Just 500th short, but 10 more points for Musa. Continuing his dominance in this match. We're seeing a lot of pace and no crashes. And Musa, for, I'm talking a decade here, has been known as a player that has a lot of pace, but doesn't have the consistency. A player that you might put in the same category as Alcon, as Stifts. One of these players that he can drive world record in match, but many of the other rounds will have crashes. He's been working a lot on that over the last couple of years, and this is a Musa in a better form that we're seeing. Far less crashes and still high pace. Oh, Gwen with a big mistake there, dropping down to last. Musa versus Appos up front. Appos knows tournament record is the pace needed to win the round here. Great low jump by Musa, but he clips. He clips. Makes a rare mistake there. This match considered. Oh, Epos committing too early. And Bren desperately needing a 10-pointer here. Finds himself falling behind the field. Has to survive those jumps. Mossas actually climbed up a second despite the crash. It's a messy round here. But Bren takes that one. Fourth round of Poland goes to him. Mossa gets second. Gwen in third, actually. And Epos can finish in fourth. But everybody a little disappointed with their performance there. Strange in the rounds when everyone crashes. There we had 3 out of 4 making a mistake. Now we go into Bren's map pick. He had the options between Saudi Arabia and Argentina and perhaps even Canada. He went for Saudi Arabia as his map pick. This is where he has to turn the tide. And this is one of the tournament records we expect to be beaten throughout the day. Very possible for the players here. It's just a hard map to drive. But lots of jumps, lots of low speed turns. This is something that Bren really shines in, has immaculate car control at that speed. Third gear, fourth gear stuff. Needs to make the most of it. First wall hug best by Bren. Gwen close to follow. Into the first hole jump. Everybody should make it this one trivial. The next one not so much. 25-8. Great pace by Bren being driven. Jumping through the window. They all get through. And Bren is already setting the standard. 0.15 ahead of everyone else. The first round on the other maps were a little bit slower than the tournament record pace, but look at this from Bren. Already fast through here. Now the downhill. Mossa still going for the jump line. You're going to see him catch up a lot momentarily, then have less speed, still get overtaken. Roundabout equal which line you go for. Best drift from Bren, but this could go anyone's way in the last jump. Who dares the early release? Gwen going for it. Apple's going for it. Bren clipping a little bit and losing to everyone. It's Gwen winning that round with 107.66. A tiny wheel clip, and Bren loses 7 potential points in the ending. Round 2. Mossa leading the match at 64. Apples 55. Gwen 49. Haven't seen that many 10-pointers from Gwen, which is really his bread and butter. It's his playstyle. 10-pointer or crash. Mossa has been doing that even better. Now he got one. Can he keep the momentum going? Second time through the gap. Everybody landing that by the looks of it. Gwen with a slow one though. And it's Epos versus Bren up front. Still good pace by both. Epos jumping far. Bren early landing with the nose down. Slightly more speed through here. And now the drift. Again, we're going to see Mossa maybe appear for a moment with the jump line. Then fall back just the same. Out to the left. And before the final jump, it's Epos about a 10th ahead. That looks good for Epos. Bren again with a mistake. Epos keeps first place. 107.48. Fast time. Mossa second, Gwen third. And Bren looks frustrated. He looks distraught. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know why everything is going wrong. Hard to adapt when you come into the match with a plan. You have your pick prepared, you play it in the warm-up, it works out a certain way, and then when it matters, you find yourself 30 points behind first place after, well, 10 rounds are played. Really, really difficult spot for Bren. He's going to try to fight back. Again, another fast start. Seeing 0-1, the numbers on your car skin will help a lot. You can tell you're outpacing everyone, and what a checkpoint here again. 33.5. Gwen and Mossa catching. Everybody pressing up towards the drift. Now you get to see Mossa's jump line in an equal comparison to the others. Tiny bit behind, sets up wide. And then same thing. The others come through with more speed. Most people do the drift instead. Gwen here, most speed and earliest to the jump. Who releases the best? Oh, that looks like Apples might have it. Massa crashes. Gwen still keeping first, and Bran unfortunate. He drives a good run here too, but it's only 4 points. 10-pointer for Gwen, and Massa last will equalize the scoreline a lot. Apples almost tied with Massa for points. 73-71, 63-46, and the last round of Saudi Arabia. Through the first checkpoint, who is going to get the best wall hug? It's the first question to ask. That looks like Apples. Now you gotta dodge fourth gear, get a smooth nose slide, and jump through the gap without bonking your head. Very close for Bran. The wheels were sticking up. He makes it. Widest setup. Could go for highest speed on the landing. Must eclipse a bit. That's gonna lose time. Gwen has disappeared. He made a mistake. Full respawn. Apples versus Bran, the battle. If Apples gets this 10-pointer, he takes the lead in the match. If Bran gets it, he comes back a little bit. Massa trying what he can. Nice no slide to follow. Getting closer to Bran actually. Bran with a good drift to recover. Still Apples here, and the pace is quick. Early release from Massa. Look at this overtake on Bran, who had a slow landing. Apples gets first. Massa in second. But Apples will take the lead of the match. And he won so many rounds there, even giving a little flair to the crowd. First lips from Bran. That was his map pick, and it came and went without him getting much closer on the scoreline. Now Massa's choice, Argentina. Difficult track here. This is one Bran has opted for too. He's picked this in a match as well. And we are expecting there to be more crashes here. If you made a tier list of the most difficult maps, you'd put Norway and Australia top 2, and then you would put Argentina around the same place there in third out of 10 maps total. This one very hard to do every trick correctly. It's just more about bobsleigh turnarounds and ice and yeah, other than road driving. So we'll see the players in a different element here. Slaloms, you never get tired of seeing it. So effortless. Just as smooth as you can play this game at the top level when he drives slaloms like that. Apples 0.3 behind. Down the road, it's Gwen in first, Bran second, and now the turnaround. Gwen rotates the car the other way. He goes left, the others go to the right. Ends up being about the same. Gwen goes too far, makes a mistake there. Overtake from Massa and Bran. Bran still on a clean run here. Sorely needed right now, but he keeps this clean. Keeps fourth gear, jumps up on the platform. Massa, too early air brake, gets a bump, loses speed. And Massa still overtaking Gwen here, surprising line. Very close in that battle. Massa has more speed towards the booster. Does he carry it? Such a close battle for this position. High bump for Massa, but it might still be second place, and it is. 1:12.47 for Bran. Is that? I think it is his first. No, it's the second 10-pointer of the match. One he much needed. Keep leveling them, and actually, like, he's not even that far from Gwen now, who we also haven't seen that much from. Up front. Only 7 points apart. Second time on the slalom. Finds the margins yet again. Lands angle left. Fifth gear shifted, and now he can speed slide. Massa with a much better start this time. He was 0.3 down and still ended up in the battle for second. Better speed from Gwen. Look at the precision on that landing as well. Just gorgeous. Into the ice. You'll see the different setups. On paper, Gwen's line might save 500th or so. And here he gets a very good one, but the pillar was there. He has a wavy car. And Massa with an unforced mistake. Not one you see too much. Had a lot of time to set that up. simply thought he was through when he wasn't. Gwen fully out. Epos plus 11. And it's Bren again. Looking clean for another 10-pointer. Let's see if he can land it. That should be fine. Has all the time in the world to slow down, aim the gap. He is through. 113.4, nicely saved. And Epos here will not be able to finish. Time's ticking, 2, 1. Slightly too far, 10-second finish timeout. 0 for Epos there, and Massa now at 91 points. 7 ahead of Epos. Third round on this, oh, sideways landing for Massa out of the bobsleigh. Some strange mistakes happening now. Epos as well crashing. Massa's mistakes, perhaps. The nerves on his own map choice. And Bren is coming back. There are signs of life, he can sense it. Suddenly, he's not too far to make something happen. Fantastic checkpoint splits as well, oh. Gwen getting closer. Bren had to slow down just a tiny bit. Was 0.18 behind, misses the ice slide angle. Still remains in his position. Bren on tournament record pace here, guys. Keep your attention on the final time as Massa loses his position to Epos. What is Bren going to clock in here at? Because this is quick. This is some of the quickest we've seen. Does he get past the fence? Yes. Does he have a good setup to the downhill? This is a monstrous time. I dare say it's a tournament record, but we'll see on the finish line. 1:12.35. Still, 3 10-pointers in a row. You take that any day of the week. The world record would be a nice flex, but the points are what matters. Glenn also getting 6 points there. 94, 88, 80, and 77. Final round of Argentina. This was picked by Massa, but it's been Bren's map thus far. The others simply crashed too much, too many mistakes. The difficulty of the map really shining through. So much speed by Bren here with that nice landing. And where has Massa gone? It's been really shaky from him, plus 0.4. And now you see the ebb and flow of Massa's game. When it's good, it's almost perfect. And when he gets into a rut, it's very hard for him to get out of it. Glenn, with that turnaround, overtakes first place. Epos is there now, though. First time we see him in the battle for first on this map. Up to the ramp. Bren with a good landing. Is he going to get the quadruple win? Nice ice slide setup. A little bit low. Has to exit early. That gives low speed. 1.1 ahead, but less speed into the bobsleigh, actually. Bren with a very shaky landing. Might get more speed on this one. That looks bumpy. Gwen with the best line. Epos overtaking for second place. Gwen first. Epos second. Bren third. Massa fourth. Close race there. AG fans happy to see that. Canada, the next map. This is also a map that Gwen has picked because he is very good at the slaloms. You see, he just knows so intuitively the spacing of the car, exactly how close he can go, when he can time the inputs. And uphills like these, where you can really push with speed, the reactor booster accelerating you out of the corners, he can gain a lot of time. If Gwen has good form here, he is almost unstoppable for first place. Sets up all the way left there to get more speed through the first slalom. Full booster caught as well. And only Epos has a similar start. The others a tenth behind Gwen already. Up the slob to the left, he gets a decent timing. Best for the others though, and Gwen makes a mistake. He crashes in that very slalom. And now it's a 3-player battle. Epos in trouble. Still manages to find enough room for the car to slot through into the drift. Up on the dirt. Positions remain. Run! That was too early. That was too early onto the corner. And The two players with the most points so far. Position can swing here. Epos with the first place would overtake first place in the match in points. Massa is close enough to challenge. Ice wiggle down the hill to the side of this one. Epos should have that under control. First place for him, second for Massa, third for Gwen, fourth for Bren. 1:02.2 the winning time. We can still see it faster. 1:02 low. But beyond that, you are taking extreme risks. 104 points Epos, 103 Massa. Still all four players in a great spot to qualify to the semis. Second round now. This is the map that eliminated Gwen's teammate in All Gamers Global. Binks crashing the uphill here in the slaloms. Gwen having to release, and it's Bren with the full speed uphill. That is first for now through this set of slaloms. Here comes Gwen closer. Bren crashes on the red post. And Gwen now has a 2/10 gap down to Epos. Massa's made a mistake as well. Around the dirt. Different timings because of the difference in grip. He makes it through that one. Over the snow. 0.3 now. And into the last turns. It's all in Gwen's hands. 10-pointer. Up for grabs. Sets up wide. Doesn't want to miss it. Has a good downhill line. This should be secured. He knows it. Apples gets second as well. That looked like a good setup. Massa in third. And Bren can finish in fourth. 1:02.1 now from Gwen. Lots and lots of crashes here. You really don't have much of a choice though. With 1:02.1 as the winning times, you're put in a position where either you full sum the slalom, hope you hit the input timings, or you're too slow and you end up last anyways. Such a precise map. And so much pace required to be in first place. Look at Gwen now. Up that hill. 0.07 ahead of Bren, and the others 0.2 and 0.9 behind already. Gwen struggling there a bit, and Bren sees the opportunity. He goes past into the road drift before the dirt. Catches 0-1 in his car. Knows he made an overtake. Here comes Gwen back though through the dirt. Here comes Massa as well. Bren released a bit. Massa sensing he's getting closer. Finds a little bit of time on the grass as well. Wide setup. Bren with a brake tap. Getting more inside with the reactor, and Gwen is on a fantastic time. We could have a 1:01 here from Gwen to get another 10-pointer on the map. Straight line down the hill, lots of speed. Positions remain, and Gwen 1:02.03 to fully come back in the match now. He is tied with Massa on points, 111 each. Epos still in the lead at 113, and Bren there PB'd. He's at 96. We play to 140. And soon the rotation goes back to South Korea, which was Gwen's first pick. That map we saw Massa pop off and drive 4 stellar rounds, scoring 34 points in one map. Curious to see if the confidence is the same, if the feeling's the same when we go there. This is the last one on Canada, and it's Gwen again, but Epos is close. He crashes. He doesn't make it through the corner. Massa and Bren both overtaking though. And now the dirt slaloms. How close do you dare to go? Smoothest line by Gwen. Widest setup, trying to go for more speed on the grass. Straightening out for the reactor here. Brake taps coming through to get an inside line. Best by Gwen and Massa. Bren crashes the wall. Gwen overtakes. Down the hill. Is he going to get a third 10-pointer in a row? Massa is there, but he has an awkward line. Both have to ice slide, and Massa's ice slide is superior. Gwen counter-steered too early. Massa with the 10-pointer and is in the lead of the match as we go to South Korea, where he had the top performance when the match began. Gwen's counter steer and then the ice slide too early. He's not fully sideways. The car is not accelerating in that ice slide. Now is when it matters. Now is when it matters. 4 semifinals for advancement in the biggest Trackmania tournament ever. We saw close to tournament record pace previously. I think we will see it here. Massa was on pace, Apples was on pace, Gwen was on pace. Bren couldn't get things to work, but I believe he might have the pace as well. 121 for Massa, 117 Gwen, 116 Apples, 100 for Bren. Here we go. Up to the left. He can set up this drift far on the inside. It is the fastest line. Bren with a bit low speed through there, but gonna try to justify it. Get more speed through here. Now you risk crashing the red pillar because you went for more speed than what most players do. Bren there out of the round immediately. Apples 0.2 behind. Gwen taking the lead. And Massa again with a flawless reactor boost. Both of them on great pace through here. Which one of them is going to step up in the ending? Best line on the grass by Gwen, a pattern we've seen. He gains a couple of hundredths here every single round. And again, finds himself on tournament record pace, but the ending decides. He goes out to the right after this checkpoint to get a diagonal line throughout all the reactors. Massa with a more straight approach. Massa's line faster to drive, and he gets a very good boost there. Second one as well. He's left Gwen far behind. This is Massa's round to win. The last one, he's sliding, but it's fine. Had he hit the wall, it might be scary. Massa up to 131. Bren finishing at 103. Apples also hitting a flat 120. Both Gwen and Apples can get to finalist in 2 round wins. Massa can get there in 1. That is all that separates them really. 1 10-pointer difference in a round. Here Bren has a better line. This one may, oh no! Oh, it's the same mistake twice. I thought the spacing looked better, but he's out of it. Apples again a little behind. Massa's reactor tends to be better. This time Gwen has the upper hand. Apples even coming closer. The pace quick. Bren DNFs. Oh, this is not good for Bren, but the battle for first ensues anyway. Gwen with the approach on grass. He goes low. He hits penalty. That does not go away. That deficit. He falls down to last before the speed equalizes round about here. It's right now advantage Massa, who also seems to have the better end approach. Apples present, but quite far behind as we go for the first jump. Who gets the best boost? This one equal from Gwen and Massa. Gwen now far to the left side, has to adjust. He does. Apples joins the battle once more. Massa side angle doesn't make it. Gwen wins the round. Apples in second, and this just got incredibly spicy because Gwen and Massa can enter finalist mode at the same time here. Also fantastic time, 112.3 by Gwen. Gwen gets finalist with a first place, Massa first or second. If Apples wins this round and Gwen ends up second, we could have all 3 of the top players enter finalists at the same time. Onto the dirt now. Massa so good at these reactor boosters. Bren is out of the battle for this one again. Fell out of view on the left there. Best reactor by Massa again. Quick split. Up 1/10 on the others. Does he avoid the airtime? Yes, he does. Out to the right. As wide as you can. Carry the speed. Up on the grass. He's losing ground here. He had to release the exit. Still, it's fine. Gwen oversteers. He loses ground. Apples up to challenge against Massa, but Massa is fine with a second place too. It's really only a third that could make things dicey for him. Gwen has been denied for now. Can Massa hold his own? Sees finalist spot. 140 points maxed out. Apples challenging. He needs the 10 himself. Can he get there? The last jump. Massa might be safing a bit, knowing second place is enough. Apples needs this. Does he get there? Not quite. Massa denies. 112.37. Massa sole finalist position. A round win now for Massa has him through to the semifinals. 1 round win in the final round of the map. He looked the strongest, the highest pace, the most consistency. 3 10-pointers he scored the previous time it was up. 1 more chance here now in South Korea. Can he make the most of it? That looks difficult. That looks very difficult. Can't make the turn. 2 inside line. Instant DNF. And we could have a triple finalist. Oh, Apples with the mistake. We will not have a triple finalist. gonna be a double finalist in that case, as Epos cannot score 8 points from third place. Gwen, first, second, third, doesn't matter, just has to complete his lap. And we are going to go to the next map in the rotation afterwards, which was Poland, picked by Epos. Epos already knows it. That is what's going through his mind right now. Everybody has their mind on Poland. The round will be completed as is. But this is just a calm before the storm, guys, before it is decided. Glenn gonna secure this one best he can. The last jump into the finish. Still a 112.4. He is finalist mode now too. Epos at 136. This is gonna get tense. Poland is the map. It is picked by Epos. This is where it will be decided. If we think back, it was a little mixed. There was one round where Bren won after everyone crashed. The other rounds a bit scattered. Massa taking some 10 pointers. Epos as well, I believe. Double finalist. There are 2 spots that advance. Top to go through. One of these 3 players at very high scores now are not going to make it. Here we go. Still an outside shot for Bran. Quite far though. In the start, we saw Gwen push a lot last time. Does he dare with the red badge on his car? Bran on the inside. That's going to be low speed into the dirt. It's Epos with the best start. Locked in. Onto the outside. Clean line there too. Matters so much to a Trackmania player that your run is clean. Just if you're driving the lines you have rehearsed, if everything is going according to plan, you're not so stressed. You know you are doing what you've practiced. It's when things go south that it's hard to adapt. Here we see Gwen doing very much the same thing. Finding a lot of time in the dirt. It's Muscle last as we enter the jumps here onto the planks. Great adaptation by Gwen, who avoids his crashes. And it's a perfect set of plank jumps. He gains to everyone. Now it could be Brad to deny Gwen the finalist mode. He is the only one who can stop Gwen right now. Gwen looking untouchable. Tournament record pace as well. Does he stick to jumps? Bren has a little bit more speed, but Bren goes on the inside line. This will not overtake. Gwen can secure the jumps, and with this, he qualifies through to the semifinals. 109.01. And crucially, Epos hits finalist mode. He gets exactly 4 points, which he needed to hit 140. Massa and Epos finalist. Bren at 118. Will it be decided in 2 quick rounds here? Can Bren fend them off? A little bit longer. Different drift setups. The others again have more speed into the dirt. Bren catching a good setup though. Can get onto the outside. A little bit weak on the exit speed for Massa. Up on the grass. Do they catch the gear? A little wide for Massa. This is falling apart. This is the thing I talked about. When you're not getting the lines you've rehearsed, when things are starting to crumble a little bit, you sense it. Epos 07 ahead. Massa gonna push. He has to try. Onto the plank. There was a clip. Epos made a mistake. Bren versus Massa up front, but Massa lost some time as well. Massa has a chance here against Bren, but Bren is not gonna go down without a fight. He has practiced for half a year for this tournament. He came here to play. He defeated Massa in the semifinals of last year's World Cup, and he's going to have something to say about this. Massa sets for the high-speed line. He is getting a little closer here, but Bren has the jumps on lock. Denies Massa, giving Epos another chance as well, and giving Bren himself a very long but possible road through the semifinals. We are not done. We are not done. It's either one round win for Epos or Massa. Massa with a mistake. Or Bren needs a hat trick. He needs 3 in a row. What will Epos do now? He already knows it's a 1v1. He already knows this is one of his best maps. He sees himself gaining towards Bren. Massa now has to hope that Bren can give Epos the same treatment, denying a round, but this is a different picture. Epos is gaining every single checkpoint. He goes down the hill in the drift. 0.3 ahead of Bren. Bren is going to have to send it in the plank jumps. Appos cannot let up a single moment here. He still has to keep risking. Who gets the best jumps? On to the first one. That looks good for Appos. To the left, does he clip? He does not. A little bit wide though, perhaps more to be desired. Bren is closer. The water turn. Does he carry more speed? Good setup. He has more speed than Appos. The gap is shrinking. Bren is right there. Onto the dirt downhill. Who has the most speed? It is actually Appos, but oh, he almost goes too low. Is this going to be the moment for Appos on his own choice? Overtaking Mossa, who hit finalist first, but ends up third. Appos has done it. He's into the semifinals together with Gwen, and Mossa falters on the last step. He almost had it there. Fantastic match, but just not quite. Appos is the second seed through this quarterfinal. What a match we just saw. I hope you know just how lucky we are to witness Trackmania at this level. All the pros giving it their very best. Such a spectacle. And unbelievably, Appos and Gwen, very far behind in the match, managed to make it through. And it's heartbreak for Mossa. But the camaraderie is there between all the guys. They played each other in many tournaments before. And especially for Mossa there, you know, Appos crashed the round prior, Bren denies him, and then Appos is given another chance, and that is the round he wins at. So crazy. That is also why Bren immediately walked up to Mossa to apologize for the denial. Completely crazy match. Completely crazy match. And yeah, the jet lag players of old are out now in their new teams, but overall, strong showing throughout the tournament. Just these tiny margins, right? In finalist mode, anything can happen, it feels like. Let's turn on the audio here on the casters.
Well, as we say goodbye to the racing, it's only about time that we should catch up and hear what the qualifiers have to say. Adam Savage is on our main stage right now with our two drivers.
Here we are back at the main stage. Paris, give it up for Gwen and Esports! Come forward here, fellas. It's time to do the honors and crush some keys. Amazing scenes, absolutely incredible quarterfinal there. And first up will be Gwen stepping forward and crushing the key of Massa. Please come to the key crusher. And if you come just over here for me, Epos, we'll just witness this this big moment, this enormous moment in our Trackmania Esports World Cup Championship. My goodness, you can lean in there and watch Massa's key being crushed by Gwen, our leader in this quarterfinal. And there it is. Out of the competition. Come here, fellas, as it resets. Come and join me just over here, Epos 2. Gwen, I'll start with you. What an unbelievable race that was. I want to ask, the AGAL fans have been going crazy. How much has their support helped you in this moment?
It's a very big support. Like, I heard Falcons fans behind me, and it was so hard to keep the pressure, and AG fans helped me to keep it, and I just wanted to win it.
We saw there at the beginning of the race, it took you a little bit to get into it. You're a bit behind. Then suddenly, the second half of the series, you just stepped things up. And what turned it around?
Yeah, I saw I was 2 or 3 on the car, so I sent it. So
Loved it. Epos, very quickly before crushing the key of Bren. You mentioned this there. You can't leave it that close next time. It seemed very close, but still through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, start of the match, I was playing good, consistent. Then we got to Argentina, and I think I failed like 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah,
it just kind of got in my head a little bit, and he kept getting closer and closer, and it was just, yeah, I don't know, man, unreal.
Epos, you reset now because you are through to the semi-finals, both of you. I'm going to ask you now, Epos, to come on over to the key crusher.
So, if you guys are unfamiliar with the tournament, if this is your first day watching, every player entered the tournament with a key, a pyramid-shaped key, and the winners of each match get to crush the key of the opponent. And also, if they win the tournament, they can forge the trophy out of the keys from the losing players. So they can make the trophy out of 3 losing players' keys.
And what unbelievable consequences.
So, you know, like, if people beat Carl Jr., they're going to take Carl Jr.'s key. Carl, you might wonder whose keys does he take, but it's a little interesting dramatics at it. Anywho,
in the running, and Trackmania
let's hear the casters. We have a 6th match coming up now too.
Crown a winner, and that of course will lead us to some more matches to talk about. But after that, we got to get to this one. Welcome back on the desk. Rain Day here with Aaron Import, Brooks, G Geek, Gwyn, and Epos move through. The favorite, the beatboxer, the fan favorites of many. These two certainly deserve this moment, but on the other side of that coin, I mean, Masa was so close as well.
He was so close, and honestly, it's sad we didn't get to see what mistake
it is just the volatility of Trackmania, right? Like, finalist mode is crazy because if you only counted points or only counted finishing times, Masa probably had the highest point score. But Trackmania is made so fascinating by the fact that we have this finalist mode, and everyone knows it. We've had it since 2008 that you play in finalist mode, where after hitting the point limit, you must clutch. You must win that one round, and things can flip right at the end. You can build yourself a lead. You can make it likely. You can have like a 30-point lead, and then it's very likely that you are the one who wins in finalist. But at the end of the day, right, the Mardens don't go in your way. If everyone else crashes, but Bren is there, who's not yet finalist, and gets in your way, you can get denied. It's pretty crazy.
Only 39 points collected. That's downright abysmal. He managed to
pretty crazy. Bren came alive in the match a little too late.
Poland were a little bit messy, but by the time we reached Canada, this is when he started his resurgence. 30 points out of 40 collected. It compressed.
But yeah, guys, what a day. This is only match number 2. Out of 7. We have so many sick games. There are 2 more quarterfinals that are about to happen. And then we have 2 semifinals thereafter with everyone who wins. And then we have the grand final.
I saw something with Argentina. Not sure, something wasn't clicking. He was having a terrible time. I believe he even had a DNF at one point.
So close.
And it was a rough Argentina for him. Also South Korea, a map that he's been
We're probably going to soon have a brutal interview with Masa again, with just straightforward questions. And yeah, let's hope he has a couple minutes to recharge before the interview. It is not easy, you know. And it's the thing that we saw yesterday and the day before from OTAC. Yeah, where if you're very close and it goes wrong, it hurts more.
Masa, how tough is this to take right now? There was 3 of you in finalist mode. You booked your finalist mode spot first, and it didn't work out for you.
Yeah, feeling a bit empty right now. I got my form back, I would say. I performed today very, very well. Can't complain about that. But yeah, the way it ended, Bren denying me in the second last round. Then in the last round, I just get an unfortunate slowdown, to be honest. SK, I choked the last round of the map, but then again, it's like 1 fail. Yeah, I don't know, it's just a bit unfortunate, but at least I played good, so yeah.
And the crash in Poland as well, kind of letting Epos get back into it. Do you think it was the stress?
I mean, it's normal to make mistakes, I would say, under pressure. I don't think I really did bad mistakes. It happens, you have to push. Yeah, it definitely helped Epos getting finalist earlier on, but it wasn't really on my mind. I just played my game and tried to finish a clean round, and 1 round it wasn't enough, and the other round was unfortunate, so yeah, that's that.
Can you try and explain to us what the pressure feels like out there on stage?
Honestly, it's a very nice feeling. I like it a lot. I like having pressure. I like playing under it. Somehow I couldn't handle it the last few days. Today I could, I would say. Just unfortunate ending, and yeah, I enjoyed it very much. That's why I do this. I enjoy the pressure, actually. I really enjoy the stage matches.
Are you going to learn from this? What are you going to take away from this experience?
Every day is a new day. Anything can happen, and always believe in yourself. And most important, what I learned for today is have fun. And I had fun.
Quarterfinalist, having fun at EWC.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Can't complain.
Thank you.
Good interview there
the
from
bigger
Masa,
picture
I
in
think.
mind.
And also, like, commiserations. I think, like, Masa comes out of this tournament, of course, a bit earlier than he'd hoped for, but with a lot of new fans. Not only for this match, but also for, you know, how he treated Wizzy after he sniped Wizzy in much the same way. Like, Wizzy was about to eliminate Masa from the tournament yesterday, and then Wizzy failed the last corner in finalist mode, right? And so it's the ups and downs of Trackmania finalist mode. Sometimes you're the fortunate one in it, sometimes you're unfortunate. But overall, very strong performance. The next match that they're going to show, guys, is wild. It's a match essentially between 4 former teammates and friends in Into the Breach back in the day. You have Elcon versus Mime versus Josh versus Pustito Paco. This will be a crazy one. And then the last one there, you can maybe see it. It's Carl Jr. Pack Neon Otak. The final quarterfinal of today. Then right afterwards, it continues with the semifinals. So it'll be insane.
That's going to be his title for this tournament. I don't think anybody expected him to get this far necessarily, and for him to be at this point and to be so scary now with his performance against Otak and Warsaw, he's going to blow it out of the park if he's on point.
I saw Josh earlier today, guys.
That's right. Josh
playing ping pong with his dad.
We'll see what that is. So many free agents in Trackmania.
Josh looks so unfazed. I kind of love it. I'm sure he has some nerves. He talked about that too. But like, he just looked unaffected. You know, he's trying to do things to take his mind off of the game. Maybe. I think that's the best prep you can get. We got to talk a bit about predictions. They're getting set up on the stage behind me right now. You can see the players over here in this beautiful arena. Lots of spectators taking the seats today. Filled room. And yeah, let's talk about predictions. So, Elcon is a dark horse. You don't know if you're getting a turbocharged Elcon that drives world record every round, or one that crashes into the wall in the first corner. More and more lately, he's been the turbocharged version that drives world records. Mime, in his matches, he looked strong, but nothing too crazy yet. Pustito Paco has impressed time after time. And Josh as well is a little bit on or off. I think in this match, like the previous, it comes down to the map set that they're playing. And in this match, you have 2 of the world's best full-speed players. You have Elcon and you have Josh. We will not see Australia. I'm sure they'd love it, but we will not see it. Though, there was actually a match where Elcon could have picked Australia, and he first picked Hungary instead. No idea why. I thought, like, Elcon on that map is going to be, like, obliterating everyone. But he picked Hungary. So that was curious. I do have more notes written down. The first to ban is Pustito Paco. He will ban Australia. That one's gone. Second one to ban is Josh. He will ban Japan. Third one to ban is Mime. Very likely to ban Germany. And then Elcon will ban. In his previous matches, both of them, he has banned Japan. So Elcon now stands free to ban something else. And there are some dynamics at play here, because Mime, when it's open, picked Norway in one of the matches. So if Elcon leaves Norway open, Mime will pick it, I think. Elcon could ban Norway based on his performance if he didn't like it. That would be interesting. But I kind of want to see it. I really hope we get to see it. So I can predict the bans. The picks I can't fully predict. It's a bit unpredictable. But overall, with the maps that do get banned out, Japan, Germany, and Australia, potentially Norway, I'd say, from this set, I think Elcon and Pustito Paco are going to be the winners.
just won a game.
I think
of
Elcon,
Fortnite,
Pasito, Paco.
adding about 100+
But I
points
think
to
it's
their
close.
tally, moving up from 18th to 16th
Any update on the
position.
AMAs? We're doing it after the quarterfinals. In the break between the quarterfinal and the first semifinal, we're doing the Ask Me Anything. So I will answer as many of your questions then as I can.
Another game like that happens. AGL may get some extra points over Falcons there, would change things here.
I somehow got the first two predictions today correct, even though the matches looked basically opposite for a while.
To me, this is a really
No idea, guys. Like it's so hard to predict these games. I'd boil it more down to luck, honestly, than anything. But, you know, 2 for 2, not bad, not bad.
Even the EPOS and the
Pretty
Grays
good.
that we've seen be so dominant.
Did you guys get your predictions correct so far?
Is maybe the best story of a dark horse, but also somebody who showed their emotion and has now got a lot of fans rooting for them to keep succeeding.
Is there semifinal today? There's even a grand final today. Everything is played out. From now until 10, 11 p.m., we have a lot of stacked matches. This is the next one here. One moment.
Every single one of these players probably, huh?
Yeah, I would definitely agree that none of these players are necessarily expected to make it to the grand final, but they have the ability to.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is for sure. I mean, Elcon, one of the fastest players out there. He is so good, but also a moody player. He only plays competition that he really enjoys. Mime, I think a player that...
All right, we have the arrivals, guys.
Very consistent opponent.
The player arrivals.
That yesterday as well. And then, of course, we have the man, the myth, the legend.
A nice new shirt today for Josh.
Yeah, he had the feeling that he probably was going to wear it, and then I was like, you know what?
You didn't want to match.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. You look good anyways. And then Paco, of course, who is, you know, he
Pasito looking confident. Had dinner with him yesterday, actually, after the match. It was really interesting to hear his insights. Of course, he's also, like others, reluctant to say too much, because maybe that information could be sniped, but we did get to know some pace they had, some tricks, and their justifications for going for certain lines and stuff.
Yeah, it was. All right, Turbo. Okay, what was the question again?
So we will see.
Okay, it's okay. Let's keep it on moving here. Elcon is coming up on your screens. We talked with him before the matchup. See how he
feels that much. I hope I'll prove them wrong.
We've seen a little bit of what to expect. You have been fast. I think whenever anyone says Elcon, they go, he's got the pace, he's so fast. Is that your secret weapon, your speed?
Yeah, definitely. But even the consistency is there today, so I think I'll perform good.
You've already taken down quite a number of big scalps. How would you assess the last couple of days?
They were good. I think I performed pretty well, even against the really big names. So I'm definitely happy with that.
How do you feel
Do you guys hear the drums at
having
all
that
in the
day
room?
off? Has it stopped that momentum a little
I
bit,
feel like
or
this mic is
has
gonna
it
pick up
helped you? What do you
everything.
think?
Well, it was refreshing to have a day off. I really analyzed all the matches, looked at what my strengths are, what my weaknesses are, and today I've improved on that. And I think I'll come into the last day really strong.
What was the weakness? What were you trying to improve?
He won't say.
Well, definitely some parts that I really couldn't make consistently. That's it.
He won't say specifics.
The speed was there, but I think my consistency was the issue.
Did you analyze your opponents as well? And if so, what did you find out?
Well, I did. And we found out what their picks are, what their bans are, what their preferences are for maps and all of that. So I think we'll have a really good day.
I feel like you've been the perfect student. You've studied well. There's now time to go into this exam, and you're feeling confident.
Definitely.
Okay, Elcon, good luck today.
Good luck for Elcon. Elcon will sit on a lot of the same information we have about what people have picked and banned, but I think he will even have more information because he obviously knows his own pace. So he's going to say like, oh, Mime and Pasito and Josh drove this and that time on this and that map, and I can consistently do 0.2 better, so I'm going to favor this. That is the kind of stuff that makes the pick and ban a bit hard to predict because we truly don't fully know what people's pace are based on 4 rounds in different matches, right? But we can know what they favor. And what we do know is that Elcon essentially is the only person in the match that has a flexible ban. So some players, when they go into tournaments like this, they only practice 9 maps hard and have decided ahead of time that they're going to permaban 1 map. Every single match, they're just going to ban away 1 map. They have only 9 maps to think about. And that 1 map might be something that just doesn't suit their style. We had a TMNF player ban away the ice map. We have technical drifting players ban away the full speed map, etc., right? And all the other players in this match are doing that. Postito always bans Australia. Josh always bans Japan. Mime always bans Germany. Elcon banned Saudi 1 match. And in the other one, he banned... No, wait, he banned Japan in both matches, actually. He might be doing the same thing, but he has a free ban. So I thought he might ban Saudi or Norway, but we'll see. Alcon and Mime in the same practice group. Yeah, true. They are. So they are both in, you know, knowledge of their times, what they're driving. Here we have the previews. And also, guys, there is a photographer here, so smile for the camera. Grand finals coming up today. We have everybody on site, all the staff, all the crowd. Look at the arena filling up more and more by the moment. All right.
I said to our players just now a bit about Trackmania, saying, could this be one of the greatest esports of all time? I think we all agree it can be. This is incredible! Incredible! And we have the fans already starting here as well. We saw an amazing quarterfinal there. We're halfway through our quarterfinals.
I thought I was tripping.
Just goes to show how close they are now. Every single race, every lap.
Fans up front.
The margins are so slim, Milos.
Absolutely, and this is kind of the cherry on top. That Trackmania is the game that will
Guys,
decide
I gotta
things
quickly run
in the
ads
context
before
of
the match
Esports World
starts.
Cup Club Championship. Huge, obviously, for Epos. He was beatboxing
so
before
that we
the
don't
game.
get them during the game. I'm sorry. Much love,
Glenn,
Twitch chat. There's less ads on
AJL, you heard
YouTube.
it from the
Thank
fans.
you for watching them anyways.
100 extra points on top of it all. It keeps it all competitive right to the edge. But now game 3 is upon us. So please, Paris, are you ready for game number 3?
Let's go.
Let's bring out our players to the stage. Our next 4 for game number 3, please, big welcomes for the match
Josh,
of the
Alcon, and Postito, Paco.
Josh, 1248, Postito, Paco, and Mime.
The crowd go
I respect the commitment to
and
pronouncing all the numbers too.
4 players all gunning for that semi-final, but which 2 will make it through and which 2 will fall slightly short? Remember this competition, $500,000 prize pool here for Trackmania at EWC. Every player wants to ensure they make it to that grand final later on today.
What is the veto going to be?
As we get into race 3 here in our quarterfinals. Oh yeah!
Player previews. Alcon, one of the world's best full speed and ice players. Always lightning quick, one of the best fast learners. Mime, runner-up in World Championship 2022. Got very close there. Postito Paco, newcomer on the scene relatively. Got really good at mixed maps in 2022, 23. Started competing, made his way up. We have the veto. First ban Australia, second ban expected to be Japan. Now Germany. Oh, Canada ban for Mime. Mix up Alcon bans Germany instead. Argentina picked by Alcon as the first map. Mime, Saudi or Norway? He goes for Norway. Oh, this is a difficult set. Let me move my camera while we see the rest of the veto. Norway's in the rotation here for Josh. What does he have? Hungary maybe? He goes for Saudi Arabia. Postito. Canada banned away from Postito Paco. Not much left in the pool. He got Poland, South Korea, or Hungary. What does he favor? South Korea and Poland decider. So we did predict Norway would be open unless Alcon banned it. And indeed, we will have Norway played in the quarterfinals. The hardest map to survive, mistake-free. We really don't see players let this one through a lot. Together with Australia. Australia banned for a different reason. The non-full speed players are banning it because they have a match against Alcon and Josh, 2 full speed specialists. They would lose every round on that. So instead, opting away from it. Here we go, guys. Top 2 in this match make it to the semifinals. Bottom 2 are out of the tournament. Already, the players that have made it this far are guaranteed a minimum of $10,000 each if they make it through this match. They're guaranteed a minimum of $12,000 instead. And it only gets better and better. Top prize, $130,000 if you win your next 3 matches. Here we go. Argentina map 1. This one, Josh was really good on yesterday. Part of his winning recipe to make it to quarterfinals was scoring a lot on this track right here. 112.6 that time around, driven by him. Alcon, though, picked this one for good reason. It is a map he can do really well on. Trick-wise, it has some ice that he's very good at, and it has these weird mechanics that he tends to try at. Here, bit low speed down the slope. Mime catches up. Down to the left now the map goes, and into the crux of the map in the middle, the bobsleigh turnaround. After this, it's very hard to gain substantial time. You really want an early exit after picking up the checkpoint, and here you can see Mime losing 4 positions by getting it a bit slowly. It's Josh in first, Postito with a good landing into the dirt. Little bit slow there, and jumps far. Alcon with the wide setup, more speed on this ice slide. His domain now towards the ending, but Postito is quick. Into the line, he drifts to not go too close to the corner. That causes a wobble. This is almost uncontrollable. He might crash the ending and lose everything. Mime goes into second place, Josh third. Alcon wins the first round at 1:12.66. Break tap there by Postito is a good recovery, but it's not the right timing for him. Tap break too early by the looks of it. Into the bobsleigh again. Alcon had the best start last time, but they still could get more out of the first couple of checkpoints here. It's about landing early, having the angle to the left. See, Mime gets pushed very far right. Same for Josh, though Josh had 5th gear. And he will be about tied for first place here. Best from Mime. Down the slope and into the turnaround. Oh, not quite. He doesn't get to attempt the turnaround. As he falls so far back here already. Postito, best turnaround there. Tapping cameras, tapping action keys. 3 keyboard players in this match. Pressing left and right. Look at this jump from Alcon out wide. He was 0.25 behind. The next check we might put him further away, but he has more speed than Postito. He's actually making this comeback happen. Into the bobsleigh, lands further on the wall. This is more speed for Alcon. Now the last jumps. Does Postito have that? That looks wobbly. Here comes Alcon onto the boost. Snipes away another first place. Gaining 27 hundredths in the ending to stay flawless on his map so far. Now the lines there in the ending, the wide thing that Alcon is doing, it might be only a little bit faster. It's not 0.2 faster every time. Postito there missed his ice slide by a bit. And that's what allowed Alcon to overtake. But it's still an interesting, variant that you could go for. Mime got 5th gear nicely. Where's Josh? We said this was a strong map from yesterday. Not much on the scoreboard thus far. Alcon dominating is what we've seen, and Mime having some troubles in this portion of the map. Does he get the turnaround? That looks good for Mime. Barely catches the checkpoint and accelerates out. Alcon and Mime ahead of Postito Paco. Into the dirt. Aiming this jump here on keyboard. Probably the hardest device for that segment. They both go for the wide line. Best for Mime there. Has to jump even wider than Alcon, as he has so much speed to deal with. That's a bad straighten for Mime. Alcon gets the best of that. Lands higher up on the wall. Oh, almost too high. This is trouble for Alcon. I think he bumps here. Air brakes to try to stop it. Is that fast enough to remain first? Wow, good recovery strat. That's not something that you do in the moment. That's something you know. You know that that can happen, and you practice the air brake ahead of time. He'd seen that fail about to happen before, and that the air brake could save it. 30 for 30 from Elcon. He said he was feeling confident. He said he'd studied the maps. And out of the maps available to him, he saw his best chance on Argentina. And getting a lot of points before we go to Norway is all you can hope for. That map can really shake up the bag, mix things up on the scoreboard. And again, a fast start here. Oh my, the fastest start yet of this match from Elcon. So close to the wall. Does he get the right turnaround? Looks quite far. He will lose a couple of positions. Make that all of them. Mime now in first. Does he get through? That's the first part down. Josh also going for the wide setup, actually. Postito on the inside line. So here, the difference was 1700ths. Oh, he fails the ice slide again. Chance for Mime to get a 10-pointer for himself. Good landing on the wall. Good setup too. He should be fine here. Yeah, and he's got that one on lock. Even a tiny ice wiggle, I believe. And he gets a 112.4. 25 points for Mime, 36 for Elcon. Josh and Postito not with the best start. About half of that. Around about 18 points. Quite successful pick if you get 3 first places and a second. And now to Norway. So this map, there might be people who've watched almost the entire tournament and they haven't seen it played. I think it has a grand total of 3 or 4 appearances. Let me double check the exact number. Norway has been seen in 6 out of 76 possible map picks. So very, very rarely seen track. And the reason is that it's a map a lot of people ban because they don't like ice. It's a map that people don't necessarily want to pick when it's open because it's so difficult. It's hard to find an advantage when it's hard for you to survive the track yourself. And it has many difficult jumps. You'll see it here through the plastic bug slide. I'll cut in first, but we're looking at Mime to see what he can do. He set a tournament record on this the other day in one of the few matches it was played. Here, the first difficult jump. You aim for the arrow in the distance. There is a plank to land on, and you want to carry speed to the checkpoint. Best done by Elcon here. Mime dropping down a bit. Postito overtakes into the ice. You have to get 4th gear out of this ice slide. That looks very sideways from Mime, who doesn't get the right angle. Falls down here with a crash. Josh has made a bigger mistake. Elcon versus Postito Paco into the ending. The last jump here is an even further distance. Oh, Postito oh, okay. Somehow recovers a little bit into the last jump. This is even more precise. Does Elcon land that? It looks a bit shaky, but he has it under control. Mime second, Postito third. Almost tournament record from Elcon again here. Almost tournament record on Argentina, almost tournament record here. And that's just the first round. 46 out of 50 possible points in 5 rounds. Extremely well done. Oh, that's bad from Josh. No, he can straighten out. Worse for Postito. It looked like the ice slide wouldn't make it. Through the plastic bug slide, sharp. You want to get 3rd gear into the dirt or else things start to go wrong. Josh here, maneuvering past Mime. Wide setup, lots of speed into the jump. Gonna argue that he can now easier find a release timing for the landing, and that works out. Overtakes Elcon, nicely done. But the ice, you have to favor Elcon. He is so routined on this to get the right angle, the right brake taps. You have to think he gets the portion better, and he does. Elcon back in the lead, a little bit wide. Now into another ice slide where, again, you'd think Elcon's the favorite, but he has lower speed. Josh has about a 2-tenth lead here. Elcon getting closer now, getting back to the fight. This is close all the way to the tower jump. Who gets the best landing? Josh, that looks to the left, but he can land it. Has to release a lot. Elcon swoops in, takes a 10-pointer, and almost, last I say almost, this was a bit far. Almost flawless match for him. And yeah, I mean, Josh and Postito here are getting starved. They're actually getting starved for points. 21 for both of them. Fighting for 3rd and 4th place so far. Mime with his 1 10-pointer has set himself apart already, but Alcon is crazy right now. And Alcon is a player that the one downside to his game has been his consistency, where you know he's capable of driving fast, but you expect playing against Alcon that he will crash. But what if he doesn't? Well, then you have yourself a monster player. And he has seemingly been working on his consistency a lot, because even the mistakes he's made have been slight. And he's always in contention in every single one of these rounds. Here against his former teammate Mime. Let's see again in the ice. We predict Alcon with the better ice slide, but Mime holds his own. Round the drift. Both of them keeping speed. And wide setup. Same practice group. They know the same lines are the ones they want to go for. Mime getting that portion better. Now round the arrows and into the jump, side by side. Oh, that's a miss from Alcon, I think. I don't know if he lands that. A little off clip, but you still got to continue. Mime takes first. Pasito second. Alcon third. Josh is finished. That looks poor. That might not be enough. The gap is 9.5. I wonder if he got that. It counted. Okay. Lucky break for Josh there that his run goes through. Gets 3 extra points. Also, the time for Mime there, 1:10:37, was the best of this match so far. Beating Alcon's best. 1:10:39. Last round of Norway. Starting to get dangerous for Pasito and Josh. Because the battle for first, Alcon seems to be winning, but oh, Pasito, does he land this? Keeps decent speed even. Well done. The battle for first seems to be Alcon's. And then they have to keep level with Mime. 20-point gap to second place is far. Slow from Alcon on the ice, not something we expected to see. Pasito has to clutch up here. 3/10 gap to Mime. Quite wide though, Mime gaining a lot. Oh my, look at the speed into the drift. Still ahead for Pasito, but what about the aim? Mime going sideways, he gets a flat landing. This should push speed into the last corner. Pasito on the inside, still not over, but Mime wins it. Pasito second, Alcon third. Mime happy, nodding in approval of his map choice also. Went pretty well. 2 10-pointers there, and some second places. Saudi Arabia, the 3rd map in the set. This one was picked by Josh. Saying some words to the crowd there, not sure what. Maybe to his parents who are watching. Also, some people noticing the resolution. Yeah, some players play on a very stretched resolution, like you see in Counter-Strike and other shooter games. And the reason is that by stretching the screen, you increase the size of the wall that you're looking at. Trackmania players, when they drive, they don't look at the car. They look at the next corner, the next obstacle, the next landing. And if you increase the visible size of it for yourself, it's easier to pass by it. Like here, you can more easily aim right past those bricks on the dirt, or underneath the ceiling here on the jump. It's a bit strange. It looks very funny to see the car take up half the screen on some of these players' monitors, but that's what they do. And look at this round. This is also a really strong map for Pasito Paco. Oh, Josh crashed. This is where Pasito has made magic happen in this tournament. A map where he came back in his initial match, knocking Mudda down to the lower bracket, and now has to use this map to recover in the match. Alcon with the jump line. Pasito matching with the downhill line. Fast time, changing camera. And the release on the jump. Does he catch that landing? Yes, he does. Mime bonks. First place, Pasito Paco. Second for Alcon. Third for Josh, and last for Mime. Some hope regained for Pasito here. 107.55. Postito with the tournament record here. But that run he drove, he was talking about it the other day, said that it could have been a low 107, 107.1 perhaps. So there's a lot to be desired on this map. If you full send the ending, where has Postito gone in the start? Lost 3 seconds, not sure what happened there. Might have gotten a slowdown. 3-player battle then. Oh, Josh, that looks like an aggressive approach, but he does get a bit less speed on the landing. Alcon equalizing. The nose down to the left. He clipped the checkpoint last time. This time avoids it. Now onto the discs. We'll see again Alcon go full inside to set up a wide drift. Jump down over the sand with a tiny nose down. Then flick into the dirt. This time it pays off. Josh not able to get as good of a drift line. Alcon gaining 2/10 in that segment. Into the last jump. Releases late. Goes very high. Has low speed. But it will be enough. Mime overtakes Josh. Alcon first. Mime second. Josh third. Postito fourth, who after the first checkpoint drove faster. Postito was down 3.6 seconds and he ended up 3.5 behind. Might have just gotten a poor landing or a wheel clip. Into the wall hug. Postito ahead. Good nose slides. Hearing the full-on drums for Mime from the Na'Vi crowd. Getting excited now. Oh, so low. Mime clips, Postito clips. Josh versus Alcon up front. Last time Alcon gained a ton in this middle portion. He's going to try to do the same again. We've criticized the jump line a bit for seeming slower, but Alcon has made it appear quick. Josh with the no drift. Alcon not getting the best drop down line, but everyone else has fallen away from contending him. He will, with a clean end, get... Oh, oh no! He crashes. Does he over-release as well? This is the Alcon that we have been talking about. He's so fast, and he sets such good records. But then, in situations like that, you have to capitalize for the 10-pointer. He lets one go. It's still a second place, and the others couldn't finish. Disbelief from Postito. 86 for Alcon. How that is a second place, nobody knows. Finds himself 20 points ahead of mine, 30 ahead of Postito. Last round of Saudi Arabia. Nice landing on the jump. Through the quarter pipe. Everybody lands it. Mime first. The nosedive looks good for all four. Mime still ahead. Now the drift versus the jump line. Both Mime and Alcon going for a Josh's crash by the looks of it. Police lost a bit of time. Both overtake. Who will risk the ending jump the most? Here we go. Alcon perfect inside line. Does he release enough? That looks good. It's Postito Paco with the mistake. Alcon first, Mime second. And almost tournament record. This is the second or third fastest time we've seen here by Alcon. 0.47, very strong. And their dominance increases, guys. Very strong lead thus far. Postito's Canada was banned away. He had to pick South Korea instead. This is a map Alcon used to have the world record on. Very fast on this one. Driven as low as 1:12.20 in the Elite Cup qualifiers. But as we've seen today, it's not over yet. A 30-point gap is possible, barely. You'd ideally want to stay within 20 points margin to the players ahead. For Josh, it's looking bleak. For Postito, it's very much still a game here. Let's see how Alcon does it. We're looking for an inside line for this drift. It looks strange, but you have so much space to set up the next one that you can get down to the outside. Trouble here for Josh. Makes the line anyways. And now the reactor booster. Gotta get the nose down. Alcon slowing down a lot to set up inside line. That loses time. How big is the boost? Only 409. And he falls completely far behind as the other three have all gotten a stellar start to their runs. Wide setup for the drift. Good speed by all. Into the grass. Postito for now in first. They airbreak this jump. And Mime is just by virtue of racing lines slightly faster through here. Finding a couple of thousandths into the ending. The 3 reactor jumps. Similar setup by all 3. Josh fastest in that one. Now what happens here? Best for Josh again. Is it Josh's comeback time? The last one looks good enough. Josh with 10, 2 thousandths ahead of Mime. Closer than I thought. Postito in third and Alcon fourth. But look at the times, guys. The fact that a 112.4 is only worth 4 points in this match is indicative of the crazy pace. Apple's also chilling in the crowd, awaiting his opponents in the next game in the semifinals. Insane start here from Postito. With how close it is, finding these hundredths in the beginning matters a lot. Same for Mime. Full nose down, catches the grip, now the boost. 434 for Mime, look at how much he gains. Also finds the low line, but bumps a little bit. And the others overtake. Had he been smooth there, would have been a strong lead into the middle part of the map. Here Mime struggles further. Alcon can overtake him. Not any strong signs from Alcon yet. Slight mistakes on the start. Postito and Josh up front. Can Josh get 2 10-pointers in a row here? Around the corner and into the reactor. Postito is ahead by 400s. The first one goes best for Josh. He gains a little bit. Still Postito is ahead. Josh overtakes. Josh in this ending looks unstoppable. Postito tries, but Josh wins 2 rounds here in a row. Consistently beating the others there. Up to 58 points. You got this, Josh, is the signs we see in the crowd. A lot of people got their friends and family here to support them, root for them during the match. Mime with a mistake. And yesterday we heard players say that they could see their family during the game. Postito said he heard them several times and that it inspired him. Need every advantage you can get here, even if it is a psychological one. Just to feel you're not on your own in this one. Alcon here again. We're seeing some struggles. Started with that full crash on Saudi Arabia, where he should have gotten the 10, and now a couple of rounds without much to write home about. Can he challenge for the 10-pointer here? The first reactor, best for Postito, but Alcon caught towards Josh. Second one, Alcon catching some more time. Postito still ahead. The last one, did Postito get the good one? That looked good enough, but just barely by 6 thousandths. Alcon up in second place. Postito, much needed 10-pointer. First one in a long time for him. And now Postito has almost caught up to Mime in points. 80 points for Postito, 84 for Mime. That gap was almost 20 points a moment ago. Into the drift. Anyone with struggles, looks like they all have the line. Out on the outside. Oh, hang on, Alcon. Not ideal there. Oh, yeah, no. The problems continue. One slight missed line and suddenly off his trajectory. Postito versus Mime. It's the battle to take a look at. Postito with a better line. With this, he would be able to equalize Mime in points. Does get a worse grass line. Mime catching up so good on slidey surfaces, Mime. Be it dirt, grass or plastic, always gaining time with these smooth steering tabs here into the ending. Postito's been doing well. Mime crashes. Postito now, golden opportunity to fight for the second qualification spot with a good ending, but Josh is the fastest at this portion. That's what we've seen. He's gaining more time, slowing down late. Is that enough to overtake? Not quite. Postito takes another 10-pointer, and he is now ahead of Mime on the scoreboard. And Josh also gaining a bit, second place. 6 more points for him, up to 68. But still last in the match. As we go now to the randomly decided map, Poland. So between that and Hungary, I think it's an interesting one we got. Hungary would be very crash heavy, but here we're gonna have the closest battles, the closest races. Match situation as we go into map 5 here. Alcon at 112, Postito at 19, Mime at 88, Josh at 68. We saw incredible pace here in the previous game. 108.9s being necessary to win. We expected a little slower here. 109 low to win the race. Still incredible run, but a little bit more room for mistakes. Josh clips the wall. Has him out of contention here. Will Alcon be able to hold on to his point lead? Will he be able to enter finalist with a strong margin to Postito and Mime? He needs a strong performance here. Look at that landing. Oh, that's too much wobble. Shaking out of control. The others come back. Overtake. Into the water. Mime had more speed. Postito to tap. You can't tap in the water. It has to be a full steer to make it through the corner. He crashes as well, and Alcon suddenly, despite the wobble, finds himself challenging first place. Does he have the speed here? Mime is fast, but Alcon's approaching. Mime's strong enough in the ending. 10 more points for him. And with that, he's back in second place. Trading back and forth here now, Postito and Mime. So difficult that water turn, because you have to pick your moment, commit to fully holding steering, and hope that you've adjusted your speed. Oh, hope that you've adjusted your speed well enough to make it through. Postito, trouble continues. What about Josh? He had a mistake early on as well. For Postito, if Josh gets this first place, it's the best possible outcome. And right now, he has a lot of pace. Oh, but Mime. Look at the lines here. Close to the pillar, smoothly out of the dirt, onto the plank. How low? Josh with a better landing, more speed, catches back up. Alcon falling some hundredths down into the water turn. Full steer. Josh late, gonna crash or release. Either one, overtaken. Mime still flawless. Alcon present. Oh, that's low for both of them. Alcon trying to continue. Does he have the speed? Where are the others is the better question. Postito, 0.68 behind, but probably too far. Alcon with 10. And Postito with 6. Did not expect two crash heavy of rounds here, but makes the smart decision there, Alcon, to try driving instead of respawning. And gets rewarded. 128. And Postito, he crashed the starter wrap round and still got second place. It's really only most painful for Mime or Josh. Oh, Mime, yep. A little bit wrong commit on the drift. And now through the grass, passed by Josh. Gets the 5th gear too, has the wide setup. Alcon full inside with 4th gear. Still gonna be behind. But through the dirt here, he goes so low over this plank jump. It really is sketchy, because if you land super early, it's actually bad for you. You want a bit of air time. Josh gets none. He goes straight into the plank. That is him out of the battle. Postito now, does he adapt correctly? One tap, full hold, should make it round. Alcon had to release too. Oh, Postito into the wall, yep, too wide. Alcon now with a release. The rest is clean. Postito remains second placer, I believe. Mime is too far. First place for Alcon. Second place for Postito. Mime third, Josh fourth. I mean, 1 point apart, guys, for Postito and Mime as they cross 100 points both. And Alcon up at 138. Just needs to finish here to enter finalist mode. And it comes at the perfect time. Alcon will hit finalist mode as we go back to Argentina, the map where he won 3 rounds and had 1 second place. Could look to deny points, not of the highest priority. Still has the 4th gear inside line here. This time it looks better. Does not lose any time to the others. Here perhaps a bit too much of a drift, but the dirt setup is good. He stays level. Now the jumps. Is that too low? Oh, that looks perfect for Alcon. The wobble is good too. Little bit too shaky here. Josh with a perfect one. Everybody's there. Into the water. Josh makes it round. Good pace. Alcon realizing he's not going to be winning the round. Postito's falling down. Mime versus Josh. Last uphill looks good enough for Josh, but let's not call anything too soon. Yeah, that's going to be all right. Josh with the 10-pointer here. 109.114. Mime second. Alcon enters finalist, and Postito finishes the map here to claim 3 important points. We go to Argentina, and by all likelihood, Alcon will be the match winner on this map. The only thing that could get in his way is a full meltdown with many crashes, but from what we've seen, he looks solid here. Other than that, we know this is a strong map for Josh. We know also it's quite strong for Mime, who got good points, and Postito can perform as well. Can they deny him? That's what we're gonna see. Here we go, guys. As a reminder, this is the 3rd quarterfinal today. We already have 4 of our 8 players locked into the semifinals, and soon we could have 5. Alcon with the red name tag. All he needs is 1 round win to clinch his spot in the top 8 of the biggest Trackmania tournament we have ever had. Different setup onto the booster. Postito getting the best of that. Catching back up. Josh far behind. Alcon with a different setup into the grass. So much speed. Hard to control. Does he stick that landing? Yes, he does. And overtakes first place. Now the turnaround. We haven't seen Alcon struggle that much here. Once went too far. Other than that, flawless. Here he gets a decent one. Best by Mime, who instantly can accelerate out. Leads by a spoiler. Now nothing. Into the dirt. They both do this wide setup. They want to go out by the spectator stands. Catch that. Look at Mime. Overtakes. Now they have a lot of speed for the ice slide, but on ice, Mime is worse than Alcon. Here, similar, but Alcon has a chance at this. Is he going to push it? Of course he is. It's Alcon, the guy we know that doesn't safe at all. Does he get past? Not quite. Mime holding the fort will deny Alcon with a 1:12.65, 400th to spare. Postito gets 3rd. Josh gets 4th. Still finalist mode for Alcon. 3 more opportunities on his best map. Similar starts. Alcon did have... Oh, that is a terrible place to crash. That is fully out of the round. Because not only did he crash, he also had fragile for a moment. That went away with the reset. But he is far behind. Postito is the one in the lead. Josh with a mistake as well. Mime's turnarounds have been perfect. Can he do another one? Over the bobsleigh wall. Wiggle the car a bit. Accelerate out. The gap was 0.2-ish. Now it's still 0.2. Postito through the window, gets that. Up on the jump, he's going to go for the different line. Mime ram cuts, crashes. And I think he is close to losing his position to Elcon. Postito has to keep the end clean. Oh my god, the drums. This is getting crazy, guys. The arena is coming to life. Postito gets that 10-pointer. It's Mime in second. 6 more points added to the total. Pushing towards 140. And Josh only getting 3. How does this affect Elcon? 2 failed finalist attempts in a row. Only 2 left on Argentina. After you start failing more than 3 finalist attempts is really where all hell breaks loose in your mind. Start thinking you're throwing the match away. Gets around the bend here, but he is last. Needs a very strong ice turnaround to catch up, or just perfect drift, perfect release here. Good speed setup down the hill. Carries that to the platform, equal to Postito and Mime. Now over the wall. That tiny wobble they're doing. Accelerate out. Perfect turnaround for Elcon, who got the checkpoint last. Slow down perfectly and exits first. Emerges ahead. Can he stick the landing on this jump? Perfect release timing, pulling away from Mime. This is the moment for Elcon. He finds it on his own map choice here. Looking for the ending now. Cannot afford to be off balance. Gets the wall landing. That looks good. Has the right lineup towards the last wall also. And we have a very quick time here. Elcon in dominating fashion. 1:12.28 goes through to the semifinals and breathes a sigh of relief. And the fans are so loud in the arena. I love it. You love to see it. This is what it's about. Mime at 134 points. Postito at 125. Mime with a first or second place. Hits finalist mode here. Before the map skips. Josh and Postito can't deny him. Oh, that's an awkward start for Mime. Still finds his way around the checkpoint and keeps the speed. Overtake for a moment. Will Josh fight back? Better landing for Mime also. Postito 0.3 behind. Josh not going to give up yet. Keeps fighting. What about the turnaround? Mime goes far. Postito goes further. Josh didn't get the checkpoint. 10 points all but guaranteed for Mime with a smooth ending here. Did crash the wall once. Not going to take any risks now. Okay. Tapping away. Low to the reset. Not the best speed. How does he adapt his ending? Sets up wide. One brake tap. This is very low speed. This is awkward. This is terrible. Does he make it? Ah, that's a slowdown. Where's Postito? Oh, there he is. And he gets 10 more important points. Mime failing the ending there. And of course, he will still hit finalist mode. But now Postito can get finalist himself with either first or second. The next map, guys, is Norway. This ends on Norway. Under all the nerves, we have 2 keyboard players approaching finalists, tapping away. 1 extra button press before the jump could be what makes or breaks their tournament life here. I don't think we'll see the mistakes in any other part. It's only going to be in the big jumps. Yeah, this is going to be tons. Mime knew this could happen. He picked this map in second spot. He knew Elcon's pace as well. Let's see it. Mime is finalist right now. Could decide it. He has 1 round to go for it before Postito will hit it as well. The first ice slide is good. Changes camera. Up through the bug slide. That looks good as well. Quite far to the left though. Can he avoid the bumps? Finds the right movement. Now where is Postito? Postito is 0.4 behind. Mime leading by a lot right now. Onto the first plank jump. What's the laning like? He gets a lot of speed, pushing ahead. Josh 0.4 behind or so. Mime has it in his hands. Can he get the 4th gear ice slide? He struggled here last time. Is the speed there? That looks good as well. Flying so far, 0.4 the gap. Round the corner now, into the ending. Mime and the jump all in his hands. Will he hold his nerves? Will he line it up correctly? He has the tournament record here. He has a chance to advance. Does he seize the opportunity? Is that on the plank? That looks good. That looks central. Mime, nothing more stands in his way. He is going through to the semifinals together with Elcon. And he dropped the cinema emote. And Navi are loving it. They are loving it. And unfortunate for Posito Paco and Josh. This is where their fairy tale ends. Both players that many had not expected to go this far. And yet they left many fans impressed here. Josh unsigned by anyone right now, making top 16. Incredibly impressive. And we are starting to get some brackets, guys. We are starting to get some brackets. We have one more quarterfinal to go. And it is the most stacked of them all. In a moment, they'll have interviews and all, but listen to this. The next quarterfinal, the final one that will happen, is Carl Jr., Neon, Pac, and Otak. Carl Jr., Neon, Pac, and Otak. That is unbelievable. That is just unbelievable. And the matches in the semis right now are Elcon, Stuft's Epos, and the winner of the Carl Jr. match. And the other one is Gwen Grenadi Mime, and the second place in that Carl Jr. match. Both of them will be stacked. Carl Jr., Neon, Pac, Otak is what awaits us, coming right up. But they're gonna do the usual, the caster task, the interviews, the key crush. Let's see it.
Absolutely wild in an arena that is the loudest I've ever seen. A Trackmania arena as well. So impressive from Elcon. Himself and Mime will move forward in this playoffs bracket. Can they keep it going? They'll get to crush a couple of keys first.
Yet another quarterfinal done and dusted. Our victors are set in, and it's time for yet another key crush. She's hungry. And she's been at it the whole time. Elcon, our victor in the matchup, go up to our Keymaster for a very first one. That is Posito Paco eliminated, the first key of the series, knocked out and destroyed. Elcon.
The pyramids.
Couple questions here. I mean, congratulations, you win. How do you keep your cool? Because this crowd was wild the entire time.
I'm joking.
It was stressful. As it was insane. So much cheering from the crowd and everything. It was really tough to keep the...
Stressful as what, Elcon? Stressful as...
It worked out, absolutely. And of course, coming over by my side, Mime, I mean, you're also very calm and collected through it all. There's always a good smile on your face here. Why is that always the case?
Because if I try to overthink, then I'm just spiraling into bad thoughts, like mistakes happen. So I just try to capitalize on it, you know, like I could do a mistake, but next round will be good for me. So there is nothing to be afraid of.
Mime is joy maxing, and you're going to be destroying the second key in this matchup. Elcon, if you stand just behind me here. Mime going in for Josh 1248's key.
Mime crushing the key
Everybody
as well.
here in Trackmania is a tight-knit, close family. But outside that racetrack, once it's all done, there can only be a victor, and that is Josh, eliminated. Mime, successful. Elcon, both advancing to the semifinals. Our desk, what do you have to tell us about this all? Crazy moments.
Back to the desk, guys.
And it all ends on Norway as Mime takes a clean nose.
I don't want to sidetrack us at all. I don't want to sidetrack us one bit. But 6 minutes ago, History for Granted just posted a new pyramid video. So, while some pyramids are falling apart here, others are having their history reconstructed. Huge W for the Pyramid community today.
It's kind of mean of you to suggest people to start with Norway.
Just
That's
saying.
a little advanced. I would feel like.
I'm just saying.
Maybe start out with the campaign maps.
With Argentina. Argentina, maybe.
That's even meaner, I feel like.
Yeah, man, those jumps are tough. I learned the hard way. But also, Elcon, you talked about the speed that he brought to this competition, and he's continued it, taking the win in a very convincing fashion. Mine following up as well, and I gotta say, Norway to me a big deal because it was his map pick. He did feel so comfortable, and also it's just something we haven't seen in the tournament. So as these two continue now
this
into
next
the semifinal,
one will be crazy.
I feel like that's something to watch out for.
I did this morning, spend a few hours looking at pick stance, looking at pace,
just looking at them both, they did really
trying my
well.
best
Came in
to
this tournament and just looked at
see
this matchup on
what
paper,
will
I definitely think
unfold
people would have said Elcon or
in the
mine,
veto.
But with the way the tournament went out, that's why we were saying they're all
Called
dark horses
Junior
because
Neon
we
Pack
had no
Otak.
idea what the result was going to be.
But also the match.
I'm not entirely sure, but we have a
on
pretty
South
good,
Korea, we had Josh and also
pretty good
Paco
guess
having back-to-back
at
wins
what will be the
coming
events.
back. I mean, it was not all
Talk about it in a moment.
sailing there for Elcon and Mime in the ending, but I would say a bit of a breather in comparison to what we've had before. And
Before
also
we do that, guys, I am actually going to use this break to go to the bathroom. So I will be back in a few moments. Right now they have an interview. Let you guys listen to it.
We already said that so often, our favorite story of this event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Josh, I hope he makes it okay. I know it's a tough loss, but at the same time, it's just when you can't get that momentum, and Josh is a very momentum-based player.
Yeah.
He never got started well at the start of Argentina, struggled every single round, and it just continued there on. He had a moment on Poland. I believe that was the track that he had a good run on. But even, or South Korea, excuse me. On South Korea, that's what he had a good run on. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to continue that momentum going out of it.
I mean, the Navi fans, you could hear them. Those are the drums behind. I'm not exactly sure on the semifinal yet that Navi and Mime will be joining, but if it's with AGAL, boy, this is going to be a loud place, Turbo.
Oh, and I mean, maybe Carl joining in there as well. That would
God, don't get me started there.
That would be absolutely incredible, but I mean, we don't know. We don't know just yet. There's so many what-ifs and whatnot, but still an amazing match. But I mean, it's just incredible to think about that this was the least exciting match that we've had today. That was still a banger.
And I got some confirmation it is going to be Gwen and Mime and Grenade in that semifinal alongside one other. We'll tell you who's going to qualify there in a moment, but first let's speak with Josh in an exit interview.
Josh, commiserations. It's been a great tournament for you. Didn't quite have enough today. Talk me through that quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I felt pretty good going into it. I thought maybe I could, you know, beat Mime. He's had a history of coming so close, but falling just about short. Elcon, I mean, I was his teammate previously, felt confident as well. But I mean, they just drove really fast. I wasn't expecting that type of pace, and there's not much you can do for that.
They were so fast. What, obviously the speed, but in terms of what else do you think you were lacking? Do you think it was the whole kind of experience got to you a little bit, or not really?
Not really. I mean, for today, I was just mainly there to enjoy it. I wanted top 16, succeeded, so I didn't really want to put any extra pressure. So yeah, I mean, I just couldn't keep up.
Tell me a little bit about your family. We know they've been here watching in the crowd. How proud are they to watch you up here on the biggest stage?
Well, especially after the things that happened on, I think it was Thursday, me even playing, they were very proud. And I mean, from there on, yeah, they're just very proud of me.
Yeah, what has this experience taught you about yourself and your ability?
That I'm better than I think I am, but I'll probably forget that within the next week.
Oh, absolutely not. Going home tomorrow, when you look back on this experience, what will be your biggest takeaway?
It's kind of hard to say. I mean, yeah, just that I'm one of the best players, it seems. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the best players in the world, getting to quarterfinals at Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. That's a good story to take away, maybe to the pub or to work and tell your mates next week.
Yeah.
Josh, congratulations. Sorry it wasn't meant to be today.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Josh, for those words. And I love the lessons being spread here. You know, you do get to tell your own story, and not just to other people, to yourself. Josh taking away the fact that he is one of the best players in the world. And without a doubt, the facts support that. Top 16, quarterfinals, biggest tournament in Trackmania history. Congratulations, Josh. I know your family's proud. I know many online are also proud as well. Let's turn our attention to the bracket, because you're probably interested who matches up with who. Let me tell you, this is going to be fun. So Gwen is going to be matched up with Grenady and Mime now. And look at that, second in the quarterfinal is going to be able to come in. So when we go to Carl and Neon and Pac and Otak, the second place finisher is going to go into that group. So if Neon or Pac or somebody stuns Carl and he actually doesn't finish first, we will get the Carl Gwen matchup, Falcons AGAL, in our semifinal.
That will be so incredible, really. You really want to get first in that match, that is for sure. I think it's do or die there, but what a match we have. It's highly anticipated. The crowd is filling. It's getting quite busy here, I would say.
They might need to add more seats in the back, because it's getting crowded already.
Yeah, they did. Look at that. All right.
I mean, it broke out a little bit here. There's a little bit of space, but that's just because people are getting some snacks or something like that.
And that's because AJL fans had to take a break, probably bathroom break or whatever. All right, we're going to have a lot of fun coming up after this one. But in the meantime, as we mentioned, the GOAT, Carl Jr., 7-time world champion, is about to race. Here's a little bit of his story on how he keeps his momentum and his drive to be the best.
He's just not stopping. He's always winning.
The benchmark, the guy to beat.
I joined my first big organization, Dignitas, in 2011, I think, or even 2010. I was 12, 13 years old back then. I didn't know there was a World Cup. I just wanted to be in this group because they dominate the online competitions. In 2012, I discovered LANs. I told my father that I want to go in Paris. Fun fact, it was exactly here. And my dad, he didn't know much about esports, but he likes video games. And then we go to my first LAN ever. And from that moment, I had the trust of my parents. And, well, because of them, I'm here today, you know.
Carl's dad is such a funny character.
Carl Jr. has been around for so many years in Trackmania, but he's also such a nice human being. He's so friendly, so open to talk with, and over the years, he's just not stopping. He's always winning, and even in 2025, he redeemed everyone wrong and won a very important title alongside
Very
Pac
good
again.
person to be the GOAT.
It's quite difficult to find new objective. It's not very
he
easy to reach
holds
the
the
top,
role
but it's
very
way
well.
easier to reach the top than staying at the top. Because you
Like,
put
he's
the objective that
always
I want to be the
positive
best player.
towards
You achieve
opponents.
it, now
He
what?
does like
That's a
banter
beautiful
and
struggle
jokes,
to deal
but he
with, and
doesn't,
it's just about setting a new objective, trying to
You know,
find new
he
ways
sets a very
to
good
set new
standard,
goals.
high to be.
Everybody's expecting a lot of you every tournament that you play in. Sometimes it's hard to deal with, but I'm trying to make sure I deliver to my expectations every single tournament that I play.
And Carl, for this tournament, guys, is prepared.
Getting Trackmania into
He is
EWC is
prepared.
really life-changing
We
for
know
us,
that.
and I'll be forever grateful for that opportunity. Now, since there's so much to win, I can finally be a full-time player, you know?
He's one of those players that just stands the test of time, irrespective of discipline. No matter if it's like the early World Cups or like the transitional part at the beginning of the decade or the present day where there's so many young guns coming to the scene, he's always the benchmark, the guy to beat. And most often, you can't beat him. It's really the way that I see it. Probably an immovable target most of the time. And the ones who are able to actually pip him off the throne are very few and far between and can be counted on maybe a few fingers of one hand.
Guys, I already have 4 bananas on my desk and I keep getting more. It has been discovered what I eat. Like, I just have a collection, bro. I have enough nutrition for the day. We are potassium maxing. But what a great player preview of Carl Jr. If you're not familiar with Trackmania Esports, to give you perspective, In the last 10 World Cups, Carl Jr. has won 7, and in the other ones, he's been on the podium. His worst performance is a 3rd place. At one point, he won 3 in a row, and then he's won them in solos, he's won them in duos, he's just unstoppable. So, Trackmania players, they can never count out Carl Jr., you can never bet against Carl Jr. The map styles have changed since back in the day. He adapted, he still wins on the new map styles. But we saw a match the other day between Carl Jr. and this 17-year-old kid from Poland called Neon. And Neon had so much pace that up to 140 points, him and Carl Jr. hit 140 at the same time. Neon, with 5 world records in the same game, was able to match Carl Jr. to 140. Pac, in a 140 match in Birmingham, was able to beat Carl Jr. in the grand final. One of the only grand finals in recent memory where Carl Jr. actually lost, right? So, this match is reminiscent of other tournament grand finals. The level is reminiscent of that. And there is a possibility Carl Jr. does not make it through. But you should never bet on it. You should always think Carl Jr. is going to make it. If I'm to predict this match right here, and it is truly impossible, you have to say Carl Jr. is going to go through to the semis. You just have to. And out of Neon, Pac, and Otak 2023 world champion, 3 past world champions in this match, 2 current world champions, Carl Jr. makes it. And screw it, dude. I think Neon. I think Neon for the other spot. He has looked convincing. I don't think it's a good idea to bet against Pac either, to be fair. But imagine, bro. Imagine this kid. He looked so unfazed yesterday. Now, 2 days ago. Could he do it again? I think Carl and Neon. It's a wild prediction. The thing with this match is it's going to come down to the 10-pointers. Neon is always going to drive fast. He's going to force a lot of crashes. Also, what is happening? Oh my! Yo, we got the hype squad. We got the secret agents. Otak is upping the ante with his walkout. I missed the other ones. Wow, that's incredible. I looked, by the way, guys, it's completely getting full in the arena now. I looked this morning at the picks and bans, and here is what I predict will happen, all right? Otak is first to act in the pick and ban, and he has been banning Argentina. Very likely he does so again. The second ban is Pac. Now here's the thing. He typically bans either Australia or Hungary. Both are good maps that he wants to get out of there. Interview. We'll do veto later.
On quarterfinals day, getting very nervous. As a 7 times world champion, how do you view a quarterfinal?
It will be tough. It will be tough because I have a pretty hard bracket, I'd say, with Pac in mind. Neon has shown amazing stuff against me. And then Otak, a former world champion. So I think I have a very rough quarterfinal, but I'll give my best.
Yeah, 3 world champions in this quarterfinal. You've just mentioned them all. Who's the most trickiest opponent? Pac, on one side, you know him so well, you're great friends. Neon is this new underdog coming through, and he's had this world champion pace. Who worries you the most?
Well, I'd say potential-wise, Neon has so much. He has shown that he has the pace on all maps, so if he can get consistent, he will be very scary.
Neon
Pac, obviously, it's around the same style as Neon with a little bit more experience, so it's very dangerous. And then you have Otak, who's a little bit slower, but always there, always consistent, always solid. Yeah. So, to be honest, I just need to play my game because they're very good.
With your pedigree, though, are you able to just play your game?
I hope so. I hope so. I'll try my best to do that.
With someone like Pac, who obviously you've played alongside so many times as well, do tactics ever come in it? Have you guys spoken about how you might approach this together?
Not really, because everybody can be good on any maps. We know what maps I'm good on. We know what maps Tom is good on. So not really. Like we know what to do, I think.
All 4 of you are good on all these maps, pretty much. It's now quarterfinals. What will give you the edge out there today?
Dude, Vitality fans are
I
insane.
hold my composure. Yeah, my composure will hopefully give me the edge.
Do you guys hear
the
this?
others,
I
and
wish I
especially
could
likes
like
of
turn
Neon,
down
who
the
is new
noise
to
gate or
this,
something.
may lack composure on this bigger stage, and will
It's
you look
so
to
loud.
capitalize on that?
I really hope so. I mean, Neon, it's his first LAN, and he already has shown that he's very good at his second ever match on stage. So we'll have to see.
Have you tried to get in any of the players' head yet? Have you tried to do any trash talking?
The game has not started.
No, not
It has
really.
not,
I'm quite
we are-
boring nowadays.
The players are
Anyone
not
do
on
that,
stage.
Actually? Any of the players? Who's most likely
They are
to?
just like at an empty stage.
Maybe maybe Attack. He likes to joke around. But the thing is, in the,
It's
the
the guys
Trackmania
on the
scene,
right
we
here.
know the guys too much, so they cannot get into our head.
You're the last quarterfinal today. The other three have been stressful. You are, though, a 7-time world champion. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right. So, interesting interview from Carl. I wanted to talk about map picks because this is important. Let's think back to Neon and Carl's matchup, right? Carl tends to first pick Japan, and it will likely stay open in this game. But does he dare to first pick it again against Neon? There is also South Korea. Carl had a stellar performance there. Neon is strong on it, and it's quite likely to make it through the veto. Prediction is, Otak is going to ban Argentina, Pac bans either Hungary or Australia, Neon bans Norway, always, this one is known, and Carl bans either Australia or Germany, is the expectation. We are left with a map pack that has quite a lot of the simple maps, but what matters is the order. Which map does Carl Jr. first pick as highest seed to decide where he might end up on finalists? Does he dare to go Japan against Neon? Does he want Canada or South Korea, Poland instead? That is what it comes down to. We also will have either Germany or Hungary in this rotation. Both cannot be banned because Pac and Carl are not going to want to let Australia go through. Neon only 17 years old. He turned 17 a week ago. In the qualifiers, he was 16.
Yes, you heard it, and you can barely
My
hear
God.
me, I'm sure, because the entire crowd is on its
Let's
feet
go,
here
everybody.
in the arena. We're loving
I've
every
seen
bit of it,
people
and
say,
Trackmania
why is
gets to
Virtual
decide it
not
all.
talking
Fans
with
from
excitement?
multiple
Well, I've been
clubs
trying to
have
save
joined
my
us for the
voice
final
for this game
quarterfinal. Two
and the
players
next
have already
three.
advanced
This
to
is the
quarterfinal. Three,
third
but we're set.
this is the fourth quarterfinal, and
guess
with
what?
after this one we have 3 matches left to the grand final. So we have a champion. I've been saving the chords, and by the end of the day, there will be no voice left. I'm going to quickly run ads, because we don't want ads during this game. In Twitch, there will be ads, YouTube, no ads. Hope you understand. Thank you for being patient with me. We'll have the players enter the stage. Otak, Pac, Neon, Carl Jr. carrying their keys, taking their spot. Carl Jr., the GOAT, 7-time world champion. Pac, the 2-time world champion, the only player apart from Carl to win the championship twice. And Otak, singular time world champion 2023. And Neon, the most promising prodigy that we have in the scene right now, was able to match Carl Jr. to 140 points finalist mode the other day. And we will see which fans are louder, if it's Vitality or Liquid. Wow, this is just insane. Okay, let's get into it. We will make our best predictions for the veto. We'll have it up here in a moment. Otak to act first, banning Argentina, the expectation. Now, Pac, either Hungary, oh, he bans South Korea. Okay, Neon bans Norway, Carl Australia, the expectation. Now, lots of things open. What does Carl go for? He wants Japan. He wants the rematch against Neon. Let's see it. Neon goes Germany. Now for Pac, Canada, Poland, both good options. Goes for Poland. Hungary is in the set. What does Otak do? He has Saudi Arabia, one of his strong picks to go for as well. He does. And we get Hungary as the decider. Okay, this is going to become sick out of the gate. To remind you, these two played in one of the opening matches, Neon and Carl. And what unfolded was insane Mudda in the crowd as well. You love to see it. What unfolded was that Neon was setting world records against Carl Jr. and getting a lot of 10-pointers on Japan. Carl's favorite map here. Let's see. This is insane. You love it, no? It's a bit loud, but you love it. Let's enjoy these next couple hours, guys. They will be unforgettable in Trackmania esports history. First map booting up. Japan. The longest map as well. 1 minute 16 each round. 1 minute 15 if you're Neon. 1 minute 14 if you're Stuffed. New world record earlier today. Here we go with the first round. Carl Jr. keeps saying that the first 2 rounds of a tournament match he's nervous, he's shaky. It doesn't typically go his way. And then afterwards, he is often flawless, as we've come to expect. Neon here with a quick start into round 1. Can he use these first 2 rounds? No. Cannot get a gap on Carl in the first rounds where he might be extra nervous. Neon clearly affected by the circumstances here also. Pack crashing. And will it actually be Carl getting a 10-pointer here in round 1? Otak is there. And Otak, you will see this throughout the match. He will often be there. He is a player that is not the quickest, but he has matches where he can go 20, 30 rounds in a row without crashing. Just insane consistency. And he will always be in contention unless the pace is too high here. Quite a slow round. Carl Jr., 53.7. Expect to see that checkpoint around 53 low later on. Otak pushing. Still Carl Jr. up first. Otak gets more of the booster. Will catch up a little bit here. Into the drift. Closer to the pillar. Carl with more speed through the setup. Out by the flags. Does he catch the gap? Yes, he does. And the speed to the finish. Carl Jr. with 10 points. Round 1. Otak second. Pack third. Neon fourth. We play till 140 points. Top 2 players in this match advance to semifinals. Bottom 2 are out. Actually unbelievable that we will not see 2 of these players move on in the tournament because they've had great performances. Second time around, Neon's mistake was to slow down too much here. He wants the low airtime. He wants the early landing. This time he gets it and matches Carl Jr. 100th behind, but now the speed setup, it's there. Matching Carl Jr. again. What about the important NASCAR turn here? Neon with the best speed. Pack overtaking Carl most likely after the speed slide. Up to the turnaround of the checkpoint. Neon is about a 10th ahead to the booster. He lost some time there. Not the best speed exit. Pack up in first place, but he goes very wide, close to the wall. Stays in it though. Carl also with an awkward drift here. Not the best lines. Anyone's game. Down the hill, we see 53.5. Faster than previous. And now the ending. Does Neon want to risk this? Is anyone safing it here? Hoping the others might crash. Pack looks like he has the best line there. Gets the booster. Neon close to follow. Does he send it here? He's going to go all the way. Look at the speed. All the way out to the flags. Set up the full speed gate. Time the left tap. Pack is there. So close. Pack by 0.02 of a second. Takes it right back. And he matches Carl Jr. at 14 points right now. Neon up at 9 together with Otak. These margins might matter. 4 points gained there for Pack with a 0.02 of a second margin. Otak now past the start. But look at the difference. Neon goes for this extremely risky, big slowdown to land early to get more speed over the straight. It is the quickest line, done well. It could crash more often if not done perfectly. And he is last right now, Carl Jr. That is a fantastic release, but Neon, the youngster, is quicker and not just faster. He is blasting away. The gap will increase. 1/10, might be 2/10 at the next split with the speed he had through the gate. That looks good. Carl Jr., rare mistake, and we are in round 3. And this is a different setting than Carl Jr. is used to playing. He has played hundreds of Trackmania tournaments on LAN. 53.2 by Neon, by the way. It has to be pointed out. This kid is quick. Carl Jr., is he used to playing with this noise? And is he used to playing with this much on the line? Pack crashing too. Everyone a bit nervous. Otak's consistency might prove useful. Both players bottom of the scoreboard right now. Oh, Neon! He can still finish. Is it second? No, it's third. Pack overtakes. And Otak there with the 10-pointer. Neon very fortunate that the car stayed on the booster after the crash. Most players fall off the platform. Score as we enter the last round of Japan. Pack in the lead. Otak second. Carl third. And Neon fourth. Through the checkpoint. In the start, Carl taking it a bit cautiously, Otak even more so, and now the big slowdown. Does Neon get the line he wants? That looks good. Best start yet for Neon with a 20.6. Pack matching, but these 2/10 is what we saw in the first matchup between Carl Jr. and Neon. That kind of start is what Carl struggled later to retake, and if he finds himself at finalist status on this map, Carl, it will be very hard to beat Neon in a clean round. He is right now dancing through the gate, sets up wide, gets around the pillar, quick split once more, close inside drift, but he taps the wall. Pack and Otak will surpass him, catching the grip on the back wheels down the hill. Good for Pack again, 53.2. Neon was on a 53.0 pace run. Here's Otak, out to the outside setup, still there, always there, as Carl foretold. Carl still in last on this round, can Pack it in a 10-pointer here. Through the gate, Otak might challenge. He sees it's only 300s, sets up wider. That's more speed for Pack though, as he times the accelerator, and he gets a 115.4. 30 points, map 1 for Pack. Map 2, chosen by Neon. Oh my god. Had several options available here. Canada, one of them, but he went for Germany. The backwards map. Neon has an unbelievable personal best on this map. A 110.6. You will not see it on the scoreboard top left in a moment, but it was driven during Elite Cup qualifiers and has stood ever since. He has the ability to go quicker than anyone on this map, far as we know. Question is, can he do it in this room, in this setting right now? The tournament record so far is 110.79 by Posito Paco. Let's see what happens. I believe it is the first time this tournament we get to see Neon on Germany. Up around the corner, wide for Pack, still fine though. And Carl Jr. is not finding his flow. This is a point we've made many times. Carl Jr. is a momentum-based player. If he gets going and gets 10-pointer after 10-pointer, he is completely deadly. But here, has yet to find smooth lines, shaking his head, knows it's not good enough at this level against this caliber of players. He needs to reach a higher level of precision there in the backwards part, and now Neon can lead the charge. He can lead the way down the grass, over the water, and up towards the dirt. Gets that leftmost setup. Otak comes close, but here comes Neon's nose slide. Back in the lead he goes, up to the backwards setup. Does he time the backwards press early enough? Where's Pack? Pack gets closer. Neon going for a low airtime strategy. That puts him out of Otak, who got sniped in the ending here by 2000s the other day. And Neon will snipe Otak here for 10 points himself. Being last in the match, he needed that. And now, to everyone's surprise, it is actually Carl Jr. last in this match, albeit only 10 points up to first place. It's very close so far. No one has made a strong breakaway. Road drift again. Carl Jr. losing some hundredths. It's not flawless. The drifts are a bit weak. There's a lot of room on each exit. He's not able to full send. That one was pristine. Here he will keep level into the backwards part. Can he time the brake press? They're trying to hit brake exactly when the car touches to immediately accelerate backwards, and Neon has it better. Neon has it. Oh, well, I think he lost grip. He was about to have it flawless. Only the others can catch up with a 2/10 mistake there from Neon. He's still first. That's how quick his start was. Into the water. Does he keep the grip to the left? This time he makes a mistake. Pack as well. Opportunity, Carl Jr. He really has to seize it. Goes into the backward setup. Pack is there. Otak also lurking. Down the hill. Pack with the best speed. Carl Jr. losing some ground. Should be Pack first. What of the battle for a second? Neon catching up a lot. Will he overtake Carl? That becomes close. Pack has first. Carl has second. Neon third. Otak fourth. So now looking very strong for Pack here on the scoreboard. 10 points ahead of second place. The others very close. Everybody up on the outside. But you do start to see it immediately into a run. If a player is able to execute all the lines they've practiced, like they've rehearsed, if they're able to just drive a run like they're copy-pasting from their personal best, it's effortless. Soon as they find themselves missing a break tap, missing the rotation, missing grip, that's when things go wrong here. Pack, little bit unstable. Again, a little bit unstable. Neon first place into the downhill checkpoint. Up the hill, most speed of all as well. Gonna try to pull ahead. Carl Jr. trying to follow. Quick split as well, 42.6. Up and down the wall through the water. Here Neon made a mistake last round. This time he gets around the bend. Has the best no slide setup as well. Can start that earlier than the others. And look at this gap. This is the pace we've seen from Neon in the tournament. The highest paced player. Carl overtakes third place, but he is slow. Pack also made a mistake. Otak trailing by a lot, and what a time are we in for here, guys. Neon in the most important match in the playoffs quarterfinals almost drops a tournament record on Germany. 1:10.86. Insane time by Neon. Now tied for second place at 40, and again it's Carl Jr. last, who has not been able to get the 10-pointers. Put under a lot of pressure here. His map pick didn't go so well. Now on to Germany. A map he sometimes bans away in matches. Also not good. Neon there with a mistake. Commits too early for the slide. Pack up first. Into the backwards. Oh, almost a clip. Perfect landing. Butter smooth inside trajectory. Look at the gain. He gained 1700ths in that portion alone. And the pace is quick. Very quick up front. Otak has not made mistakes here. He is there with Pack, just steadily collecting 6 and 4-pointers. But the 10 might be out of reach. Pack is sending this out to the left. Gets quite far. That gives him more space here. No slide happens. Good as well. Clipped last time on the jump up. Gonna try to avoid it. Jumps higher. Carl is the one to clip. He might be very slow. Otak versus Pack in the ending. Should be Pack's win. Round the pillars. Does he get the spin? Oh, yes, he does. Almost into the wall, and that is a 1:10.928. And the crowd loves seeing their Vitality player do well. Neon, can he finish? 985. I think he got through. We'll see it on the map, Skip. He had 40 points before. Might be 43 there. The finish timeout, 10 seconds. Pack was the third player to get to choose a map. He had many he liked at disposal. Canada, Poland. And he chose Canada, if I remember correctly. This is a map many of them are comfortable with. I believe the graphic is wrong here. So we're going to Poland rather, as the next one. Canada decider. Poland was Pack's choice. This is a map he's able to drive under 109 at. Neon's best in the tournament, 109.2. But we have come to fear his pace on the other tracks, and we have yet to see him at his peak here. Carl Jr. first time playing Poland here in match. No, that can't be right. It might be. Well, let's see what unfolds. First couple of corners, again, we're seeing the problems continue for Carl. And I don't want to be a doomsday predictor here, but it's looking rough right now. And you can easily get in your head when things are not working out for this many rounds consecutively. He has the most experience of all. Pac might have... Did he miss the checkpoint? No, he still got it. Neon versus Otak up front. Water turn. Pac with a beautiful commit. Otak, little too late on the turn. And Neon here. What are we going to see here on the leaderboard? Oh, low for Pac. This is close. He can set up wider. He can challenge for this first place. He might actually overtake in the ending jumps. Does go more left. Neon should have it. Aiming to the left in the finish. 8:96. The winning time for Neon. Instant PB. Almost instant tournament record. And the way Trackmania point scoring works is that the 10-pointer is just so much more valuable. If you think about it, you can crash 2 times, score 2 10-pointers, and that is the same as scoring 3 second places. If you score 3 10-pointers in a crash, it's much better than having 4 second places. Just the way it works, a playstyle like Neon's, where you risk hard, you crash a lot, it looks silly, but when it works, it gets the 10. It's quite a good strategy. Carl, the problems continue, and you're seeing a Carl completely out of form, guys. We saw him dominate, leading to 140 points by 40 to his opponents the other day. And now he's last by what's about to be almost 10 points. Pac struggling a bit, Neon wide, but has the speed here. Still, oh, he gets the slowdown. Pac overtakes first. Otak, can he challenge Neon? That'll be close. Pac's 10-pointer here to collect. Jumps up on the beam, that's good. Round the corner, sets that up nicely. Pac has it secure. It's a 1/10 gap between Neon and Otak for second place right now. Observer, a little bit late to the battle, but we do see Neon take second. Otak third. Carl fourth. Deep breath for Carl here. He has to stop the bleeding sometime. All eyes on him. What does he do here for Poland to make the comeback happen? Best so far, 1:09.72, and that is not good enough. That will always have you be last here. Into the dirt now, up on the outside. He finds outside dirt to be the turns he crashes the most, because in camera 3 you cannot see where your back wheel's at. He gets through that portion into the grass, has 5th gear, has a good setup, looking to overtake Pac. Otak next to follow. Otak holding first, but here comes Neon with the speed. His dirt approach might be worse. Pac leading into the dirt jump onto the plank. Do they all land it? Carl is last there. He sees 04. He's been seeing 04 in his car for most of the runs here, no matter how good he's been driving. There goes Neon into the wall. Otak and Pac both make it past. Carl at least advancing a little bit. Here goes Pac very wide. Carl third still. Not good points. Pac can get a huge lead in this match with another 10-pointer. It is a bit wide. It should still be enough. Pac towards the finish. Gets another 10-pointer, and Otak gets second. It's only 4 points for Carl, who cannot catch a break, it seems. 1:08.97. Twice now under 1:09 from Pac. Last round of Poland, and the crowd for Vitality is electric right now. Pac feeding off that energy. Their fans are the loudest. We had the AG fans bringing a drum, but they did not bring a megaphone and a choir. Unmatched right now in the arena. Carl too wide, loses every position. The speed not enough to justify it. He goes over the grass here to the inside line. It's a mismatch. Neon and Pac pulling away over the dirt. Carl losing speed as well. Looks a little defeated, honest expression. Looks focused at the same time though. Over the planks, still Carl 04. Still Carl last. Into the water turn. Surely they can't all get through. Oh, they will. This is anyone's game, but Pac is pulling further ahead. 700s at his disposal. Otak equalizing on the jumps. Neon falls off. Pac sets up widest, has the most speed. Otak looking to be challenged for the second place. Carl gets close, but Otak has the speed. It's Carl third, Otak second, and Pac with another 10-pointer. An almost flawless performance here on Poland. Pac dominating in this one. crazy. Deep breaths from Pac. His other matches looked shaky, but he has had many a lower bracket run that ends up this way, where the further into the tournament it gets, the more serious it gets, the more he comes alive. Now we're on to Saudi Arabia. Otak's choice here for the fourth and final pick. A map that, when he has been top seed, he would first or second pick. This is Otak's opportunity here. The other matches, it looks tough for him to get the 10-pointers. But here, he is very competitive. Start of Saudi Arabia, we find Pac at 93, Otak and Neon tied at 65, and Carl only at 53 points in the first 12 rounds. Into the wall hug. Everybody about equal. Still, Pac and Neon finding some valuable hundredths. Through the jump, they'll all make it. Can't imagine mistakes here. The pace quick, under 26 seconds. And now the jump. What's the landings like? Low for Neon. He still gets full grip. Gets early onto the ice. Has a lot of time to decide how he approaches the jump. Does the full nosedive landing. Carries speed up the hill. Gets grip onto the discs. Now round the bend. All of them going for the inside drift line. Still it's Neon. Pac chasing. Maybe a better approach into the dirt here. Looking to gain a couple hundreds back. Carl is present, but third place only for now. Neon pulling away. Pac crashing. Otak third place on his map choice. Into the last jump. Neon too low. He's going to clip that one. And that is Otak swooping in to take first place. And a 6-pointer for Carl Jr. Neon ends up last. And Otak drops the clown emote. What? Crazy scenes. Crazy scenes here. Otak on his choice gets rewarded. Still 3 rounds to go. Everyone else so serious. Flat expressions, and Otak just clowning on him. Crazy to see it. Crazy to see it. Similar approaches in the dirt. At this level, we're not expecting any mistakes until perhaps this jump. 25-8, we're going faster, but still look at the precision. They all make it. You can hardly tell them apart. 30 seconds into the race. Neon and Carl on matching tournament record pace rather. Down into the dirt is where Neon made a breakaway last time. Can Carl follow up here? Neon has a good line, has a lot of space. He sets up wider. He can snap out of it earlier and carry that speed over the rocks. He re-inherits first place. Towards the jump, here he released too early. Now perfect timing is necessary. Pac respawns immediately. Carl lands better, and Carl might use this to turn the tide. That is a tournament record for Carl Jr. Neon second place with a great time. Otak third. And Pac, is he able to finish here in fourth? Yes, barely. Carl Jr., something like that is all he needs to convince himself in his mind that it is possible, that he is still him. And from this, he can mount a comeback, but it's about momentum. 1 10-pointer and a crash afterwards is not enough. He needs to build from this moment. A full mental reset there. Coming back to the lines he's practiced, to everything he's rehearsed. Again, through the jump, we wait for things to get difficult for the pros. 25.8, the track point again. Through the quarter pipe, everybody making the jump again. Full Pac has some trouble here. He will barely adjust back towards the line. Beautifully saved. Neon with the full nosedive. Carl flat. Neon again in the lead. Over the platforms. A little bit of trouble there. Saves it. Round the bend. Carl Jr. pushing now. Can he make 1 10-pointer 2 in a row? Can he push for this one? He's looking for it. Neon is there. The GOAT versus the Prodigy. Pac as well. The second best in this game's history. Onto the nosedive. Neon goes early. Carl goes late. Neon has speed. It's so close between all three, but Pac has more speed. Insane snipe from Pac. And a very important 10-pointer. He preserves his gap to the others. 30 more points to go for finalist mode. What a round there. And Carl Jr. is not able to build momentum yet. Neon and Otak still ahead of him on the scoreboard. Last round of Saudi Arabia. Pack has made a mistake this one. Falls down. Otak also falls down, and we will have the rematch between Neon and Carl. 2/10 here is too far for Otak for now. The others would have to crash. 25-8 from Neon, 25-9 from Carl. Through the window, Carl with a slower landing. Neon now far ahead. He is also on tournament record pace. Lands with that full nose down. Look at that car stooping into the checkpoint, but it works out. Carl a little bit too aggressive on the approach. Neon has more speed into the checkpoint, but here, okay, Carl making up some distance. It was 1800s. It's now visibly less over the rocks. Neon flipping almost out of control. Can't catch the drift. Carl low in first place ahead of the jump. Does he save it here? Does he know the situation he's in? Gets a clean jump, and Carl gets 10 more points to get just about equal to Neon and Otak in points. He is coming back here, but it's still Pack cleanly in first. And the Falcons are happy to see this. They rely on Carl Jr. to go far to win the overall club championship. At the moment, Falcons are leading by 300 points. But if Carl gets eliminated here and Gwen goes far, that could decide the overall standings. Hungary is the decider. The random chosen decider was between this and Canada. And this track is volatile. We have seen it. We have seen it destroy many runs when players approach the last jumps here, the beams. And we will see who can control them the best here. This is all about surviving more than pace most of the time. But maybe in this match it's about pace also. 113, 86, 86, 83, the scoreline. This is a map that Pack bans a lot of the time. Doesn't want to play it if he doesn't have to. Here had to expend this ban on Australia. Through the loop, he is last. Otak and Neon up front. Out on the outside, everyone with the same movement. Otak first to fall, the player who has the most to lose by crashing, not the quickest. Has to rely on consistency. Neon with a small wheel clip, loses speed over the straightaway. Carl versus Pack, two world champions rivaling here for the points. Pack doesn't need them the most, but he wants them. He wants to show that he has grand final material in this tournament. Here comes Neon though with more speed than both of them. And is he gonna snipe it away? 3 thousandths for Pack is all he needs to get the 10-pointer there. 123. Neon gets the second. Otak gets third, and Carl in fourth in the standings right now. So hard for Carl to score the 10-pointers when the pace is so quick up front. So hard, and let's remember, Pack had the slowest start there and still got a 59.7. With a good start, Pack can really show some fast pace here. Through the loop, it's Neon again. Always quick as it would seem out of the start. Onto the outside, taps away. Otak avoids crashing. Wide a setup into the drift from Neon. Could go further left. Could then set up a lower jump to the right. Pack in the lead for a moment, but Neon comes back with the speed. That is the precision at this level. They think about every single detail. Carl still last. It's a picture we've seen many times. The pace so quick. Pack pushing onto the beam. Neon still landing smooth. Pack jumping wide. Has the speed to maybe snipe Neon, but the gap is too far. Pack clips. Otak overtakes second. Neon wins the round. Otak second. Carl third. Pack fourth. And Neon sets himself apart now. Battling for a second. He gets 10 and a match PB 59.5. 126 for Pack. 102 Neon. 95 Otak. 91 Carl. Triple PB round. Safety has to be thrown out of the window here. You just have to risk. With the playstyle everyone has, you cannot afford to wait too long, driving two safe turns, because if they survive, you get 3 or 4 points anyways. Pack now down and last in the start. Knows what he needs to do. Sends the right-hander. Otak with the most space into this drift. Does he carry speed? That looks good. Set up best for Otak again, but Neon has enough of a lead to remain ahead, pushing away through the turns. 2 world champions ahead, behind him right now. 2 reigning world champions. A third one, Otak from 2023, joins the battle. Look how close it is onto the first beam. Pack with the advantage and the best setup for speed. Doesn't hit the brake taps right. Neon versus Carl onto the beam. Neon with the best. Carl clips down to third. Pack falls off down to fourth. This is getting scary for Carl Jr. Pack at 129 and Neon at 112. Carl trailing by a lot. Still finalist mode and anything can happen, but will they knock Carl Jr. out of the most important tournament in this game's history? We've seen several tournaments before where Carl Jr. has been questioned, he has been doubted, he has seemed down and out. Others have been finalists and he has been 20 points behind. But time and time again, when it matters, he has found it within him to come back in those games. Now put under more pressure than ever it would seem at an early stage for Carl Jr. in the tournament, and he needs to step it up. Concerned fans there watching for Pack, rooting for him, as he is 2 tenths up on Carl. Could end up at 129 points. Carl dropping a lot of speed there as he lost the gear through the drift. Otak catching up to him. Neon behind from the start mistake. Pack clips, so does Neon. And now it's Carl versus Otak. Will Carl get denied again? Otak snipes it. And Carl cannot catch a break. Otak with some hype for the crowd also. The Liquid fans standing by him there. Emoting towards the Falcons with the wings. And Hungary is over. We are going back to Japan. The first map, we said Carl might be finalist here. And how would he stack up against Neon then? Well, the situation has changed. Carl is last now, and more than ever, needs 10-pointers. This is Carl Jr.'s map choice. Perhaps his last of the tournament. 4 rounds to play. 1 minute, 15 seconds of driving. What can he make happen? Finding himself last in the match. Pack 1 10-pointer necessary for finalist mode. 1 round win. Otak with a slow start. Already losing a 10th or 2. Through the drift, it's Neon and Carl. I think we might see a 114 here for the next few rounds. Neon releasing early. Does he get his good start? This looks better for Neon. Comfortable in the match now in very quick splits. Pack and Otak left trailing a lot. Carl having to release the exit. Does not trust his judgment. Does not trust the speed. And you can see it here. He's not fully in form. Neon daring to commit. Every corner, full speed, full send. 1 input and go. Through the drift, Carl Jr. adapting a lot more at the exits. Here, Neon has crashed before, now making the slaloms work, sets up wide. Carl Jr. losing a bit of speed. The splits are unbelievable. We are seeing mid-114 being driven by Neon and Carl. I'm telling you, Pack and Otak are on good runs themselves. Neon falters, he crashes into the corner, but the pace from Carl is still tournament record. Will he recognize the situation? Will he safe? He needs this 10-pointer. He goes out wide. It's not the fastest setup, but it's enough to get the job done. Carl Jr., 115.2. Neon second place despite the crash. Pack third, Otak fourth. 52.9 on the checkpoint. Where a 53.5 is a decent run. Just unbelievable how fast this kid is. Neon now with some airtime. Carl Jr. almost up from the bottom, almost up to third place in the standings. 3 points behind Otak. Pack only needs a third place now to enter finalist mode. As for Neon, it's 2 round wins away. He's starting us off in first place, and Carl drops all the way down into last. He gets a bad backflip there over the quarter pipe. The Neon versus Pack in the release turn. Better for Neon. Look at the speed setup. And now he's going to drive into the sunset, building this lead all the way till the horseshoe turn down to the booster. He is 0.23 ahead, but it doesn't stop there. He sets up better for this drift also. It only stops if Neon goes into a wall. the gains will be had checkpoint for checkpoint. Otak struggling to keep up. His bet is that Neon will crash, but will he? He hasn't yet. 53 seconds in, 20 to go. Otak crashes. Neon versus Pac. Pac likely to get finalist mode here. Doesn't need to contest Neon for this round win, and I don't think he will. Pac can try to keep it safe here. Neon, will he manage to control his nerves? You can see the wheels tap with every key press. He gets through the boosters. This is a quick run. Neon, 132. Pac enters finalists, and Carl is far behind them both. 2 more rounds of Japan to be played. Neon could hit finalist and close it out here on Japan with 2 quick back-to-back rounds. Carl needs to come alive now. Faced with his biggest challenge, and he makes a mistake in the start. He bumped on the checkpoint. 2/10 lost. How does he recover? Neon again, first on the splits. We're so used to seeing it. What's the difference to Carl Jr.? Is it within reason for him to push for this? Should see 0.3. Neon into the wall. Pac with a golden opportunity now to close out on Japan. Ahead of Carl Jr. by a 10th. Carl has gained a lot over the last couple of splits. He's continuously gaining here. Knows he has to full send it, and the 2 current world champions are going to battle it out here for who gets to advance. Pac right now ahead. Carl with less speed through the drift. Pac remains ahead as we go to the release turn. 53.5, still a good run. Where does Carl go? Nowhere to be seen right now. Into the diagonal setup. What's the difference from Pac down to Carl? We see Carl, he's a car length behind. Pac can close it out here. Has had so many 10-pointers this match. Can he get the last couple of gates? Carl Jr. could be defeated by 1, maybe by 2, but Carl Jr. might just be inevitable as he is overtaking on the final straight. Pac has to go again. Can Neon even finish? 3 seconds left. 2, 1. He gets necessary 3 points there, and now a second place is enough for him to hit finalists as well. Carl 125, Otak 123, Neon 135. Neon with a lot of airtime there, but catches grip after the downhill and a good drift. So many times we see the same match picture, but this time Carl Jr. has a good start. Previous round he was far behind. Now a lot more wiggle room. He has more speed than Neon. Down across the booster. Fast release timing also. Neon has to let off late. Sets up wide, Carl. Can he get the accelerate? Neon pushes, and Neon overtakes again. Unbelievable speed always through this part. You see him fly with the wings of the Falcons. Will Carl Jr. fly back through the drifts here? This is the style Carl Jr. has won the most world championships on, and there's a 17-year-old kid from Poland wanting to defy him here in this match. Pac is also in the running. Can he overtake them both? The gap is only a 10th into the release turn. He carries a lot of speed, lets off late, wants to catch the timing here. That's too early, I think. Neon will push left. He misses. Carl might deny again, though. Pac now only a car length ahead of Carl, who's going to send the ending. He crashes as well. Pac crashes too. Carl re-inherits first place, and Carl can get another 10-pointer here. The last round of Japan. Neon does not get finalist. He doesn't even finish. Carl at 135, Otak at 139, and Neon at 135 as well. Big sip of water necessary now. This is the moment they have been practicing for. We had this out to be a hell of a match, and we will see it here on Germany be decided who is going through. This map picked by Neon. He has a lot of pace here. Almost broke tournament record, but so did Pac. 110.8 is what they drove. Previous time it was seen, and we saw Carl Jr. have a lot of trouble, but he is fully alive in the match. Can he answer back here? 135, 135, 129, and finalist for Pac. Here we go. This is what it's all about. Slower start for Otak. Down to the road, the wide setup for the drift. Neon with a mistake already. Neon might crumble under the pressure here. We are actually down into a 1 versus 1. Again, between Carl and Pac up front. Setting up the road drift before the backwards part. Best speed by Pac, but Carl still ahead. Does he time the landing here? Pac hesitating, jumping very wide. Gonna try to justify it with the inside approach down the hill. Pac is sliding, rather Coral is sliding, and Pac catches up, but he misses the drift. The pressure's on, and here comes Otak out of nowhere into first place. Pac is last. I'm saying Carl here. He knows that he only needs a second place for finalist. Is he trying to save this one out? Is Neon close enough to do anything about it? I think Carl here is trying to play it safe. He's arguing that Otak will end up at 139 anyways. It's not necessary for him to contest this. He only has to survive the ending, and he will try to do so. This round goes through, nothing much changes, and we see Carl hit finalists. Neon at 139, Otak at 139. If either of them win this next round, we will have a quadruple finalist in the most important Trackmania tournament of all time. All eyes on Neon and Otak to deny, or Pac, or Carl to seize it. Here we go. Carl was looking down and out, 30 points behind, now several 10-pointers in a row. Who is going to be the first to make a mistake here? Neon, scared, not scared rather, fearless going through these turns. I think he would feel the pressure here, but no. He is not sensing any danger, risking close to the walls, dancing with the pixels, up to the landing, Pac clipping a little bit, but still has an earlier acceleration. So does Neon. Neon goes wide, dodges the flags, gets into the turnaround, and they together have gotten a gap of about 1/10 down to Carl. Otak seems to be out of it. Neon to try to deny Pac. In the last couple of corners, he needs to keep grip up this hill. He risks a lot. Out to the left. Better setup for the no slide. Will likely gain through this next portion. Overtakes Pac now. Into the last backwards part is young Neon. Gonna deny the two world champions both in finalist mode. Neon has more speed. Pac is losing ground. We might be going to quadruple finalist. Neon with a good turnaround. This is going to be insane. Good luck to all four players. What a match. This is something that almost never happens in Trackmania, but in such an important match, these next two rounds will decide who makes it. Everybody now with an out, with an opportunity. It could be Otak, it could be Neon, it could be Carl. Doesn't matter who got to 140 first. It's all about the next minute of driving to the side advancement here. Pac leading out of the start. Every detail matters. Get the drift, set up wide. Don't dare to risk too much or you might crash and be fully out of it. And now it is Neon into the backward setup. Pac lands early, but where did the others go? Did they all stick the landing? Pac right now with no opponents to be seen. Neon DNFs the round. He has crashed. Otak gets airtime and Carl is chasing down Pac, but the gap is 1600ths of a second into the grass turn. Over the water, how much does Pac dare to risk now? To the left, sets up the dirt, he has a better line than Carl. The gap will be massive into the backwards landing. Pac with an opportunity to secure it, just needs to stick the landing and not slide, not have inverse steering. He gets a bit of airtime. It should still be enough for Pac here, who takes the first advancement spot with a spin. Okay, Pac has it. He is going through to the semifinals. And Otak, Carl, and Neon have to duke it out. Final round of this unforgettable match, a match we might speak of for years to come. Is it going to be the match where Carl gets eliminated? Is Carl going to prove his strength and come back from a 30-point deficit entering finalist mode? Is young Neon or Otak going to defeat the GOAT here? Neon with a wobbly start. Round the corner they go, all pretty similar though. Nothing decided yet. The backwards landing in here will be crucial. We are on Neon's map pick. He is so good at this timing. Carl is clipped! Carl might be out! Neon or Otak is the battle. Carl is over half a second behind. It should be impossible. And Neon clips as well. Otak with the opportunity. He got defeated on this map by Binks by 0.02 of a second earlier in the tournament. Now he has a chance to close it out. Iron focus from Otak. Lock in, do everything like you've practiced. Is it going to be Otak, the last to hit finalist? The consistency that comes through in the ending. Otak is ahead. Carl and Neon can only watch their worst nightmare come true as Otak snipes them away and takes the spot in the semifinals. Carl and Neon are out! Unbelievable! Unbelievable tournament! Unbelievable match! Unbelievable scenes! The celebrations! And Carl Jr. is eliminated from the Esports World Cup in the quarterfinals. The earliest exit we have ever seen from Carl Jr. in such a big tournament. He can hardly believe it, but what a match. Quadruple finalist. This is one for the history books, guys. This is one for the history books. How does Otak, how does he come through there? This is what it's all about. It's never over till it's over. It's never over. And he stays strong there. These interviews are going to be insane. We gotta hear the players' thoughts there going into that. Pac had a lot of wiggle room. He entered so early into finalist mode. And then it goes all the way to quadruple. Just crazy stuff.
For the 7-time world champion, Carl Jr. And it's Pac and Otak who will advance through.
I mean, it's so tough. You know, it's such a... And every single player in that lobby played their part. Incredible level of Trackmania we've just seen. So few mistakes. Races decided by hundreds, thousands of a second on the line. An incredible comeback from Carl Jr. in the middle of that race as well. He was out of it at one point.
He was.
I mean, guys, I watched so many Trackmania matches.
And I know
the drama in
this
one, I cannot remember a match I have watched that has more drama than this.
For us, an absolute pleasure to be involved.
I really cannot.
We've got to crush some keys.
And my voice is gone. You guys are absolutely right. My voice will be shot. But just know, like, you witnessed history with this one. And here we have the winners.
Fellows who make our way towards the Key Crusher. It felt like a grand final. It was just a quarter-final, but there's so much more to play. I'm going to ask you firstly, Pac, to come forward as you'll be crushing Neon's key. When you're ready, please do the honors.
Oh my god, Otak is crushing Carl's key.
An incredible
oh my god.
racer from our competition here at the Esports World Cup.
So much potential for Neon, the youngster. Lots of speed.
Let me ask you to come
Not
forward
enough
as a key master
consistency.
realigns things.
That will come with age.
I heard you mutter the words just then. That's the hardest race I've ever played. Tell us what it was like to be in there, because we witnessed it, we watched it, we enjoyed it, but you guys felt every second of it. How was it to be involved in that?
Stressful, way too stressful. I knew I had to get a point buffer because the maps coming towards the end was going to be difficult for me. But my word, what a match, insane. I mean, Otak played incredible, Neon played incredible, and Carl played fantastic. It's just unlucky that both of them have to go out. They could easily have been in the grand final, to be honest. This could have been a grand final.
Very easily could have been. Before I come to Otak, I just want to say the Vitality fans have been absolutely incredible this entire time. Anything you want to say to the Vitality fans supporting you throughout this process?
Thank you so much, guys. You've been insane. That was just so good during that match. Keep up for the semi-final, please. Let's go.
Love these guys, love these guys. I want to come to Otak now as well. Otak, similarly, the Liquid fans over here as well. What do you want to say to the Liquid fans who have been so supportive?
All right, I'll tell it in French, all right? Merci beaucoup, c'est pas fini. On continue de crier sur le prochain, s'il vous plaît. And yeah, I'm back, finally.
Otak's back,
this
baby.
This is Otak with a smile.
Before we go across the key, just here in a second, Carl Jr.'s key of all keys. What a group it was. We mentioned before, we got world champions in there, 10 titles. How was it for you being involved in that? That must have been a real experience.
Yeah, well, I've already played those kind of matches against Pac and Carl especially. I have huge respect for them. Could have gone like either way, but I'm so proud of myself. Because I've been like losing my finalist mode every time on the same map, and now I'm winning finally one in the most important time. And so yeah, I'm so glad.
We're so glad too. Otak, when you're ready, you can make your way towards the Key Crusher. You'll be crushing the 7-timer Carl Jr.'s key. And
this is a legendary one.
Make history here.
Not something many players get to do.
As Otak
maybe
crushes another key. and solidifies our competitors going all the way through to the semi-finals. One more time, Paris, please give it up for Pack and Otak! Absolute scenes here. We've got our semi-finalists,
Wow.
but boys, got to break it down for us. That was
Wow,
momentous.
guys.
What a moment.
Well, many
We
think
are
that
gonna have to
history is
hear the
written only
Carl
by your
interview.
actions. That may be true, since nothing is granted and everything is earned. But the reality is history is written by those who write it. And those...
I mean, people, yeah, Otak's clearly emotional. You know, you go into a game against those kind of players and you've already not had your best tournament. And evidently, like, they are stronger on paper, but he finds that moment, he finds the opportunity, and under the pressure, right, quadruple finalist, he didn't crash. Insane.
We are live from the Gadia City grid, where Big just took home the title in Fortnite for EWC 26. Now, this is completely unexpected. For
now,
what we've been talking about all weekend.
what we need to know is what position does Gwen need for AG to beat Falcons in the overall standings? Does anyone know that? Can anyone calculate that out? That is what I want to know. There's a chance now for AG with Falcons out of Trackmania. Gwen needs top 3. And is that for a tie? 4th is a tie probably. And 3rd wins, or?
The rest of the teams we've been talking about, what happened to Vitality? What happened to Falcons? What happened
4th
to
tie,
AGAL?
3rd win. Wow.
The short and sweet of it is that all 3 of these clubs got 0 points. Could not break into the top 8, which means at the end of it all, it is going to boil down to Trackmania. Who can close this out? Who will take home the club championship title? Who will etch their name in the history books of
Bring
EWC?
them all in.
We
Bring
will
them
just
all
have to
in.
wait and find
We'll be
out.
here all day. Yes, everyone caring for the Esports World Cup. You have come to the right place, Trackmania. Also, you get to see the best game on the esports stage. Perfect, perfect. This is the best ending we could ask for. Love to see it. This will be peak.
As we come back, G-Geek Turbo processing that one. Big's accomplishments, because Grenady on our stage still represents Big. And so that could also mean currently in 16th or 17th place, 1,000 extra points could put them into the top 10.
I will very quickly pull up the bracket, guys. You know what matches are coming up. 3 more matches remain in the tournament until we have a champion. And I will show you the 3 matches that await. First match is Gwen, Grenady, Mime, Otak. Then there is Pack, Elcon, Stuft, Epos. And the grand final thereafter. Already, these players have secured $12,000 each for their performance. But if you go all the way, you get up to $130,000 first place. Absolutely crazy.
To Hungary with a very, very solid performance from Neon, but then as soon as we reached Japan 2, Kai, it went off the rails.
It was an absolutely incredible match. I mean,
And yeah, I was wrong about my prediction here. I got both wrong. Can you blame me? I got both wrong. Yeah, I did.
To close it out, and then
Pack
we had
Otak.
Neon also DNFing there. He could have been earlier in
Crazy
finals,
prediction.
and then it all came down to Germany. It was an absolute cinema. It was cinema. Really. It was so good.
Pack drove so well to get to that position, but the Vitality fans, the Liquid fans, the AGAL fans, the Falcons fans, it's really hard to describe how incredible this atmosphere has been. I said maybe this could be the greatest match ever in Trackmania. Obviously not been a part of its history, but G-Geek, that's got to be up there.
Match of the year.
I got.
For some, for me,
I counted.
Place it above on another pedestal.
Yeah,
Match
even higher.
Of the decade. Not only in terms of the stakes, the progression, the elation of the winners, but also the atmosphere. In my memory of Trackmania commentator and analyst.
No, but I agree. I agree
never
with
seen or
G.
felt
Like this is
anything
just
like it, Kai.
But also the
goosebumps, you know.
storylines in here. Neon, who was the underdog going into that one.
I was counting in my head the amount of predictions I've done today. I've gotten 5 out of 8 correct of the advancers.
From Carl Jr. Like it is absolutely phenomenal.
5 out of 8.
to
Do
see
we have
that.
Carl soon for the interview?
Definitely showing great great performance there. And I think if we have seen, or if we were to play this match again, we would maybe see Carl Jr. and Neon winning it. It was that close in the end.
I mean, quadruple finalist. That's what
you don't get that every day.
You don't get that every day. It meant that the next two races would
The
decide
last
two people
quadruple
going through
finalist
the
that I
semifinals.
remember
That was not a quarterfinal. That was
this
a grand
level
quarterfinal.
of importance in a tournament is in 2021 World Championship group stage. There's been a couple other ones, but in different tournaments. World Cup, that's the one that comes to mind. There might be others, but it's very rare.
The only difficulty, Turbo, I feel like, is going to be moving on. Because we got 3 more matches.
I talked
that's
about that
not
as well.
it.
We had at Raider Cup 2022, we had an absolute stellar semifinal, and then it was like, what now? Like, we already have exceeded our expectations, but seeing the playing fields, seeing the stakes, the club championship has not been decided. Also, Big Now being a thing. I talked with Granadi about that as well, right? That they are not really somewhat close to the top 24, but now taking home Fortnite. Well, I
Someone
mean,
just came into chat.
They can go into the
Where's
top 10.
my money?
Literally,
Did
that's
Carl or
incredible
Neon
stuff.
win?
Now, we all know the implications here. AGA
Sorry,
is still
bro.
alive. Gwyn still has some work
Like
to
many
do.
others,
But
like
of course,
many
the
others,
reason that this work may be
made the
having
wrong
a different
prediction.
complexion, maybe a different
Can't
outcome
blame you.
necessary to lift that trophy is because Carl
Cannot
Jr.
blame
is
you.
now
It
no
was pretty
longer
close.
in the mix. Falcons have lost all their representation
I think
so
Carl is
far
coming in for the
in
interview
club
now.
championship, and they will have to wait and watch. One of the people we expected to be here but is not is Carl Jr. We have
Brutal
an
interview
with
incoming.
Rachel standing
Brutal questions. Let's hear from Carl.
Carl, if you can, sum up what's going through your head right now.
I sucked, simply as that. I had a terrible start of the match. I had a terrible mid of the match. I had a terrible finalist. I was just bad. There's nothing. I'm just so sorry.
Who are you sorry to? Why are
To
you saying-
everybody who supported me, to Falcons, I feel terrible right now. It was my biggest opportunity, and I don't have the words. I'm sorry.
We know you can do it. You've done it so many times before. Why couldn't you do it today?
I have no idea, and I'll work on it to figure it out. I don't know what to say. I'm just so sorry. I'm just so sorry to everybody who supported me.
We were all watching during that, and everyone was saying, don't write Carl off. He's going to come back. He's the one that's capable of making these epic comebacks. We all believed. You were still believing right till the end, right?
Yeah, of course. I never lost it. It was just a bad map order for me. But it's not even map order. I just sucked, simply as that. It happens. Well, not really, but
it's true.
I don't know what to say. I'm mad. I'm sad. I'm tilted. I don't know.
Are we seeing a new generation of Trackmania competitors coming through? Obviously, we know Pac and your relationship, but Neon, we thought he was going to go through today, and didn't. OTAC is the one knocked you out.
Yeah, good job by them. They are friends, so I'm happy for them. But yeah, new generation is getting better and better, and I'll have to work harder to challenge them.
What are you going to do right now? Take time to process it? What is next?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I'll let you, the time will go, and I'll figure it out.
Thanks for chatting to us, Carl.
You're welcome.
Go and process it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, being in those moments and you see
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard when you are at the top. Everyone puts so high expectations on you. Carl puts high expectations on himself. And he's won so many big events before this one. And now, when the prize pool increases, when the stakes increase, it's of course an immense disappointment for him that he's not able to go further than quarters. So you gotta empathize with that, but I don't think this is the last tournament we will see Carl in, nor do I think we have seen Carl lift a World Championship trophy for the last time. He is unbelievably good, and it's a rare sight that he goes out this early. Now guys, on to something else. We have the semifinals coming up, but a couple of days ago, I asked you to ask me questions, because there is a couple of breaks in the lead up to the semifinals and the grand final here. And so we are going to do an Ask Me Anything thread on Reddit in collaboration with Alliance. We do have the semifinals coming up afterwards, so do stick around. But basically, people had a couple of days to ask me any question they wanted, and I have them up here on my PC. So I'm going to answer them out loud, you know? I'm not going to write an answer, although I do type fast. People who watch a long time will know. We have, yeah, you can see the matches here, by the way. Semifinals, Gwen Grenadi, Mime Otak, Pack, Alcon Stuft, and Epos. So to honor the Reddit, I'm only going to answer the questions that are in this thread. So chat, you guys are going to have to wait, but I'll just go down the list, the highest upvoted questions first. So, hi Virtual, how do you feel about the plethora of people saying that they use your main channel to go to sleep at night? It's not just the main channel, unless you're saying Virtual TV is the main channel. People sleep to all my videos. I guess it's a compliment. I've told this story before, but I used to have a person I was dating that was long distance many, many years ago. And it was just when I was starting streaming. And I was telling her a story on FaceTime. And I could tell she was like scrolling, she was not really listening. And so afterwards, after I tell my story, no reaction. So I was just like, yeah, what do you think? Are you even listening? And she's like, I thought you were used to being background noise. And so I have gotten accustomed to being people's background noise. I am happy if I'm your background noise. As long as you don't have ad block and stuff like that, you know? That's all I ask. But no, you know, I take it as a compliment. I'm happy I can be just entertainment on the side. Brosef McFleeb asks, hey Virtual, just want to say I love your content. Personally for me, playing Trackmania is too frustrating. There are so many cryptic rules that are explained nowhere in the game. He's right. That being said, I really do enjoy watching you play. I have 2 questions. 2 questions? Damn, okay. When is the next main channel video? I need more deeply inspirational saxophone, then I got this run videos in my life. Okay, I'm gonna answer this honestly. Massive copium in chat, if you don't believe me, that's fine. We already have 2 main channel videos ready. However, I don't wanna just post those, get very busy, and then let the channel be inactive again for many months. Something I'm working on behind the scenes now is building up a bit of a catalog so that like the main channel video that I post is one I finished like 3 videos ago, and so I always have a little bit of headway. So I already have 2 videos that are basically done. So yeah, pretty soon. When I have a satisfying backlog, I'll start posting. Have you considered sliding in mayonnaise? I will answer this question once, and only once, yes. When this was at its height of a joke in my community, I thought about sliding in mayonnaise. But then I thought I would never outlive the clips. The clips would be my legacy. I would be the guy who slid in mayonnaise more than the Heffa's got this run guy, right? And so I thought I can never get rid of that, and therefore I should never do it. But I did consider it at one point. Westgale, this is probably a rough question. How much responsibility do you feel towards the Trackmania community? As the ambassador of the game, you're basically the boss of most Trackmania streamers, the boss of most Trackmania streamers and content creators. I would find this extremely stressful, and I imagine you do too. Well, I proceed on some things with caution, right? When you have a platform, you have a responsibility. If I say, oh, this mapper's map is so terrible, well, a lot of people might have the same opinion. They don't know any better, right? So they trust my opinion if they don't play the game a lot. And I don't want to cause hate towards the mapper or similar things. I also feel responsible for helping the esports scene continue to thrive. That's also part of the reason why I'm here, is I really want to do everything I can to help the pros succeed with this new expansion with EWC as well. So I feel some responsibility when it comes to content, and otherwise I mostly do my own thing and other creators do their own thing. But overall, we have the same shared goal of trying to grow the game as much as we can. And I feel like we're doing a pretty good job at that. Trackmania seems to be in a healthy spot. Trackmania rules, what a Reddit name. Hi Virtual, long-time viewer, how excited are you that Trackmania is featured on this larger stage? And do you perhaps think bigger things could be on the horizon? Potential collaboration with larger companies like F1 or NASCAR. Thing is, I think larger games, or larger companies rather, are more interested in growing their own brand than integrating with another competitor, right? Like F1 wants to grow their game series, NASCAR perhaps as well. I'm not sure if they have a game actually. But to your first point, very excited that we're here. And for those of you who just watched that match, like, how can we not be excited that we're here? We have the pros bringing their highest level. The crowd is incredible. And so many people are getting to see the best play for prize pools they deserve, honestly. Mordecai, longtime viewer, super fan of my stream, and Anna's as well, great to see. In Trackmania, there are very different types of tracks to play and make content out of. How long does it take for you to search for a type of track or campaign that you think will be interesting to make a video out of or play on stream? We can start with this before I read the next part, so I can form my thought. Not that long. People send me so many DMs of, hey, Virtual, play this map. And then it's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Or, you know, it could be a trial map, RPG, straight line map. We love the straight line maps, things like that. But one thing which I find kind of sad is that good maps, just in general, like a clean Cup of the Day map, people find rather boring. So it's often maps that have something special to them. Like, if I say I'm playing the best RPG map ever, and it might be, that's not that interesting. But if I say, this is an obstacle map with only wood blocks, what? That's suddenly a bit more spicy. That's like, how is that possible? So typically, and I kind of hope this would change, like the quality of the track inherently could be higher, but I typically also pick the ones that have a good balance of content and quality. And that also answers the second point, yeah. Examination money, Virtual. I know that jet lag is paused. Do you have plans for the team after the tournament, and will there be new players? It was really fun watching jet lag play, so I hope that you will continue it. Anyways, have a great day. So, because we are in such a massive arena and playing for such big prize pools and club points in the EWC standings, the value for a Trackmania player's contract skyrocketed. Like, I was ready after the previous season to offer the jet lag players a massive salary bump, and when I heard the offers they got, I simply had no chance. And likely, after this tournament, the best unsigned players there are will also get fantastic offers, which is amazing. We want that to happen. I don't want to, you know, pay them less than what they are worth. So the thing is also, the point of jet lag was also to form a team around personalities that I myself identify with, I think are quite similar to me, like Mudda and Brun. And I wouldn't want to form a team just to have a team. Like, it felt kind of fun to have jet lag as like the friend group team that we did. And it was a great time, but now that things have changed, it's hard to do. I'd have to have a big sponsor probably backing it. And from what I know from other creators as well that try to start esport teams, you simply set money on fire. Like, you have to have some kind of special interest in watching money go up in flames to get fully into hosting esport teams. Very few can make a profit. So it's also a lot of time invested, a lot of effort invested, and maybe not fully the time. Maybe my role in esports in Trackmania is better spent being a commentator. Dragon, you've been watching since 2022. That's amazing. Thank you for watching for so long. You made me get into Trackmania. I'm grateful for that. I want to ask, if you're planning to go into different things other than Trackmania and new channels, chess, pyramid, another video game, anything else you're interested in, I believe me and many others not watch because of the great gameplay, but because of your entertainment conversations. Thank you for the daily videos. Miss Reddit videos. Yeah, the Reddit videos are gone. So guys, type 1 in the chat if you would watch chess and pyramid content. Type 2 if not. Full honesty. I'm trying to answer full honesty. Did I skip a question? Who would win in the fight? A frog that spits acid or a frog that swallows acid? I think the one that spits. So what I've wanted to do with my main channel for a while, I haven't yet fully done it, is have it be like a mix of Trackmania stories and stories about other things. There's a lot of things I find fascinating. I find chess very fascinating, and I know now more about its history. Pyramids very fascinating. Scrabble, very fascinating. Climbing, very fascinating. Just these tiny niches where people perfect things, right? And I think I have a good ability to explain it in an interesting way to people that aren't familiar. That's what I did with Trackmania to grow my channel there. So it's something I've wanted to do. It's been like in the back of my head, but it's never felt like the right time to do it. But I want to do that. Oh, we are about to introduce the next game. I'll do a few more, and we'll do a few more after the semi-final. Virtual, what is your opinion on shifting ENT to November 2027? That's fine, but a little annoying for the players. Hopefully they keep their qualification spot. Philosophy, purpose of content creation. Guys, I think we have to get back. Before we talk about content creation philosophy, we have the semi-finals of the tournament coming up. More questions, though, with the Reddit thread and Alliance soon thereafter. Thank you all for hanging out and sending questions for the Ask Me Anything. So this semi-final, guys, will be stacked. The players in question are Gwen, Grenady, Mime, and Otak. And let's quickly, I'm sorry to say, run ads so that you guys don't get any interrupting the game. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'll put on some audio for you as well. Because you have no audio, right? Yeah.
Represents big on the international stage.
One by one.
Next up, please put your hands together for Otak!
Otak with the previous clutch.
Having escaped the group of destruction, the 2023 world title is now
he just beat the GOAT. And now audio farming, aura farming into the semifinals.
He looks good. Looks real good. Look at those shades. Ow!
Next up on stage, it's
no. Apples.
Representing
no.
Natus Vincere, do not let
they
his
said
kind
apples,
visage and wild smile fool you. This man might have qualified for EWC right on the buzzer, but he's the one having the crowd absolutely buzzing.
Welcome to the stage. Next
maybe
up
I heard wrong.
It's Gwen!
Gwen walking through.
AGL's last warrior standing.
Gwen fighting for third or better. Am I deaf? I might be.
One more time, give it up.
That last game made me lose sanity and a lot of things.
An incredible set of players, and we're going to ask them all to place their keys and take their seats.
What is this sign, bro?
Only two can advance. We've seen how tight
the fans are great, but some of them need to learn some definitions.
So Paris, one more time, let's get this started!
All right, here we go with Gwen. Club championship all in his hands. Otak, reigning victorious from the previous crazy quarterfinal match. Grenady, managing to scrape by in this one as well. Was the most consistent on Hungary, among other things, and Mime, the one who picks Norway. Very interesting. We do already know some things about this match. Gwen bans Norway. Otak bans Argentina. Grenady bans South Korea. And we'll see what, yeah, Canada, the ban from Mime. So Norway gonna be banned out. Now Gwen, the first pick. He could go for Japan, which he decides to do. Grenady gets his Poland. Mime does not get Norway here, so he has to think for a second. Saudi Arabia is open. Hungary is open. Australia is open. And at this later stage in the tournament, this will be really interesting. Now Otak, it could be Saudi Arabia here. It could be Hungary. And it is. Okay. Australia. This map has hardly made it through the veto at all in the tournament. I am very excited that Mime picked it. It is a difficult map. Also one of the longest. And it has road speed slides. They are different to grass and dirt and plastic speed slides in that they are so precise to do that if you're very good at them, you can gain a ton of time. If you're not, you lose like 0.3 to the best. In this match, there are no full speed specialists. All of them are good, of course, but no one is a full speed master. It should be quite even. And there's still also the ending of that map, which is hard to survive. But it's a map that we haven't seen basically all tournament. We get to see it here. We start on Japan, like the previous match, and maybe it will end there too. Continue where we left off. World record here by Stufts. Otak has just come from a match, so the others have had time to recharge. Otak made to play immediately afterwards, so he does have some on-stage warm-up to his benefit, perhaps, or to his deterrence. We will see. First round here, Otak is a bit behind. Now, stylistically, these players, Gwen is a lot like Neon in that he will risk hard, he will try to drive extremely fast and go for 10-pointers. If he doesn't crash, he often succeeds at the 10, but when he crashes, it's down to last. Otak and Grenadi are very consistent players. They hardly crash, and Mime is somewhere in between. A little bit slower than Gwen, but a little bit more consistent. In this one, it's Mime up ahead. Grenadi quite close, but it's early days. You don't necessarily need to full send for the first 10-pointer. Mime has a commanding lead, point two, a little bit late to the boost, a little bit slow, a little bit hesitation through the gate, and he crashes. What about Grenadi? Barely getting down the first couple ones, now the last one. He crashed here in finalist mode, but this time he redeems himself and starts off this semi-final with a 10-pointer. It's 6 points for Otak, 4 for Mime, 3 for Gwen. Gwen's in-tournament PB is 115.3, but we could see that go tremendously lower. This is his map pick. Goes up. The loop wall ride slows down. Otak slows down the most. Does he make it? Yes, he does. Should have a lot of speed from that, but it's Grenadi up front. Gwen with a slow landing. Let's see if he can recover. Otak in Mime. Mime goes away, too wide there. Otak with more speed than Grenadi, and so far, the two players we expect to crash the least are indeed doing so. Top two there through the gates, but here's Gwen. He was only 0.2 down, and he is now only 1300ths down. Through the slalom, keeps that gap. Through this drift, a little bit more speed than Otak. Grenadi still holding strong in first. Great speed from Gwen through that release turn, setting up very fast into the corner. Grenadi with the best approach. Gwen only half a car length behind into the gates. Predicting that Gwen might snipe this, as Grenadi is going to take it a little bit more safe. Look at Gwen with the dragon car skin, pulling through. Beautiful ending. 115.3. 3/10 of a second gain to Grenadi there in that final part. And this is scary to see if you're playing against Gwen, because you need to build up a huge lead to have a safe ending available to you. He will just send it. Mime so far a third and a fourth place, only 7 points. Otak a second and third. And Gwen and Grenadi having the lion's share of the points, 1 10-pointer each. Now into the release turns. Does Gwen get more speed again? Sets that up. Mime has a chance. Oh my. The precision needed to do that time and time again, guys. I hope it doesn't wear off on you. Like, the ability these players have to always know their margin, always know their racing line, and just barely get by every apex. It's so impressive. You could have thousands and thousands of hours. You can have a decade of experience, and still, you might be far from doing what these players are doing here. Gwen up ahead by 1/10. Mime temporarily getting closer, but too much speed into the corner. He has to go wide. Gwen now 2/10 ahead, approaching tournament record pace, at least approaching a 115 flat. Does he carry the speed all the way to the ending? Out by the flags, gets through, hits the wall though, commits too early. Mime takes first place, 115.6, and he was far away from Gwen. Gwen finishing despite the crash. Final round of Japan. It's always interesting with map 1 because we get to see it now, and then it makes a new appearance as the players approach finalist mode. We played till 140 points are scored, and then afterwards they must win one round to clinch their spot. Just for anyone not familiar with Trackmania Esports, Glenn, phenomenal start. 2/10 gain there. A long distance away. Does he commit? Yes, gets the turn right as well. Low to the checkpoint. Grenady has the most points so far in a second place. Would keep him ahead. A first place would propel him even further ahead in the standings. One down to last. 2 crash heavy here in the first couple of rounds of Japan. Mime chasing down Grenady. It's only 1400ths. But Grenady has a solid run of his own. Out wide now, the setup. Good for Grenady, much better here. To the left, the speed is there, but what about the ending? Is he hesitating here? Has he overcome his omens? Omens for Mime as well. As he crashes. Grenady, 32 points out of 40 possible here on the first map. Otak ends up at 20, Gwen at 20, and Mime at 20. Second map of the veto. Here it was Grenady's Poland. Also a map that he could have as a backup to close out finalist mode. This map pack is actually really solid looking for Grenady. This is a map he has shown himself capable, driving 108s consistently. But it is a bit hit or miss for Grenady. It often is in matches, whether he scores consistently 10-pointers or crashes here and there. And we are starting. Glenn also is lightning quick here. One of Glenn's better maps too. First jump, Mime clips. That is a common mistake we see. They go for the lowest airtime, too low for Mime. Now the drift around. Attack with some pace in the dirt here. Up on the outside, Glenn touches. And again, consistency. Otak and Grenady. It is the style we know from them. Just able to drive 20 or so rounds without making mistakes at home under no pressure. Here on the stage, it does affect them too, but less so. Otak through the slalom, down to the dirt jump. Gonna try to get a straight line on the first plank. He gets that, controls the tilt, and lands through the checkpoint with 2/10 ahead of Grenady. Into the water, almost too wide. Does he have to commit? That looks good for the timing. Grenady not getting much closer. And Otak with a chance at 10 points himself here. Onto the planks though. Here comes Grenady. That's closer. Wide setup. Hold the phone. Grenady getting very close. More speed than Otak, but the gap is enough. Otak 10 points. 109.2. 109.3 for Grenady. 6 points there. Fourth for Mime. 4 points for Mime. 3 points for Gwen. 38, 30, 24, 23. Glenn with the wide setup here. He wants the speed all the way down and then set up wide again and then the speed all the way through, and look at how he's perfectly calculated the margins for that. He crashed the wall last time and now he's found a 1/10 of a second in the start to all other semi-finalists. Down the grass. Does he get the 5th gear? That looks like 4th. The others are coming back. And he affords a mistake there, but can't afford 2. Almost goes too wide. Inside drift. Similar approach to Grenady. Otak and Mime on a different trajectory. Into the dirt jump we go once more. Nobody failed it, but that is not a common occurrence. Typically we see mistakes here. Glenn able to flatten his landing and take first place for now. Into the water. Does he dare to go at almost full speed? What an approach by him and Mime. Both of them on great pace here. Out wide, maybe too wide for Mime. Clips the back wheel. Glenn clips the front. Otak versus Grenady is the battle again. Grenady goes a little bit wider here. This time has a good chance at the snipe also. Here he might actually get it. This is very close. Out to the left. Grenady by 100th gets the 10-pointer in the end. And Glenn and Mime were at least a 1/10 of a second ahead of that. They were on phenomenal pace. Well, we see consistency be the biggest asset thus far. Glenn almost crashing the checkpoint. Very close there to having the round ruined. And now again, so close to the corner. Dodges the bumps. It looks like they can go higher, more inside line on the dirt turns. You'll see the same later on here, but there are bumps on the apexes of the corners. So the lines they're driving are always just about perfect. Here you'll see it. You can't go all the way to the right in the dirt turn. You have to leave a bit of room or else you hit bumps. Same on the left here. And now you keep the speed onto the plank. Oh, this looks bad for Grenade. He has to release a lot. Gwen out wide. Same for Mime. Chaos unsews. But Gwen re-enters first place. Mime too early there. On to the ending. Gwen now. Can he start collecting 10-pointers? That is the only part of the strategy. Is 10-pointers. 10 or crash. Otak going for the 6 here, I think. Not going to contest. Gwen has this one on lock. And that is a 109.01 from Gwen to put him back in the game. Now it's Mime last in points. $52 for Grenade. Still a 10-point gap. Last round for now of this map pick, and he clips. He lands to it tilted. The car has the wheel scrape on the floor, and that counts as a crash. Attacking first in this start. Good pace by him. But here comes Gwen through the grass. A little bit more speed. Goes for fourth gear. Around the corner. Oh, more speed down the drift. Finds a lot of time there. And for now, takes first place. Still anyone's game over the jumps. Mime also only a tenth behind. Low for Gwen. That looks shaky. That looks difficult. He's going to crash. Oh, attacking first now. Where is Mime? 0.19 behind. Opportunity Otak with Grenade last. Almost crashes twice, but that is a perfect water turn. Can't ask for more than that. Into the dirt downhill. Smoothing out the corner. Land on the plank. Set up a bit wide. That should be good for Otak. And when you don't crash, when you get second places, and a few first places here and there, and a time like 108.99, it is a very strong performance from Otak, who almost catches up to Grenade. But Gwen had a DNF there. He did not complete the round. Grenade still got 4 points. And so Grenade will be in the lead. Gwen struggling here. Gwen struggling a lot. Third map of the set. This one picked by Mime. And here we go, everybody, because it is Australia. This is a map, I don't have the exact stat, but we have seen it maybe 3 times tops in the tournament. Most players ban this map away because of its full speed elements. There are speed slides that if you don't know how to do them perfectly, you might lose 3 tenths out of the start every time. Many players don't favor it also for the ending, having plastic, having a very precise part. Mime saw the opportunity to pick Norway previous match, the second hardest map, and now he picks Australia, the hardest map, because it was open. So here they have dirt speed slides, these are fine. The difficult part is getting a good speed slide here, overlapping the skid marks perfectly. And what you're looking for is 800 speed as you enter the sand over here. Gwen with 802. Now a lot of speed down. You can see that Otak, who didn't get this good, might already be out of contention for first place because the others just have so much speed over the following straight. This advantage carries further. 0.3 now down to Otak. And if you can't hit those speed slides, you are in deep trouble for scoring points here. Great lines by Gwen throughout that. Down the plastic he goes. They set up over the sand here on the left to get a good drift down to the right. Different approaches possible here. You will get airtime. You have to control it. Grenade controls it better than Mime. Overtake second place. Grenade far on the left side. This is a problem. Makes it through the corner without crashing. And now in the ending, you need third gear. Grenade has it. Gwen does not. Look at the speed difference onto the agility dash in the ending of Australia here. Precision is so important. Look how quick the moves are. The car snaps with every movement on plastic. Grenade takes first place, 100th ahead of Mime in the first round here. 1.2 behind, 1 gear mistake, and Otak losing time throughout. Grenade 66, Otak 55, Mime 43, Gwen 40. So speed slides are the game here. Dirt speed slides are often similar, but now we go again to the road speed slide. You want to stay in it for as long as possible at the right overlap. Gwen going for an early upside down, the others staying longer in the slide, trying to get more speed. And here, it looks like Grenadier and Mime have the best lines. Gwen is close, but again, Otak is struggling. He wanted to ban Argentina away. That has been his main ban. But here, looks like he could need 2 bans because Australia seems to be a big problem for him. Mime leading through the slalom turns here. Oh, Gwen, does he dare to hold that full speed? Looked like it. So far, Mime versus Grenadier down here. Does Grenadier get more speed from this sliding? He beat Mime in this portion previously. Now Mime pulling away on the left side, flat on the booster, so that you can have full grip out to the left. Go for the 3rd gear. Keep enough up the hill that you hold it. Grenadier lost it here, so did Gwen, and Mime held 3rd. He is pulling away. Battle for 2nd, very close between Gwen and Grenadier. Grenadier better line here, more speed. Gwen answering back, more speed there. Impossible to call. Gwen winning that battle by 0.03 of a second. And Mime takes first, 1:14.400. With the 2 players, bottom of the scoreboard, getting the most points there. The overall live ranking is equalizing. Hard to tell, they're quite far apart, but whenever you see a scoreline like that, everybody gets closer together. 2 more rounds of Australia. What about Otak's speed slide? 670 this time, a strong one. Gwen only has 667 typically. Through here, 804, but a bit wide, and the no slide is late. Gwen going for an early one. Carrying matching speed to Grenadier. Otak losing more ground here. This is a really difficult map to play against the others because they have come prepared. There Australia is looking sharp. Grenadier strongest through here now. Yeah, it's a good left timing. Mime is there though. Mime is there. Over the sand. How close does he go? Grenadier, a rare mistake, a rare opportunity to capitalize on him, likely getting last place. Otak might be slower, but he has not crashed. Mime versus Gwen. 3rd gear might decide this one. Both of them get it. This is going to be close. Who lands earliest? Who can speed slide on the plastic best? Best for Gwen. Gwen clips, has to respawn, down to last. Mime clips a bit too. Does he know that he is alone in first? Otak comes close, clips as well, and Grenadier finds his way back to 2nd place as the others both have to respawn. Even in a rare round where Grenadier crashed there, he still got 2nd. And it wasn't too far from first. .581 there from Gwen quick, but this is a poor speed slide angle. Here he's not going to have the best exit. You can see the others are moving faster, only 800. He can set up early for the no slide down. Mime comes through as well with more speed. And again, it's the same picture. Grenadier, Gwen and Mime ahead with Otak trailing. But Otak is at least closer than he's been in most rounds. Maybe an outside opportunity for him for now. Gwen versus Grenadier. Both of them daring to hold full speed. Now on the checkpoint, Grenadier crashed, going extra wide, still keeping good speed. There was more room there for the car. Mime with a mistake, instant reaction, still gonna lose a lot. Gwen with a wobble, controls it. And now the gear. Do they have enough speed? Grenadier has it, and Gwen has it. Nail-biter of a finish coming up. Gwen needs the 10-pointer the most. Grenadier gonna challenge. Up wide, Gwen with more speed. Better inside line. This is a fast time by Gwen. What's the final? 1:14.3. Gwen, much necessary 10 points. Grenadier still happy with the 6. Gwen at 59 points now. Grenadier, I believe, at 82 and still dealing with a bit of a cold there, as you can see. But playing great despite the circumstances. 4th pick was Otak's, and he decided on Saudi Arabia. Calm before the storm yet again. This one has led to many spectacular endings, specifically the last jump. You have to thread the needle, time the release press of the accelerator exactly to get the car through a window. But first, the wall hug. Who gets smoothest into the entry? That is Grenady. Does he release to stay third gear? Yes, indeed. Mime in trouble. The nose slide loses grip, and he clips. Down in last. Now the first big challenge. Obstacle jump through here. Grenady has to respawn. Another mistake we seldom see here. Gwen versus Otak up front. Also feels like Mime is catching a bit here. Definitely not just a feeling, that is reality. He's getting closer. Around the checkpoint, Gwen crashes, and suddenly Mime is in a temporary first place. He does the jump line. This has lower speed, but still, Mime fights back against Otak with it. Down through the road corner, and now final jump. You have to release as the nose dips over, accelerate, and time it perfectly towards the landing. Mime wins that round. 10 points for him. And Grenady, he can't even finish. 0 points that round for Grenady, and suddenly Mime is very close. 82 Grenady, 76 Mime, 72 Otak. Gwen at 63. And this awoke the Na'Vi crowd. Gwen with a clip. That could cost him a lot because the next drop down is unsmooth as well. Gwen far behind here, several seconds. 3-player battle. Everyone should make it through this one. Rare we see anyone fail it. Otak with a great start. 0.85 checkpoint. As we jump through the window, this time better for Grenady. Out on the ice. Do you go for the nose dive? Do you air brake? See a mix here. Grenady air braking. Trying to keep the car flat. That way it keeps accelerating. Now a nose down. Mime into the wall. Grenady adapted. He's doing the downhill line together with Otak. 1 versus 1 for 10 points. Otak, very high bump. He's going to have low speed because he also lost third gear there. Grenady with a chance to redeem himself from the last jump. Is he going too short? Oh, Otak is. And Mime might overtake that position. Grenady first. I think Mime. Yep, Mime second. Otak third. And Gwen will finish in last here with a scratch of the head. Slow start to this match for Gwen. Lots of pressure on him now. He has the ability to decide the club championship at Esports World Cup. Falcons are out of every remaining game. They still lead the tournament by 300 points. But if Gwen here gets third place or better in the Trackmania championship, he will also win the overall points ranking for All Gamers Global. Right now, last in the map by a significant amount, and is not scoring 10-pointers, which his strategy comes down to. Oh, that's short for Gwen. Clips a little bit, but it's still okay. Now over the discs, down here, no crashes this time, closest round yet. Mime going wide for the jump, trying to realign the car for the dirt. Not that great. Grenady and Gwen ahead. Will Gwen risk for this one? He kind of has to. Out left early, Grenady with a better approach. Similar into the ramp. They both over-release, I think. They both miss it. Double flip of the positions, and it's Otak that takes this one by 1/100th of a second. They both fail the release timing there. As we said, the ending here, anything can happen in that one. And to remind you, we play till 140 points in these matches. Mime and Otak steadily getting closer to Grenady. Gwen the only one who's fallen far behind. Great start from Grenady, nice nose sliding too. This is one of the quickest splits. You see on the map, 25.8 or so down here. Now into the quarter pipe jump. Oh, good jump by all. I thought Grenady might be too low there. He makes it. Onto the ice, nose down for Gwen. Into the uphill. It's Grenady still with that 1/10 that he found in the dirt. Still leading the race. Awkward for Gwen, awkward for everyone, honestly. Grenadi struggling, he crashed, lost speed. Mime with the jump line, swoops up into first place, but here the bumps to the side. Gwen has an awkward one, manages to stabilize into the last jump. Can he fix his mistake? Releasing quite late. Gwen is holding on, but Otak has more speed. That might be a snipe. Down to the wire. Otak 5 thousandths ahead. Gwen cannot catch a break. And with that, Otak just trailing Grenadi by 2 points as we go to the next map. The next map is really good for Grenadi. This is the one where Grenadi decided the quarterfinals. He scored 40 possible points here. 40 points out of 40 possible on this next map. Won every single round there. Now we gotta see if anyone can match that consistency. This is a very crash-heavy map. Most players struggling with the last jumps. We will see it. The first beam jump is fine, the last two not so much. The shortest map as well, expecting very close round leading up to the beams. And here, the strategy of trying to gain a couple of hundreds in the start might prove crucial. Otak into the wall. Rare mistake from Mr. Consistent. Gwen and Mime up front. Grenadi has lost a lot of time. They set up wide here to carry the speed all the way into the diagonal loop. Out to the right, that is where the car wants to be pulled. Now, from the outside, just following the curve, sliding as little as possible. Gwen on phenomenal pace, world record pace as it stands. Into here though, he has an awkward line, will get sent a bit wide, loses some speed, and it's not as crazy at the moment. It's still dominant in first in the round. Carries third gear here, and Mime has low speed, has to tap a few times. Gwen with a solid grip on the round, but here you see the beam jumps. He makes the first one, what of the second one? Grenadi and Mime are both catching up. Gwen makes the landing. Mime beats Grenadi by a few thousandths of a second. 59.4 by Gwen, and 10 more points there. And now Mime is also slowly but surely catching up. It's getting very close up there. And if you saw that spinning camera, that is intended behavior. That happens when you have a steering wheel plugged in to Trackmania. It looks crazy, but that's what it is. Out of the start, we see Otak, Grenadi, and Gwen all equally matched. Gwen finding a bit of time in the drift, also smooth line through the loop. The further out to the right you go there, the better. Mime catching up to Grenadi, and all four players. Look at this, a conga line, a train with many carts as we go into the ending again. Better setup for Gwen this time, won't lose as much speed, but best likely for Otak there to catch a second place. Into this drift, they might all drop the gear. Not the best drift by neither of them. How do they adapt to the jump? You have to go more up left. All of them land. Slowest for Otak. Gwen pushing around the bend. But here comes Mime looking to snipe it away. Mime clips! Gwen, 2 10-pointers in a row, and Mime down to last. Oh, does he finish? Oh, he doesn't even finish! He just takes a sip of water, knows that round is a 0, and barely has time for it before the next one kicks off. Gwen now has almost climbed out of the hole he was in. 2 points behind Mime, and only 12 behind Grenadi. Grenadi with a mistake there, it looked like. Did not make it through the drift, 0.6 behind. This was Grenadi's best map in the quarterfinals, and now in the semi, it's a Gwen show as he has won 2 rounds and looking for a third. The pace is moving faster and faster, and honestly, the momentum is in his way as well. But a little bit of a mistake down the hill, lets the others catch up, and here you'd expect Otak to overtake with a low jump. Gwen able to match, going so close to the walls there. We pull into the drift. Who has the gear, who has the speed? They all drop, but Otak has the best of it. Onto the beam, goes for a low jump, both of them make it. Gwen again catching so much time here, has more speed, car length ahead. Does he land the jump? 3 in a row for Gwen. And with Grenadi last, the standings here will get insanely close. It's a reversal right now for Grenady. The points are not there. 111 to 102. Everybody within 9 points. We had a quadruple finalist in the previous quarterfinal. Could we see something similar here? It's not too far-fetched. It's not out of the picture. Everyone showing why they deserve to be in the semifinal, driving at such a high level, making mistakes, but also having standout performances here and there. Who is going to be the one in the final quarter of this match to make a breakaway? Right now, Gwen on fire. Wide setup, Grenady gets close, but the speed is too low. He will lose a 10th or 2 over the straightaway. It's Mime or Gwen in the battle for the 10-pointer. Also crashes here. It's a full meltdown for Grenady. The entire gap has diminished to nothing. Gwen releasing, Mime jumping further, Mime drifting early. The speed for Gwen, is it there? Mime should have it, he might clip. He's holds on, and Mime wins this round with a 59-49. Otak is at 112, Mime is at 112, Gwen is at 112, and Grenady is now at 115. And now the rotation goes back around to Japan. We saw quick pace here from Gwen until he crashed. We saw Grenady end up with 2 first places and 2 second places in 4 rounds of play here. A good map for him. But we also saw Grenady struggle in finalist mode on Japan in his quarterfinal. Had a round where he was destined to win, but he slipped up in the final hurdles. Let's see what happens. It really could not be closer, and you really cannot script these matches. It's just a product of the level at display here. Small mistake in the start there from Mime. Falling down. What can Gwen do second time around? He really could not find the consistency here first time. Will he step up now? When it matters, not only for him, the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time, but also for the Esports World Cup with $2 million in the club championship on the line. We see Otak getting past Mime, we see Grenady falling far, and Gwen hunting a 10-pointer right now. As he has a strong lead, Otak. You can see the drift here in camera too, just how close they go to the walls in each corner, following the curve every time, and Gwen is doing that 0.3 of a second better. What is this run from Gwen? He is making this look simple. 53.3. Round the release turn, out wide. Don't want to commit too much speed into this turn because you need the approach around the left. Otak crashes. Grenady in second. Gwen crashes too. Gwen, though, might still have a chance for first despite the mistake. We'll see what Grenady ends up with here. Grenady, can he control the line? Can Gwen control the line? Grenady takes that one. Gwen in second. Mime third. Otak fourth. And just as he's about to get caught up to, Grenady gets an important 10-pointer. It's also important to be a digit ahead. Grenady now with 2 10-pointers can get to finalist mode, whereas all the others will need 3 rounds at minimum, even with perfect play. That matters a lot. Everybody with synchronous backflips down into the start of the run here. Now the release turns. Perfect turns if you release in the approach and then full speed everything thereafter. Look at Gwen. It's like he turned on the DRS there and getting the slipstream from Mime's car. No such thing in Trackmania, but it looks the same and it gives the same effect. Gwen breezes past Mime for a moment. It's still the ending of the round to be played. Here Gwen made a mistake last time. Can he keep it clean now? Can Grenady catch any positions at all? The run is faster. The setup is good. The line is good. Oh, Gwen very close there. Did that shake him off his balance? Looks good for now. Through the gate. 2 tenths ahead of Mime. Last corner, round by the flags. How much speed does he keep? That looks good. Great run by Gwen. 115.1 here. And really only Stufts has managed to drive much faster than that. Mime also driving a fantastic time, but it's only a second place for that one. Grenady 129, Gwen 128, Mime 122, Otak 118. Otak was in a similar position last match where he had the least points, and yet he made it past the Giants in the most stacked quarterfinal of all time. But now he's made a mistake. Is this where it starts to fall apart for Otak? The others with a chance to get very close to finalist mode here. It's Gwen second, it's Mime first. Into this turn though, Gwen has won this one most of the time, just gets a little bit more speed, is more precise there, you have to admit it. And it's a mirror image of the previous round where Gwen catches up to Mime and overtakes in this part. Now down the drifts, Gwen has been gaining 0.2, 0.3. Mime having something to say about that, matching so far. Good drift around these rounded corners. Here, Grenady is trying to keep up best he can, but the pace is simply a little quicker than what Grenady has decided to drive. He wants to find stable pace. And this is a little quicker. Oh, he's here though. Maybe with a fast ending, Grenady can snipe this away. He saw 03 on his car. He wants the 10. Who wants it the most? Mime has less speed. He crashes. Can't adapt. Gwen ahead of Grenady. Gwen at 128. Grenady at 135. Otak 122 and Mime 125. Gwen is now in the lead of the match. Entering Hungary, he was 25 points behind Grenady. Now he's made the overtake. But if Grenady gets first or second, they will both enter finalist mode at the same time. And this is the last round of Japan. We go to Grenady's map pick next, which is Poland. So Gwen here just needs to finish, but wants to make Grenady's life difficult. And wants to give himself one. Oh, he makes a mistake. It's fine. He will still be able to hit finalist, but might not be able to deny. What about Mime and Otak? For them, this is also important. They could stall the game here by getting first and second. Is Grenady going to push for this? It's either or. First or second, nothing else. Gets him there the same as Gwen. Same position. Third place here is what he's had. Mime with a lot of pace on Japan. Who has the most speed? That looks bad for Grenady. Has to release late. Here comes Otak, matching him. Mime ahead, but low boost. Otak crashes. A second place all but guaranteed for Grenady, but he has struggled with this ending, and he wants a good one now. Through the pillars. That looks strong enough. Him and Mime, top two, and a double finalist as we go to Poland. Mime with 10 necessary points there. Also, finalist mode within reach for Mime with a strong run. Quadruple finalist not out of the question. They are getting ready to start the next round here. We are expecting to see a 1:08 winning time for the win. Otak hyping up the crowd ahead of Poland here. This map less mistake heavy than others. It does still have difficult portions. These middle jumps over the planks you see are really difficult to control. Spectating Gwen right now, who pushes out of the start. He plays it the same way, whether he's finalist or he is last in the match. He is risking every single part, and out of the start, he's found a 10th towards Grenady, the other player, able to now close out the match with a round win. Down the grass, he does something different. He releases here. Fourth gear inside line, doesn't want fifth, and he preserves first place for now, but Grenady moves up into second place, and looks like we have a battle between the two red name tags. Who of them is it going to be that claims the first spot in an eventual grand final of the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time? Gwen now putting on the accelerator. Grenady going very low, still manages to get the checkpoint. Equal through here, out on the water turn. Both of them committing about the same time. Both of them making it past the apex. This is for tournament advancement right now. Important round, Grenady clips. Gwen has an opportunity. Will he seize it? Mime was 0.2 behind, and even with the fantastic ending, Mime will not be able to overtake. Gwen is going to go through to the grand finals. does it on his first finalist attempt. Mime gets just enough points to get to finalist mode himself. It's a 1v1 right now between Mime and Grenady for at least one round. Otak has to deny 3 in a row to go to grand final himself. And it is not too dissimilar from what he did against Carl Jr. and against Neon. But now it is all the more difficult. Can he do it again? Grenady losing a bit of time in that drift. Mime catching up. Otak as well. Out on the outside. All similar. Driving in a line. Right now Otak leading. Who gets the best gear here? Otak going high for it. Does get 5th gear and a bit more speed into the drift approach. But Mime has the widest setup. He can push speed through here and will get first place for now. 1/10 ahead. Into the dirt they go. The most important plank jumps of their life. Hundreds of times in practice. Who gets it when it matters? Otak slowing down. It might just be a battle between Grenady and Mime. Otak is out of the running. Mime leading by 0.2. Will he get that turn around the water? Grenady catching up. The gap is less than 0.2 now, only 0.1. Grenady almost touching. He has to risk it all. It is about it all. Will Mime hold on? Grenady coming closer. Mime with an inside approach up the hill. One more jump to the left. Grenady is so close, but it's not enough. Mime takes it away. Gwen and Mime advance to the grand finals. Grenady and Otak are eliminated in the semis. Again, a match that delivered above all expectations. Trackmania at the highest level, and we have so many storylines already going into the final. But first, one more semifinal awaits, and disappointment for Grenady, disappointment for Otak. They did still make it far, but not as far as they'd hoped. That rounded for Grenady, and he goes into the grand final. It's 1 round difference. And with so much on the line, can't help but feel, what if?
Gloss over that fact. Gwen was so far behind. All 3 of the other drivers were within a few points of each other, and Gwen was down by 20 or 30.
Yeah.
And he climbs out of that hole. He makes it back and on to finalist, and he wins his semi-final. That is a clutch gene, unlike almost anything we have ever seen before in Trackmania. Absolutely wild from Gwen.
So many heartbreak moments for Gwen over the course of this game alone. But the mental fortitude from this man to make sure he was able to make it to that grand final is absolutely ridiculous. I would love to get his thoughts on it, and it's exactly what we're going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dream is still alive! A key crushing! Nobody expected this only a few days ago. And our first key crushed by Gwen, keeping AGAL's hope alive. That is Grenady, eliminated despite his best effort. The wheelman has been knocked out. Gentlemen, come on over. It's safe to say the eyes of the entire esports world is on you right now, Gwen. How you holding up, buddy?
It's too much pressure for me, I think.
You look like you're handling it very, very well. The whole crowd is cheering for you in this. Does it push you through it? Do you feel it in your veins during the game?
Yeah, I think it's so grateful to have these fans this much, like, I don't know what to say, but it's incredible, yeah.
It's incredible to see now to my side, Mime. I mean, for you, this is a big moment as well. You advance on to the grand final. What does this mean to you as a player and as an individual?
It means a lot. Like, I finally proved myself that I can compete at this stage again. Also,
so huge for Mime.
Great
so
points
huge
for the
for
team
Mime.
in the club championship, which is very important as well. It's just surreal.
Surreal. Now for you, it's Polska Górą time. Go ahead. The key crushing is all yours. As Mime
Polska
will have the space to crush Otak's key and eliminate him from the running. Yes, there's a lot of showmanship, but at the end of the day, it's two shows up on the racetrack. And these two have made it to the grand finals. Mime, Gwen, AGAL, and Navi have made it to the grand final!
7 weeks, 24 titles. The best organizations and players in the world battling for their share of points to get to the top of this leaderboard. And it will all come down to the grand final in Trackmania. If Gwen places 3rd place or higher, AGAL will be your club champions. If not, it will go back to back to back to Falcons. But before that, we must compress after this one and talk a little bit about that matchup and also what is to come, which is the other side, the other semifinal waiting in the wings. But man, Turbo, what a race.
It's just not stopping. Like, give us a break, guys.
That's what I said.
Like, what is happening here?
My voice will not make it, guys. I don't know what to do.
But then
my voice is already
really falling behind there in this
trying
match
to drink water, but it's
having a shot.
Yeah.
Gwen, after a great comeback, but guys, I think it was 3 points after 20 rounds. 3 points, 115, and then 3 players with 112 points. Also, Otak with an absolute incredible performance. It's not stopping. We still have 2 more matches, and the grand final will decide the club championship.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just proving the point that, yes, you can have a good lead going into the first half, but it's all about that momentum in the second half. If you lose it, if you get caught up by an Australia or something like, I mean, you're gonna have to keep it up, and unfortunately for Gennady, he slowly lost the plot as it went on. And I mean, Mime coming out of here, definitely the dark horse. And that's not saying that nobody thought necessarily that he's bad. Nobody thought he was bad. Everybody knew that Mime was good.
He's in the semis, so he's not bad.
I mean, he's definitely not bad. But you know what I mean, right? So many expectations for everybody else. Mime falling under the radar. But we all know that Mime is such a fantastic player. And honestly, this is so deserved for him.
Listen, to me, it reminds me a lot of kind of like, hey, you look this way, but here's where the real action is. And sometimes you miss it, and sometimes you go back and say, wow, I wasn't following. Here, we at least set it up to say that people are doubting Mime because there's people like Gennady, there's people like Gwen, there's people like Otak, who just took a spot away from Carl Jr., the 7-time world champion that you have your eyes on. But in many ways, the best stories always give us these subplots that twist the narrative, that bring us back to, wait a second, I need to stay on my toes. Now, Turbo, that is Mime going to the grand final alongside Gwen. They will await the other semifinals results, which of course will include Pac and many competitors. I just want to know, are we ready? I mean, because this is almost too much, man. Like, we got millions of dollars on the line.
I said that to you.
Is Trackmania ready for this moment?
I think we are, but I think we just give us a break, you know, like I said that to you before the last quarterfinal.
Yeah.
We are not ready for that because it's just coming and coming and coming. You said that as well, you know. Let's take a breather, but we had no breather in this match, and I mean the match coming up afterwards will also be very awesome. Stuft's in there, for example.
That's right.
He's also the dark horse, a little bit in a similar situation than Mime.
I think we're in a scenario where grand final where we will definitely crown a brand new champion.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm aware, Mime and Gwen have never won a world championship.
They did
before.
not. What a time.
So Gwen not only, of course, going for the club championship but world championship, and then if we get anybody outside of, I believe, Pac, yes, then we have a new champion on our hands regardless of what happens.
Oh my God, the stakes keep raising. And for those who did not make it here, we obviously understand the sentiment. It's tough to go through, but some of those lessons are the best that we get throughout our lives. Gennady standing by with Rachel to see what he's taking away from a tough loss.
All right, guys, I am back.
Gennady, it's
Do not
the
give
case
us a break.
that's been happening the whole time. It's the finest of margins in the end. Triple
Maybe
finalist.
not the worst
it wasn't to be
questions, though,
today.
but we'll see.
Yeah, sadly not. It was a very close match. I played a little bit worse, I would say, than I would have planned to. I had like 2 maps where I didn't really perform. I don't know what happened there, but can happen. I don't know. And yeah, in the end, it was really close with my co-league Mime. It was Cinema Race. I also wrote to him good luck. And yeah, in the end, he felt it a little bit more. And with that, he's in the final. I'm not, but I'm totally fine with that, to be honest.
Yeah, sum up your performances over the last couple of days.
What? Again?
Sum up your performances over the last couple of days, how you feel you played overall.
Oh, I'm honestly overall really happy. I think it's one of the best tournaments I ever played. I would also say I think I'm 5th to 6th now overall. It perfectly fits where I would like put myself into in the world list, if that makes any sense. So I performed exactly how I wanted to. And in general, I had mostly only good matches. I played really well. The finalist mode in the end, I'm not the greatest fan of it. We've spoken about it already multiple times. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm still happy of what I achieved. I don't really care too much about the result, even if it sounds crazy. I care more about how I played, and I played really good, so I'm happy.
At the level which everyone else is playing at as well.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about that, because it's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
handle it well.
at the beginning of the match, I had everything under control. I did my usual stuff. People were not too fast, not too consistent. I just did my normal stuff. But then at some point, people were getting faster. Gwen started a crazy comeback. I don't know, he just locked in and was really, really fast. Mime as well at the end, very, very good. So I would say the level at the match was definitely very good. I played sadly a little bit worse than in the previous match. But yeah, and in the end, it was just close. It was like a 50-50, whoever feels the finalist round the most. And it was close, so it was a good show. I mean, that's also what
I know there's still,
yeah.
exactly, I know there's still one semi-final to come. Who have you got as your winner now?
Ooh, who's in there? Pack?
We've got Pack, obviously. We've got
Elcon?
Stuffs.
Elcon Stuffs, yeah.
Yeah.
And who's the last?
Who is the last? Good question.
I don't know. I definitely got Pack. Pack is
It's
a
always,
good friend
guys,
of mine.
I'm telling you,
and
trying to remember a match of 4 players is, off the top of your head, is the worst. Because you remember the top players or certain players, but you don't remember everybody.
Elcon was in our practice group. I played together with
And
him.
you always
he's
feel
been playing
bad if you
great
forget
the entire
one name.
tournament.
You always
Way
feel
better than
terrible.
practice.
I know
So,
the pain
yeah, he's really locking
of
in,
standing
and
there and
if he
being
makes it to
like,
the grand final, it would be 2
what's
of our
the
group
name?
making it. That would be amazing.
What
So I'm
is
just
the
gonna say Pack
name?
and Elcon.
Okay, right, well done today.
No,
and, good luck
what's
for the
the
future as well.
name?
Thank you very much.
And then you feel like you
All right,
failed your
that
job.
second semifinal coming up.
You
It's
probably did
Elcon,
fail your
Stuffs,
job.
Epos, and Pack. That was so easy, guys. No, I'm kidding. I get to read it. That's the thing. So many players. We have played 4 quarterfinals, now 1
All right,
semifinal.
guys,
We
here
got
you
another one on
have
the way, and then a grand final
the
with
bracket.
Mime, a guaranteed
Pack,
and
Elcon,
Donna
Stuffs,
Sincere
and
as
Epos
well.
coming up. Gwen and Mime made it through. So we have, my God, bro, this is not going to go well. Don't quit that. We have a couple of minutes before the second semifinal starts, and I thought we would use this time to continue answering some questions from the Ask Me Anything. You guys sent in over 100 questions, and I answered like 5. And since I am doing this in collaboration with Alliance, I feel obliged to go back here. So we've answered the top couple of questions, and we're gonna scroll down and have a look. This was a particularly in-depth question. I'll try to give a concise answer. What is your philosophy on the purpose of content creation? I particularly like your content because I find that you make an effort to be as earnest as possible, and I think that has played synergistically, what a word, with the uniquely supportive Trackmania community. How do you think your approach to content creation differs from others, and has it changed over time? It's been mostly the same, where I make videos about the things I want to make videos about, and the things that I want to make videos about are typically things that interest me. I don't want to clickbait, for instance, or promise things in videos that aren't happening. I don't want to, build things up to be the most ridiculous, incredible thing ever, unless I personally think so. With content, I mean, my goal with content is, if I can have it as a job and, the people that I work with can have it as a job, I'm happy. I don't need much more. And right now, that's working out. So many people are here as well in the Trackmania community, and this point right here is very true. So many supportive people in Trackmania community, and the success that I have experienced is not possible without a lot of people helping. Developing plugins, helping with building maps, helping with editing, helping with ideas. It's all the same ecosystem, and I'm just one cog in a massive machine. So, yeah, I think my approach is going to stay the same for the next couple of years. There's still things I want to do more of that I used to do more of, like main channel, but yeah. Next question. Arigision. Hi, Virtual. You were the reason I started Trackmania in 2019. This is an OG guy, maybe ESA or something. do you imagine how your streaming career would perform if Trackmania 2020 didn't happen? Would you still play a TMNF or just a different game? I would still do the same thing, like make these story videos about Nations Forever. But I think that only would work for so long because, you know, there is a limit there and maybe you eventually have to branch out. But I think it would start in much the same way. Like, the first drafts I made for my story videos were around 2018. But back then I was recording this at home and, you know, there's so many things you're not used to. You're not used to your own voice. You're not used to talking in a performative story way. So I'm sitting there like scared my parents will hear me like, there's this track in Trackmania called A12 Speed and it has a great history, let me tell you. But it's like I wasn't used to anything and so it was a very awkward attempt. And you have to learn by doing. But I think I still would try. I had a lot of passion for it when I started and I still do. Neither Strike Virtual. I've been playing Trackmania for over 2 years. Thank you for watching and learning the game. Something I struggle with is finding the patience to hunt a track for a long time, and I'm curious, how do you maintain patience when hunting a track for hours or sometimes days? I mean, what I try to do is to remind myself that failure is part of the process, and oftentimes the people who end up getting the best times have failed more good runs than you have even had, right? Like maybe you only survive a portion of the track 1 in 10 times. Okay, well if you fail 9 of them, you shouldn't be too upset. Even if you fail 15, you shouldn't be too upset. If you get it to work that one time and then the next part, you're happy. It's just about the final result. And so I think you can have the patience for it if it's worthwhile to you. I think you only lose patience when you feel this is a waste of time. That's when it's like, come on, I just want to get this. I don't care that much about the map. I just want to get this. So I guess for big grinds, I typically only put in the hours if I feel it's worth my time, which is like a deep dip or, you know, Nadeo tracks that I like. I don't hunt the ones I don't like a lot. One next main channel video already answered. Dismal Leopard. Hi Virtual, you once said that you would be open to play the World Cup just to try it out. Is that still the case, or do you think this dream is over now? I mean, I'm not that old. If you would compete, would you put yourself placement-wise, if we take the EWC, top 32, top 16, maybe even higher? I think on a good day, I would end up right around top 64. And then if I were to make it further, it would be a dream run and we just see how far it goes. But I would want to try one year. The only thing that's gotten in the way is mostly it's such a time commitment to get, like, the level we're seeing on the stage right now. They have played these maps for the last 6 months. And in that time, they probably have, I would guess, close to 100 hours on each map. Some of the people who practice the most, right? That's a lot of time spent. And I've often spent that time casting and whatnot instead. But I would want to try. This one was not the one, but I don't feel like I particularly have a rush with it. I could always do it. Syncmania. As a big TM fan, I love seeing the game flourish. However, Trackmania has been and might always be a niche game within esports. Do you think there's a chance for Trackmania to go mainstream, so to speak? What needs to happen to the game to realize that situation? I think what we need, I mean, we need a lot of things for Trackmania to go fully mainstream. In general, racing games are a niche. There is a hard cap on how many people you can get to play a racing game. There it is. There's limited interest in general in certain areas that have other esports, right? Like, for example, Asia, not too big into racing games. And so it's hard in that sense. I think a good hope is that it grows a lot more in North America. The crowd, PAX game is starting soon, you can tell. And for growth in North America to happen, more marketing, more content, more streamers in the game, and hard to think when there's a drum playing. Yeah, something like that. It's the best answer I can give. We'll do this for a couple more minutes, guys, and then we'll preview the next semi. Just so many people have the question, I don't want to leave anyone out. Hi Virtual, you're a stadium lover and made jokes about the TM1 cars being trash. But what about the other environments? Do you like Bay, Valley, etc.? I love Canyon. It is a crime that you guys haven't gotten to experience Canyon in Trackmania 2020. It's really fun. I think that's the second best car. I think Bay is good. I also think Coast is interesting. Coast is very difficult, but it's not so exciting, so yeah. Streaming can be a volatile career path. Once you've deemed streaming is no longer what you wish to be doing as a career, what other path will you strive to pursue? Taking into consideration that your streaming success can easily propel you to other lesser explored paths, like Egyptian pyramid research. Well, right now I'm still streaming consistently, right? So I haven't decided to change paths. Rest assured, chat, I know it's been a bit of a break. I will keep streaming. I don't have any plans of sunsetting streaming yet, as it were. But after streaming, I mean, the thing that I enjoy the most about what I do is telling stories, presenting things and telling stories. And so I think roles like what I'm doing right now, casting and presenting, or when I'm making a main channel video, I am effectively casting and presenting something. That stuff I find interesting. But I don't know if I have much to add to Egyptian pyramid research, but I still find the topic interesting to learn about. So yeah, something like that within storytelling and presenting. Also, we'll do 3 more questions, I think, for now. Virtual got back into Trackmania a year ago, recently rediscovered. Thanks for all the great content. My question is, what plugins do you use? And do you have any recommendations for newer players? You want to get medals window, dashboard, speedometer, no respawn timer, checkpoint counter, skid marks manager. I think these are the first 5 or 6 you should get, because these ones all give you good information that can tell you where you're at and if your runs are going good or bad. Things the game should have had. Speed splits. Speed splits as well, yeah. Also, Carl Czechia, thank you for all the content throughout the years. You really helped me with obstacles in my life. I'm glad. Is store... No, not the mayonnaise. Sorry, I'm going to skip it. Any theories on the Incas of Machu Picchu? How they built their civilization atop the mountains that were thought to be unsuitable for living? Well, it is really impressive what they did. And throughout, in general, just that area of the world, there are so many impressive structures high up. It really just seems like they live there for safety, far away from dangerous invasions. I don't know if I can answer this one either. Mayonnaise, we're skipping. Do you think a World Cup map should ever have a bug slide or nose bug as part of the route? I think that's fine. Also, guys, there's things happening on stage. And we're about to get into it, and things are getting crazy in here. This might be the end of the Ask Me Anything for now. I'll try to get around to more questions later if there is an opportunity, but what is happening, bro? We gotta take in the moment in the esport arena. Quick shout out, guys. Thank you so much to Allianz for sponsoring the Ask Me Anything and giving me the opportunity to answer some questions with you guys. I really appreciate it. And now, let's get back to the tournament and preview the next match that awaits. We're sending in the players.
To the stage, it's
Pack entering the stage. They're going one by one now. Pack made it out of the group of death.
He's used to winning gold. A former world champion with his sights
Raining as well, but it's okay.
The Titan is ready.
Raining together with Carl. Also, guys, we are going to run ads real quick so you don't get them during the match. Just so you know. Epos entering the stage. These two battled in the finals of DreamHack to qualify to this tournament. Both of them looking insane in the lead-up. But then in the finals, Pack proved superior and won that tournament. And now Stift. High pace. Japan, a very strong map, however, very likely to be banned away from him in this matchup. Alcon also entering the stage. I'll tell you what we know, what little we know of the veto that's coming through right now. Looking at the players, Stuft bans Argentina most games. Pack bans a mix of Australia and Hungary. Elcon bans quite openly. But Epos bans Germany and Elcon bans Japan a lot. He might ban it here.
It's time to start our engines, gentlemen. Go to your stations, keys.
Here we go. Oh my God, there's a lot of people in that. It's full, and there's people standing outside the fences that haven't bought tickets that are watching the game as well. Esports World Cup comes down to this. I'll try my best to read into the picks what we can. We'll see the pick order as well. Actually, we already have that. We already know that. Hang on. Okay, Epos first to ban. Gonna ban away Germany. Stuft second. Gonna ban Argentina. Elcon's ban up in the air. Might be Norway. Might be Japan. Very likely. We'll see it. Epos Germany. Stuft's Argentina. Elcon, I'm thinking Japan. Does ban Japan. Now Pack, Australia or Hungary. He bans Australia. Does he pick Poland? Yes, and now Elcon. He has Norway available. If he wants to throw a curveball, he does. Oh, this is going to be exciting. And what does Stifts do? Maybe Canada, since he didn't get his favorite Japan. Also very strong on Canada. There is things like Hungary in there that he could go for. But I predict Saudi Arabia, okay. Not what I predicted. Epos might go Canada for map number 4 here. Between that and... Oh, South Korea was in. I was blind. South Korea was available. Hungary decider. And Canada is not in the map rotation. Yeah, Epos is South Korea. It makes perfect sense. Wow, guys. They've taken to the floors. There's not enough seats. So people have begun sitting down on the floor to be able to watch in front seats. We start on Poland. We play until 140 points are scored. Afterwards, as you should be familiar by now, they must win one round thereafter to claim their spot in the grand finals. Flimsy and Wizzy watching here on the stream together to see the veto. Here we go. The previous match ended on Poland and we kick off here. Can Pack get off to a quick start? Stuft's pace here also is lightning fast, but in matches he often struggles in the first 2 maps. Stuft has had great problems getting a lot of points in the first 2 maps. So we'll see if he's managing now. Gets into the dirt. This map has the outside dirt turn here. And then some grass. Just smooth movements up to the reactor. Here you can either get 5th gear or 4th. Pack goes for the 5th gear line. Elcon very wide and a bit slow behind. And then we go back into the dirt before the tricky jumps away. Oh, Stuft has a super wide setup. Aggressive dirt corner. Gets a bit closer. Down to the jump. And here we go. First climb around. Looks good for all, but Elcon's going to clip. He's out of the running. Gets a full crash even. Might be struggling to finish. Pack first place and a great setup for the turn. That's a lot of speed. Epos is out of the contention and Pack right now is going to set the standard for this semi-final. Look at the final time he's going to drive now. This is very quick, immediately off the bat. The others, no warm-up, no preparation. The Pack is here to drive a 1:08.93, 200ths away from the tournament record in the very first race. Epos ends up last, Elcon overtakes. Insanely quick there from Pack. And Stuft, to his credit, didn't crash first rounds. That is positive signs from him. Oh, Epos, so much speed there. Beautifully done. Epos had the tournament record only for a couple of moments earlier on. He drove 1:08.91. And you see Alcon 109.1 PB. Poland not his strongest map, but he has some goodies in the bag coming up later. Maybe able to fight back here, but it is tough against this field. Appos dropping down, up, and Alcon clips again. Stufts versus Pack. This time Stufts is closer, more speed into the water. Does he survive the turn? He tapped the steering, and you cannot do that. You have to hold it fully. Only way to make it through at full speed, and now the British battle. Appos looking to snipe this one away. The wide line, you see him having the speed. Pack approaching early and fends off Appos just barely here. 200s ahead, 20 for 20 on the first 2 rounds. 9 points for Appos, 10 for Stufts, and only 7 for Alcon. So far, strong momentum both for Pack and Stufts. Plus how that one crashed, bit of jitters. On the outside, it's Alcon first for a change. Gets a good dirt part, and I gotta tell you guys, if you're a Trackmania fan, you'd wish you were in this room right now, because I've never heard anything like this. The drums are constantly rolling for Pack here, and the fans of Nemesis and Liquid are trying to cheer, but they are deafened by the French crowd in Paris. Up on the plank, Stufts with a mistake, instant respawn, wants to do that over and try again next round. Alcon losing time, Appos in the lead. This time, can he find the angle for the water turn? Looks wide, gets around the bend though, up through the dirt, set up all the way on the outside. Pack has a chance here. Last time Appos got closer in the end, and Appos does seem like he has the strongest approach for this one. Up around the corner, final jump, and Appos gets one back for Team Liquid and a fast time. 1:08.94 here in the 3rd round. Appos up to 19, Pack to 26, Alcon to 11, and Stufts DNF. So I said Stufts had momentum, but this is looking more like the Stufts we have been seeing, who doesn't quite get it in the first couple of rounds. He needs a bit of time to get into the match setting, and it's a different thing. It's an entirely different thing to play when you hear the war drums going on in the background. It is something no one could prepare you for. You feel it in your chest. And you hear it so loud. They're using noise-canceling headphones, but they're not designed for this kind of noise, guys. Stufts down in last, a 3rd crash here on Poland, and that is one of Stufts' stronger maps, but it might come into play later. Final 10-pointer of Poland to battle for now. Pack, better landing, more speed. Wobbly, and Appos sees the opportunity to go past. The water turn has looked shaky for him, and again it does, but he is ahead. Up to the outside, Pack gonna equalize. Alcon too far to make anything happen here. We'll have to see a double mistake, but that does not happen. Appos with the wide setup. This round looks to go Appos' way as he has the speed. Can Pack try to snipe it all the way on the left? Very close here. Most out to the left is Appos, and he dives into the finish. But the winner seemed to be Pack. I couldn't quite catch it. They skipped away from that screen very quickly. Did not catch who won that one. It was so close, but the camera zoomed on Pack. Yeah, not sure. Not sure. We will see as we load up the next map. Norway, picked by Alcon. We'll know it in a moment here, guys. People are saying Pack, others are saying Appos. It looked like Appos, but I don't know. I don't know. Appos was overtaking. Regardless, let's lock in. Guys, we have a lot to talk about. We are entering the most difficult map in the map pack, along with Australia, one we hardly see picked. But here, no one chose to ban it, and already we're seeing a mistake from Appos, who slides out there. Looks like he was awarded the win in the previous round. Now, we are about to see chaos, because the jumps here are so precise. They're going to go down this hill, set up a drift, and then what follows is a jump through a window, landing on a tiny plank in the distance. You can see the arrow. The players have to release in time, and it looks like both Pack and Alcon get it right. Pack landing on the wall there to propel speed into the bobsleigh. Now an ice slide follows, and Alcon, as one of the world's best ice players, is predicted to, throughout this map, gain time here. This round does not work out for him. Stuffs overtakes. Pack makes a mistake. Stuffs up in first. Hasn't yet played this map in match. What does he do on the final jumps? Yes, he has actually. He has played this in match. That's when he defeated Lingo. The PBs are out of date. Does Stuffs aim this correctly? That's a bit too far to the right, and he instantly respawns. He knows it. Shake of the head. Missed the jump. Would not have landed. Alcon wins the round. Stuffs respawns. Does he finish here? Uh-oh. 4, 3, 2, 1. Just in time for Stuffs to get 3 points. 38 points for Pack, 33 Epos, 25 Alcon, and 16 on Stuffs. This time around, Epos survives the ice slide. Alcon almost into the wall, catching wet tires now up the hill. A couple of brake taps in this bug slide. You want to get third gear before the dirt, and you want to prevent the car from wobbling too much. A little bit of trouble there for Epos. Pack and Stuffs with a quite big lead already. Does Pack time the release for this jump here? Lands very far left now. This looks like low speed and a bit awkward. He clips. Didn't quite have the angle there. Now Alcon is catching up to Stuffs over the ice, into the ice slide. Tries to keep fourth gear there. Pack over a second behind. What about Epos? Look at Alcon's gains in the ice there. Stuffs was equal in the bobsleigh. Now it's almost 2 tenths. Alcon almost into the wall. Finds himself in an awkward spot. Not the approach he typically goes for. Does he adapt correctly? That looks good. Epos far, and it will be Stuffs versus Alcon in this final jump. Just so precise. Who gets the aim? Alcon very far to the left, Stuffs to the right. Alcon makes it, and Stuffs clips the wheel. Alcon wins the round, just ahead of Epos. Stuffs third, Pack fourth. And the score lines will be close now. We do have a new leader. Epos at, well, no, not quite. Pack at 41, Epos at 39. Alcon 35, Stuffs 20. They almost caught up to Pack. Down the checkpoint they go. This time it was Stuffs going wide. Looks like he didn't slide out though. Around the booster. Very wide from Epos, but he has the speed. Does he have the approach? Finds a way through. And Stuffs is fully out of the running. Alcon's third opportunity now on his own map to score some good points. Poland was not going his way. Lands on the bobsleigh wall. That's so close to where it narrows. And now the fourth gear. Happens with a couple of correct brake taps and releases. Pack does not have it. Epos does not have it. And Alcon is about to win the round here by over a second if he gets a good ending. It's 94 hundredths to the closest opponent. And they haven't really even crashed. They just had small inaccuracies. Alcon on a banger run. Can he land the jump? He aims for the structures in the distance. The landing is there. The time is going to be insane. What does Alcon drive? 1:10.09. A new world record and tournament record. And 10 points for him, tying Epos in first place at 45 points. Oh my god, what a match, guys, what a match. Triple 45s. The others didn't really fail, it was just Alcon's pace. And Alcon and Stuffs are quite alike in their playstyle. They go for pace at the cost of everything if it were. They don't want to get second or third places. They go for the 10, and here Stuffs crashes in the process. Alcon, though, we're seeing a consistent version of him on Norway here. Finds comfort on ice and in the difficult sections. This is what makes Epos and Pack trip up a bit, but he has been consistent. Here they all come, equal into the ice slide. Predicting Alcon ahead by the end. How will Epos fight back? That's over-rotating. Too much rotation for Epos. Not going to find a good exit there. Pack has a good one. Overtakes Alcon. 2 tenths ahead or so as we approach the ending jump. Pack almost flying there, lifting 2 wheels. Left one stay on. Does he time the corner? Yes, he does. Good line from Pack. Alcon having to save his run, and Epos equalizes. Will the positions remain? Pack doesn't have a lot of angle to the left. Gonna lose a bit of time, but that's still first place this round. And a great time, 1:10.21. Apple second, Alcon third. Did Stifts manage to finish there? We will soon find out. He was at 23 points, I believe, and he gets 26. Did indeed finish. And that is the ending of Norway. Pack needed that 10 to catch back up a little bit as we go to Saudi Arabia. Third pick of this matchup. This one chosen by Stifts. Had the option for Canada, another map he's had preference for. Also very quick on South Korea, Stifts, but figured Apples is going to select that and wanted Saudi Arabia in the pool. And a little bit of silence from the drums. They're going to start right up again as we get into this one. Here we go. It's Pack at 55, Apples 51, Alcon 49. Already in the start, we might see some differences. In this plastic wall hug, you have to enter it smoothly, steer along with the wall to get the quickest turn. Pack and Appos getting it the best. Stifts dropping down 0.3 through the whole day jump, and the checkpoint is quick, 0.90 from Pack. Quarter pipe jump across. Good from Alcon here to get a bit closer. Gains a lot of time there, 500ths gain plus a small ice wiggle on both of these landings. The margins that decided in the end. Here he's caught up to Appos, now onto the discs. Does Alcon still do the jump line? We've seen a little bit from him before that he opts for this. Gets a nose down over the sand to not have the penalty, reduce his speed. And with that he catches up for a moment. Packed, it's a bad rock hit. He's out of the running. Appos versus Alcon. Alcon releasing early. Does that make the landing? That looks good. Alcon with a pristine ending. And this might be fast. This might be very fast. 1:07.51, close to the tournament record. Appos second, Stifts third, Pack fourth. And the scoreline is going to be close. Alcon in the lead at 59, then 58, then 57. And we are around the mark now into the match where throughout the tournament, Stifts has looked down and out. But after 2 maps or so, he finds comfort, he finds pace. If that is to happen again, it has to happen soon, so he doesn't drop too far, but he has made some incredible comebacks happen throughout the tournament. Everybody on 0.9 checkpoints. Alcon gained a lot of time in the quarter pipe jump last time. What about now? Stifts looked like he was about to crash, made it across. Appos leading the way into the checkpoint. Alcon jumping a bit too far, low speed. Also wide out there, but now the jump line. Stifts in trouble, I think. Makes the most of it. Did he clip? No, he's fine. Alcon with the worst approach there. Fully falling out of the running. Stifts needs to come back alive now. Appos has had some good rounds, so have Alcon and Pack. What about Stifts? Will he over-release? That looks actually very good for Stifts, but it's too far. Appos has this round under control. 10 points for him. First place in the match for now. Pack gets second. Stifts third, Alcon fourth. Almost halfway for Appos. We played till 140. One more round will put him across halfway. 2 more rounds of Stift's choice to make something happen. Slow into the wall hug, gets overtaken by Pack. Now Alcon. And Appos getting closer. Not expecting any mistakes this jump, it's fine. The next one, they've been flawless as well. But how many rounds in a row can they do that? Also, pace alert from Pack right now. What is this start by him? Stifts has respawned. Unfortunate for Stifts, not able to contest 3 other rounds here on his own choice. Up the hill for Pack. Tournament record is within reach. 10 points as well. Appos only having to hope for Pack to make a mistake. The gap is too much. Appos makes a mistake himself. That airtime going to cost him greatly. Alcon has fallen away. And what is Pack going to do in the ending? The goal should be to save, but he might dare to full send the ending for a fast time. He lands it quite clean. The time is quick. We're talking about 1:07.4, a new personal best on the map in match. And just like we've been going back and forth. Pack retakes first place in the match now. Alcon barely finishing. 74, 73, 65, and Stufts. This gap is becoming a problem. This might be too much soon. Last round of Saudi Arabia for Stufts. Wall hug from Alcon is good. Snow slide is clean as well. Splits are quick. Not as quick as Pack the round previous, but still fast. Quarter pipe jump. Will they all make it? Through the window they go, and they all land so effortlessly. Doesn't look like they're breaking a sweat. Heart rate probably over 100 here. Into the ending portion of the map for Alcon. Is likely to lose a bit of time with the jump line. Finds himself a tenth ahead of Epos into this checkpoint. Now the no jump from Epos, and it's less. It's only a few hundredth as they approach into the last drift. More speed Epos ahead for Alcon. First round had the same battle. That one, Epos won, and here Alcon takes it. 103. Oh my, a fast time here. 107.47 from Alcon. Getting a much needed 10-pointer for himself. Pack, DNF. Landed upside down. Not able to complete the run. Alcon now in second place in the match. And now it gets interesting, guys. This map is Epos' first choice. He is 4th seed in the match, so this map comes through very late. But he's been first picking this all throughout the tournament. It is his favorite map. However, Alcon used to have the world record on this back in the qualifications. Pack has shown very strong performances on this, and Stufts has been close to the tournament record on this several times as well. These are 4 of the best players on South Korea that you could ask for all in one match. Only other ones to add to the equation are Carl, Neon, and Gwen. But of South Korea specialists here, these guys are about as good as they get. We're expecting the winning pace now to be in the 112.3s every single time. Let's see what happens. Pack has dropped down a 10th already. That is the type of gap now that could matter a lot. Round the corner, Stufts hesitating, almost makes a mistake. Does make it through, but the line is awkward. He loses time. Alcon crashes. Stufts, first place for a moment. The boost. Who gets the best one? Stufts, 450 speed. Fastest reactor booster we have seen throughout the tournament. And he makes first place happen in the splits for now. Epos matching. Pack with more speed in the drift. Also catching up to Stufts. A good boost there, guys, is 420 speed. 30 speed above what you come to expect. Very quick into the ending. Not sure who has the best lines. We will see what happens. Pack a little behind. Epos and Stufts side by side. Epos approaching on the right. Stufts on the left. First reactor of 3 jumps here. Pack holding on, staying within contention. It's Epos first for now. Second one, Stufts a little closer. Still Epos first. Epos going far, but he has the speed. Epos, Stufts wins that one by 2 thousandths. Wow. It really looked like Epos had it. But Stufts, with the narrow approach and a narrow margin, might find his way back in the match here. 1:12.41 the winning time. Still more pace to be had by these players. Pack there also with a great time despite losing 1500ths up to this checkpoint. Now he is much closer. This drift is dangerous, but they all make it by the looks of it. On the outside here, Alcon crashed. The drift into the reactor is difficult. And now the boost numbers on board with Pack, only 419, and that's still keeping him in contention. Epos pulling away a bit though, and Stufts catching up. Alcon not to be seen for now. There he is, into the drift. Stufts with lower speed. Alcon overtakes. Around the grass, smooth exit from all 4. Still keeping it very clean here. Honest map choice, sub 49 checkpoint, incredible pace. Over the clip he goes. Around the engine off and into the last checkpoints. Epos with a phenomenal run right now. Stufts, can he overtake somebody in this ending? Alcon slowing down and with an awkward approach, likely the next target for him. Pack and Epos battling it out. Epos has this round under control for now, and he will hold on. 1:12.25. the winning time. Match personal best by them both. Almost tournament record. Epos, 10 more points for him here. 93 now. Convincingly in the lead of the match. Pass, gotten past Pack by a solid margin. Pack still happy with 6 points there. Just gotta keep building. Make a gap down to Alcon and Stift. It's the plan. Apples with the worst start into the reactors. We go. Looking at Stift, who seems to have this one the best figured out. Slows down a lot, gets a lot of speed. Overtakes Pack and Alcon with that. 30.8. This is very quick from Stifts. We are seeing just the highest level of South Korea we've seen all tournament. Now you gotta smoothen out the turn. Pack does that better. Look at the amount of distance he gains here. Into the grass. Speed advantage will be nullified here. Now Stitz has some problems. Wide line there plus lower gear. Plus about to overtake. Round the bend. It's Pack in first by 1100ths into the ending. Should be a lead he can hold on to. But it's very difficult to get these jumps consistently. And here comes Stufts. A little bit closer perhaps. Will he be able to snipe it away? He's sending it. What is your last boost going to be, Pack? It's going to be enough. 1:12.26 the winning time. Again, almost tournament record. So unbelievably stacked. 0.41 winning time, then 26, then 24. Just peak Trackmania right now on the server. Down this turn, Elko with a lot of speed, he makes it. It's just such a treat to watch when they don't crash as well. Most players having clean runs, but here, as I say it, 2 players go by the wayside. That is Epos and Stifts falling down in the standings. Alcon with an opportunity. He's had a couple of slow rounds. Last one of South Korea now. Can he make something happen? Pack is there to battle him, and Pack is going to increase the gap. Smooth around. Looks like a marginal speed advantage for Alcon here. The gap is still in Pack's favor. 2 tenths. Around the grass. High speed. He goes over the corner to set up this drift. Just gotta not crash it. Looks good for now. And into the ending, Pack looking for another 10-pointer here to cross 100 points. That's a good first boost. Alcon think probably at this point should hope for a second place. It's simply too far. Pack is gonna take this one with a clean last jump. 1:12.44 the winning time here. Clean rounds throughout by Pack. And now with that, he takes first place in the match again. You love to see it. The French fans are something else, man. Any esport event in Paris is always incredible to follow. Especially with the stakes for the French team. We have Vitality with Pack here, and we have All Gamers Global with Gwen. Hungary, the next map. And we are into the first round. This track is high volatility. Alcon has some very strong records here, but ultimately it is about consistency. It's about managing to prevent crashing on the last couple of jumps, and Epos with an interesting line there. Jumping, not something I've seen him go for before. Widest setup into the drift from Pack. He should have the speed advantage. Through the loop, they go out to the right, they let the car be pushed by the G-forces and end up with a lot of speed here through the corner. It's Pack advantage with this drift setup. Could get further out to the left. Alcon does instead. Epos falls off, and so does Stifts. It's Pack versus Alcon up front. Pack looking to get more tens, continuing his dominance here. Alcon trying to fight him. Onto the first beam. Low by both. Alcon too low. Clips still in second for now. Epos might challenge. Pack does he secure the win. That's a clean jump. Pack another 10-pointer. Match PB as well. Alcon still remains second by 200ths. Epos third. Stifts fourth. And based on what is happening now, it is becoming increasingly unlikely for Stufts to come back unless he can turn the tide here on Hungary. The others are simply scoring so fast, approaching 140 so rapidly, but I don't know if he can mount a comeback down 30 points later on. It has to be now. Grand final up for grabs. Biggest match of their Trackmania careers. $500,000 prize pool on the line. Nobody wants to go home. The step before the final, Stufts missing the drift into this critical section with speed. That's going to hurt. That's going to be last place for Stufts for now. Again, Pack and Alcon, the fastest on this map. Alcon's going to lose the gear. Simply can't hold it. Pack will overtake here into the jump. And doing the jump with higher speed is easier too. Alcon might have missed it. He still has some outside chance, but Pack likely to get another 10-pointer in a row. Pack here outscoring consistently now across the last couple of rounds. 0.4 as well. Close to world and tournament record. 124 for Pack. Now let's not forget, finalist mode is a thing. Once you hit 140 points, you are not done yet. You still need to complete your finalist attempt. And this inside line from Apples is super interesting. He is consistently gaining with that. But now the drift here. Does he go for too low speed? It looks like Pack might gain it back here. Through the loop, through the corkscrew. Out on the side. All four players, look how close this checkpoint split is going to be. You can hardly tell that it's one vehicle moving. Up low. Best jump for Epos. He gets to build a speed. The others a little slower. Epos haven't been seen much in the rounds here so far. And there he goes into the wall together with Stufts. Same two players overperforming right now. Pack and Alcon. Pack most of all. Could it be another 10-pointer? The Vitality crowd is going to like this one. Pack straight into the finish again. 134. And it's becoming a very close battle for second place now. Epos and Alcon, 2 points apart. Pack locked in here. A first or second place takes him to finalist mode. Can he do it on his first try here? Stufts with the best start. Difficult drift to get around the corner. Will get sent wide on the loop. Still quick. Still very quick. Again on the outside dirt, they all group together, and now different setups. The further out to the right you can get here, the more speed you will have on paper. Inside line necessary. Alcon breaks taps to try to get an earlier landing. That works out in his favor. 1/10 between them all. Pack is last. He needs to pass two cars into the finish. He drops the gear here. Loses speed towards everyone. Onto the first beam. They all three make it. They have a couple of rounds to warm up now. Who's going to take the 10? Epos looking likely, but here comes Alcon as well. Epos takes the 10-pointer. 59.43. Fantastic winning time. Gains up to Alcon. 6 points ahead of him. Pack in last. Needs one more round to enter finalist mode, but we are going towards Pack's map choice. We're going back to Poland. His first pick. It's been his go-to throughout the tournament here, when available. Stufts contemplating what to do. Obviously drive fast. But how many rounds in a row can you do it? You need many to come back. Alcon and Epos. Quite close, but Epos now 6 points ahead. It will likely come down to this map, but what could happen is that Norway is the decider map. And that would be really, really insane. Let's see what happens. Stufts gonna have to full send it. No other option, expecting either a win or a crash here. Anything else would be the wrong strategy to go for. And he is sending it right now. Perfect lines out of the start. The downhill drift, little bit of hesitation, but the angle is good. Around this band 2, great setup. Gonna gain towards Apples in the dirt, can straighten out sooner. Towards the jump we go. Elkan has fallen behind a bit. Pack almost about to clip. He lands very early, has a lot of speed, has to release. He adapts, and they both catch up towards Stifts. Still it's Stifts in first. The water turn. This time he holds it, he doesn't let off. Apples, lower speed. Up here, but Stift is gonna bounce. Apples, smooth landing, more speed, and into the planks. Apples advantage. Does he jump too early here though? Does he give Stift a chance to come back? Stift's on the inside, more speed. Stift taking this one away from Apples. 109.000. If Apples waited ever so slightly longer on his right approach, he would have had the round. Slight mistake there. Pack now finalists with an opportunity to enter the grand finals where Gwen and Mime awaits. Can Pack do it? On his first attempt, there's been struggles in finalist mode all day today. Small mistake Stifts, Elkan falling behind a bit. Only Apples ahead of Pack at the moment. Only his countryman and main rival in the UK. Will it be Apples to deny Pack here? Apples with a great start. Still lots to go. The water turn and these plank jumps coming right up. Pack now going high, going far, steering aggressively. That tilts the car more and he goes wide. Apples overtakes. Elkan 0.2 behind. Apples the only one to deny. The others are gone, but Pack oversends it. He risks too much. And Apples now is approaching. He might end up at 136 after this round if he can control the tilt. That looks good now. Elkan surely too far away. Surely not going to be able to overtake. Not going to happen. Apples at 136. And with 2 wins in a row, this gets very interesting for Apples. That would have him take the higher seed from the semi. Enter grand finals as well. 136, 123, 97 points of Apples, Elkan, and Stifts. Here we go. Second attempt for Pack. Mistake already by Stifts. Only 2 opponents remain. Oh, but Pack bumps on the dirt and that sends him wide. The ripple effect of that is that he crashes, shakes his head, has to wait out the rest of the round for a miracle or another chance. Apples will most likely hit finalist here. Can recognize the round situation. He just needs first or second, but might want to deny Elkan the 10. Might want to put Elkan on 129. Don't want to send it too much. It's a very difficult spot for Apples to find the right plan. Elkan gonna send it. He needs a 10 regardless. Does Apples let him go? Elkan through the turn, 07 ahead, but here comes Apples with a bit more speed. Elkan landing in a good way, carry speed up to the plank. Apples has a chance at this. Will he send it? Deny Elkan. Elkan almost clipping. The most inside line turn he could ever do. Apples with the speed is likely to get it. A 1,000th of a second. He denies Elkan there by a millisecond. And this has implications. Elkan cannot enter finalist mode with a round win of his own. He needs 2 more rounds to get there, no matter what. Pack and Apples battling in finalist mode on this one in the last round of Poland. If not, we go to Norway, which would be a spectacle unlike anything we've ever seen. Will it be settled here for one of them? Grand finals position. Stifts has crashed. Elkan a little behind. All the likelihood is that either of these 2 will win it, but who is going to step up when it matters? This is the tournament of their life for now. Pack almost crashing, having to steering top. Good adjustment on the drift too by Apples to not fall out of contention. Pack ahead by ever so slight margins, and we've seen those are the ones that matter. Apples slowing down a bit. Pack having to adapt very wide. Big time loss. He dropped 2 tenths to Apples there. Apples now with a chance. Pack coming back. He sensed it. He must crash. It's too much speed. He couldn't survive it. Elkan crashes too. Stift is the closest. Apples can close it out here. He needs routine. He needs discipline to make it to the grand final. And he has what it takes. He's shown it throughout different tournaments. A smile on his face. Apples cheering to the crowd will be going to the grand finals. And Elkan importantly finishes here. He had to get some points to give himself a chance. We are going to play the double finalist now on Norway. Alcon's map choice, the map Alcon set world and tournament record on. Pac had some strong showings of his own. And Pac has 1 round to spare before Alcon hits finalist. This is what it's about. Quick warm-up, quick wait before it is decided what our grand finals look like. Pac looked so destined for the grand finals when he was winning round after round earlier on. Now it's not so certain. Alcon is in his domain here. Can he keep it together? Here we go. 1 minute and 10 seconds of... Oh, Pac! Oh, Pac! Careful. He is very fortunate that this is an ice crash. When you crash with the nose on ice, you don't lose speed. You don't get an acceleration penalty. And he is actually level. Any other surface, that mistake is fully out of the round. Alcon with so much speed here, the only one to land in 4th gear, 2/10 gain. Round the drift, Alcon will see 01 in his car. Does he land the jump here? Stuft is quite far, Alcon jumping far, low speed, Pac gets closer. Little bit, but Alcon is by far the favorite in the I section now to gain a lot of time with the 4th gear. Pac looks like he has a good angle for it. Alcon as well, Stuft's falling down. It's all on Alcon himself until Pac crashes, and ladies and gentlemen, we might have it here. It's not certain yet. This last jump for Alcon, it could go wrong. Everything is ridiculous right now. Your heart rate, the pressure, your aim. Just have to execute, but it's so hard. Does he land the plank? That looks good enough. Alcon versus Pac. Double finalists. 1 round perhaps to decide the grand final. Good luck to both. Alcon has caught up. Everything that's happened already doesn't matter. This is the round. Alcon versus Pac. Maybe Stuft can prolong the game, deny one of them. Pac avoids the start mistake here. Stuft almost in trouble in the start. Might crash there. He did. This is the round. Pac versus Alcon. Who is it going to be? Alcon the favorite on the ice, but Pac has been finalist the longest and has the most experience on stage in matches like these. Under pressure, he delivers from the lower bracket. He has won world championships before. Now looking to do it again. Ahead by 0.26 as we jump towards the plank. Alcon low, almost clipping. Good speed though into the bobsleigh. He is catching up, almost hits the wall. But these are the risks he has to take. Pac trying to set up a bit too safe of an ice slide, giving Alcon a chance back here in the match. Alcon might crash. Pac still first. Alcon holds on. It's 0.2 of a second as we approach the last plank jump. Pac with a strong lead here, but still things can go wrong on that jump. Alcon losing more time. It's all in Pac's hands. Does he land the jump and land himself a spot in the grand finals? It looks good. The aim is strong. The airbake is flat. Pac has done it! Grand finals for Pac. And the French crowd erupts here in Paris for their Vitality player. He did not have more time to do it. Dominated the match, but struggled to close it out and came through just before it was too late. We have our grand final. Gwen, Mime, Pac, and Epos. This is what it's about. The biggest Trackmania prize pool of all time. The most important match of their career. Stuft couldn't get it to work. Alcon had the pace, but not the entire consistency necessary. This is it, everybody. Whatever happens now will go down in Trackmania history. This is the match that they are waiting for. Hugs between Pac and Epos. This matters for the overall club standings. This matters for their own esport earnings. Already by making the top 4 here, the players have guaranteed themselves $25,000 at minimum, even if you lose the grand finals. 3rd place, $35,000. 2nd place, $70,000, and if you win this next match, Trackmania, you walk home with $130,000. the biggest prize pool we've ever seen. The most important match for them. And soon we'll find out what happens. First, interviews, key crushings, and reactions. Here we go.
Unbelievable. Mark, I just want to say, of course, from you and I to the entire Trackmania community, what a pleasure it's been to be here at the EWC and just cover some of this action. It has been a true honor.
It really has been an incredible honor, and for everyone who's helped us out, who's enjoyed the show, well, you've got one big final coming up very soon. Let's go and see what Adam's got to say to our final qualifiers for the
You
grand
can
finals.
tell just how much that matters for Pac. And he's going to tell you himself.
Final, Epos and Pac! Come on through, fellas. A big moment, a huge moment as we walk our way towards the key crusher. Epos, you'll be up first, and you'll be crushing Elkon's key. If you go forward here for us, and so when you're ready, do the proceedings, please. As two semi-finalists are knocked out of the competition, and we now have our fabulous four locked in for the grand final. There we go. It's all done. Epos, come forward for me for a second here, and come and join us as well, Pac. Fellas, incredible. 3 Brits up here. Can we believe it? We spoke earlier on today, Epos, and you were saying it wasn't good enough. I can't leave it that tight. Again, you didn't. You made sure to secure it early on, going through first there. What was it like to be in that race? It looked so spicy, so fiery.
Yeah, I mean, the level was good. Pac was doing good early on. Elkon made some points back on Norway. And yeah, it was a close 3-way race. I sadly think Stuffs didn't really find his way into the match, even though he was driving pretty well. But nah, man, finals was my goal, and I'm relieved that I'm here.
We love that, and the team Liquid Alienware
Great
fans there as well.
All
what was it like having them cheer
Appos.
you on there too? It looked, I mean, you felt the kind of warmth, the energy coming from them too.
Yeah, I mean, we need something to combat the Vitality fans. You guys are loud.
They certainly are. Speaking of Vitality,
they will be
Rex.
even louder.
Incredible scenes here.
The grand
That's right,
finals.
Vitality fans.
You don't understand
Wow.
the
I
amount
mean,
of people,
first
because
to confirm
there's a
finalist
hallway.
mode, and they got really close there at the end.
There's a hallway next to the stage. There's people all the way into the hallway.
What did you have to do there to ensure that you joined them in that grand final?
Well, the whole strategy was to have a lead because I didn't want to have finalist runs on Norway because I knew how strong Elkon was. And then Hungary came. I just played out of my mind. I don't know how that happened. Had the runs on Poland and it just didn't come together. I honestly, very shaky on Norway then. I don't know how that run came together. I'm pretty sure I should have geared in the ice. That was incredible. I don't know, just yeah, so happy to be in the final. So happy to be in the final.
And I've got to ask as well, similarly, the fans have been, I mean, the drums, the noise. I mean, this has been amazing, hasn't it, an experience for you?
Yeah, the Vitality fans are really keeping me going. Honestly, I need it all, and I thank you so much. Keep the drums going. Let's have a good one in the final.
Love that! Give it up for Epos and Pac, everyone! Pac, when you're ready, you can come forward.
What
you
a
can
match.
crush Stuffed's key there as well.
We are about to
Officially
see.
cementing the final 4 in this competition. We started with 32. We're down to the final fabulous 4. Here we go. The key is crushed. Kaboom!
Struggling to conceal his smile. He is so elated to be grand final.
Here we go. We've got our top 4 fellas back to Rain Day and the gang. This is it. Grand final time, baby.
Let's
It's coming.
already start thinking about the grand finals now. Because we have Gwen, Mime, Epos, and Pac. So, Epos always bans Germany. Gwen always bans Norway. Mime has been banning a little bit all over the place. And the same can be said for Pac. But Pac likely to take away Australia. I predict that will be the ban. And if we look at Mime's past bans, see if we can find a pattern. He also tends to ban away Germany, actually. So now seeding matters. Now seeding matters. That is what decides who goes first in the pick and ban. And if we look, it is Gwen with seed 1. Epos seed 2. Mime has to... Yeah, Mime has to ban first. So I think Mime is going to ban Germany away. Epos then stands free to ban something like a targeted ban, honestly, because his one map he doesn't want in is gone. That is very interesting. See what he favors. Did he find Hungary there to be scary? He could take it away, especially with Pac's confidence on it. Not the worst choice in the world, I think. And here you see the standings. Right now, if Gwen gets last in this final, AGAL and Falcons are tied. But if Gwen gets third or better, AGAL surpasses Falcons. You might wonder, what does that matter? It's just points, right? Winning organization gets $7 million. Second place organization, $5 million. Now, Falcons, you know, I think they have enough money, but for AGAL, $2 million are on the line for Gwen getting third or better. And that's quite insane. Gwen could literally earn his org $2 million, and he might get a bonus from that. If I had him as my employee and he says, yeah, let me just clutch this up real quick for you, I think he's getting at least a nice dinner. You'd have to hope. So that is on the line right now. And I should mention this as well. They play till 140 points. The way second, third, and fourth are determined is that the moment the first place finishes, the moment we have a champion, the match immediately ends. We do not play more rounds for second place, third place, fourth place to conclude. We immediately end the match. Players in the background, after reaching finalist mode, keep scoring points. So we will see them at finalists, but in the background they might have 156, and the other guy might have 152. If the match ends at that point, 156 gets second, 152 gets third. And this is because in past Trackmania tournaments, we've had awkward situations where a guy literally wins the world championship and then for like 5 minutes has to sit in his chair like this before he can celebrate. So the match immediately ends now. He can go up, cheer with the crowd, lift the trophy, all that stuff.
And South Korea as well.
So Gwen has to be third or better by the time that happens.
And Elcon in particular, but
Let's see what the casters are saying. We might see an interview with Elcon or Stifts.
The 1v1 there between Elcon and Pack. And Pack held it together, shows the resilience. And also in the other match, in the quarterfinal, he was the first one in finals. And I thought, no way, he's gonna throw it away. But at the end, he still made it. He's still there. He's the lower bracket king, and he's in the grand final now as well.
In some ways, Norway, a map that has been banned consistently, drivers don't want to play it here. When it does show up, and we might see it again because Mime also picked it, and now we have a chance to see Mime in the grand final. Does it give Pack the confidence to know that there's nothing you can throw at me? I'll be ready for the moment.
Well, to be fair, I feel like he might be still, like, it might still be a race of attrition that he
Title
might be
updated.
relying on, given how
Everything's set
potent
for
Mine
this
and
match.
Elcon have proven to be on that map. Remember,
I'll rest my voice as much as possible, guys.
34 points out of 40,
so
including a brand new world record on the .098.
A little bit of the vocal cords
Honestly,
left.
if I were any of the competitors, I would still ban Norway right away because it's been such
Gwen
a
will
problem
ban it.
map. Even in the very few times that we've seen it played.
It's
much
Gwen's
like Australia,
permaban. We will not have Norway in the
we're gonna be
final.
seeded in the grand final anytime soon.
All right, well, we'll find out in a moment. Right now, we've got
Like
Elcon
Norway,
standing by with
Australia,
Rachel in an
Germany
exit
are not in the
interview
pool.
after that
The fourth map is harder to say. Here's the interview.
Elcon, I'm sure not the way you'd have wanted EWC to finish for you, so close to getting to that grand final.
Yeah, today I was really expecting I could have the pace to make it there, but unfortunately I just was too bad on Poland today. It didn't work at all for me.
Why do you think it didn't work on Poland for you?
It's just not the day for it, I feel like.
Do you think it was nerves as well? The big stage got to you?
Yeah, maybe a bit. It's just going to the final and all that. It's a lot of stress, especially on the stage with the whole crowd cheering around. Might have been a part of it.
Could you sense, though, that Pac was getting stressed out himself towards the end there and you thought maybe game on?
Yeah, I felt like when we get to Norway, I could have a chance again. But he drove just .15 in the last round, and that was insane.
There's a fly buzzing around us here. It's just got you. In terms of your overall experience here at EWC, just tell us about that quickly.
It was amazing. The people I met here, it was great. The whole crowd cheering and everything, all that. It was really just once in a lifetime opportunity.
Well, semi-finalist for you this year. Congratulations with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alcon's so funny because it's like, you know, I'm kind of used to sitting in my room playing Trackmania in blissful silence. And yeah, being on the stage of the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time with loud-ass drums blasting in my ears might have been a part of it. Who knows? It's fine. PF.
Lifetime opportunity. I think he will be here next year as well. Like,
guys, we have to start predicting who might win. We have to start
as well, but grand
predict.
final coming up. The club championship will be decided there. I cannot wait
I
to watch
want
it
to make a prediction too, as impossible as it is. I feel we should all say who we think might win. And from what we've seen so far, from everything,
if someone had told me that
I think the person who will win
it will be
the grand final
right now the main character of the Esports World Cup,
is
the
Pac.
biggest esports event in the world.
I think Pac.
I would say no.
I do wonder if the nerves might get to Gwen a bit. Gwen has done this before. He won Ascension in 2023, which was $66,000 for first place. That's the biggest prize pool tournament prior to this.
It's just been great.
But here, there's way more than that on the line.
Yeah, cheering me on the Twitch chat. I've seen
Mime seems like the underdog going in. Epos was trailing Pac by a lot. Pac had a stellar performance though on Hungary specifically. And here you have it, guys. If you didn't see earlier, Carl Jr. was knocked out in the quarterfinals against Pac and Otak. Highly recommend watching that match if you haven't. But after this, of course, you don't want to miss the grand finals. Like, this is it. This is the peak of Trackmania.
We're going to see one final race determine who is the club champion at the Esports World Cup. $7 million will go to them, and they will claim the elusive trophy. After 7 weeks and 24 different games, you don't want to go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Oh, they're going to a break. Well, let's start theorizing. I have been, but let's continue theorizing rather, while they are on a break. We have to try to determine what bans will happen. From that, we can determine what maps will be played. So, Mime is first to act. I think he might ban Germany, but he might also be smart about this and know that Epos is under no circumstances playing Germany. Mime could defer that to Epos and ban something else. And in past matches where that has been the case, we haven't seen Mime. Oh, we have an interview.
It's surreal still to think that I closed on my first attempt as well. It's just crazy. The match was really close. Everyone was pushing each other to the limits. I'm just so happy.
What do you think gave yourself the edge out there?
Not sure, maybe just my composure. I was like, well, I made it to semifinals already, which was my base goal. So I was like, yeah, whatever happens, happens. I'm fine with going out as long as I perform. So I just try to do my best and to just chill, not overthink as always.
How do you keep so cool and so chilled?
I guess the experience at this point. I've been playing for 4 years, 5 years, these kind of big events. So at this point, it doesn't really matter what the stage is, how loud the crowd is, etc.
How are you going to prepare yourself now for this final? It's coming up in like an hour's time.
I guess just to recharge, just to chill.
Did she say
down,
an hour's time?
Not force myself to practice the last hour because frankly it won't change much.
Wait, there's
so
an
just,
hour
just
break?
to chill out basically.
Do you need to fuel yourself? What does that look like? The process? Is there any fuel involved in that? Do you talk to coaches?
It is today.
No, not really. I'm just.
But is there an hour
it's
break?
just me right now. I mean, I get support as well from the fans. The messages that they're sending to me, it's really nice. Like it motivates me for sure. I want to do the best for the people that cheer for me.
The final says it's scheduled in 22 minutes, guys.
Is there anything you want to avoid
22 minutes
in this grand final?
As the expected start time.
Not sure yet. In terms of your celebration,
This
I
might
love
be
it
in
as
the
well.
past,
Is this like a mime hand? What's your celebration?
Yeah, no, sorry, it's pre-recorded.
Yeah, the absolute cinema.
20
I
minutes.
love it. Can you do it for us?
It's in 20 minutes.
We hope to see
Starts
some
at
more
10.
of that celebration later on from Mime. Congratulations on making it to the final. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, I thought that was live. was like, what? Okay, we have a little bit of time then. So, guys, let's go back to theory crafting. We've already established. Because Epos always bans Germany, I wish I had Microsoft Paint. Can I Microsoft Paint this? This is the best I can do for you guys. While we wait a bit. I know, flashbang. Hang on a second.
One last time, welcome back to the Lenovo Legion
Let me see if I can fix
Gauntlet.
this.
Man, I've been saying that for 7 weeks. Over 70 days, many people have been here. And now, at the final day where we host the tournament on this stage, we get a chance to not only crown a Trackmania EWC champion for the first time,
I think that's pretty
but
good.
a club champion for the Esports World Cup. Millions on the line, legacy at your fingertips.
One moment. All right, sorry, we got black screen set. So, first to act is Mime, right? Mime. I'm gonna type this out by hand. Mime. He has the first ban. B1. He has banned Germany every time. But because he knows that Epos might ban it, I think he bans something else. We don't know what he's gonna ban. Second to act, hang on a second, this is very unprofessional, is Epos. No, it's Pack. Pack is second to act. It's weird when you're not on your home setup, guys. It's really weird when you're not on your home setup to have all the tabs in order. Yeah, okay. This is the point I wanted to make. So we have Pack here. We can do yellow. B2. Pack.
This is going to be a very, very tight race between these two, which I think this is the very first time that they're meeting up in a grand final.
He's going to ban either Australia or he could ban something else. But so Gwen bans Norway every time, and Epos bans Germany every time, if they have to, right? So the likelihood is that Pack himself has to ban Australia. And then it is Epos next to act. We'll do blue for liquid. Yeah. Sorry, it's a bit messy, I know. B3, Epos. Epos. He might have to ban Germany here. It depends on Mime, right? But let's say he bans Germany. I'm terrible at drawing. Germany. And then you have fourth ban is Guan. Wow, I'm running out of space. Okay, Guan. Ban number 4, he bans Norway. Now, if we think about it, what should Mime ban? Mime is good on Norway. He doesn't want to ban that. He could keep Norway open and cause a lot of chaos. He saw Pack was very good on Hungary. Gwen quite fast there too. Apple's quite consistent. Hungary is a possible ban. He kind of seemed to like Argentina. Japan. Honestly, Japan. Wow, he's quite fast. What's like Mime's worst map? Poland wasn't that bad either. South Korea, maybe? It's going to be some strange ban. Anyway, what happens after, right, is pick one. So pick one is Gwen. We can look at this and maybe... I have to go again. Sorry, that P looked like it was... No. This might be the hardest letter to draw. P1 is Gwen. Gwen. All right, so Gwen, if it's open, he will pick South Korea. Speaking of, Gwen interview.
In terms of Trackmania, but the club championship, do you know what's at stake?
Yeah, but I mean, there is like $2 million on my shoulders, so yeah, I think I understand what it is.
How is this sitting with you at the moment? How are you dealing with this?
Yeah, I don't know how to deal with it. It's the first time of my life, like I think like everyone else.
How important is it though, just to park the club championship and try and focus just on Trackmania?
I will just focus on Trackmania and play my game. Like, I mean, if I try to think about everything else, I won't be in my match.
Yeah, you've obviously got to get third or above to secure the club championship. Yeah. So we now know what's at stake. Park that behind. Obviously, that's the minimum goal. What do you think you can achieve out there?
I mean, I can achieve everything. Like, I'm in the final. It will be one match and one winner, so.
Is this unexpected for you, or did you believe you could get to the final?
I believe that I had the level for this. Like, I knew before that I have all the times
drawing a couple of things
wanted for the final, but when I started my two matches, like quarter and semis, I was like, no.
Do you think you're playing the best now? Do you think the trajectory of you is just getting better and better with every match?
Yeah, I think like I can do worse than my two matches, so yeah, it should be better.
What are we going to see from you in this grand final?
I don't know.
Hopefully no mistakes. I'm going to support you, Gwen. No pressure, my man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just the weight of the world, shrug it off, Gwen. And of course, if you think he's going to do it, if you think he'll win the race, not just make.
All right, guys. Real quick, back to my beautiful drawing. So, we don't know Mime's ban, but we know Gwen favors South Korea, Appos favors South Korea or Poland. I'm thinking he might not pick Poland because Pac picks Poland a lot. If Appos picks Poland, I think Pac picks Hungary. Mime is left with Argentina, Saudi Arabia, maybe Canada. Well, Canada's in there. If Gwen picks South Korea, it might be that Appos picks Canada. Canada or Saudi. But I think Mime out of these four is the only one who's going to pick Argentina. Sorry, it's horrible. I know. Arg. So, this is kind of my prediction for Vito. I think if Mime doesn't feel good on South Korea, this is probably his best ban. He will score very low on that. If he leaves it up, and he's not good at it. This might mean that Gwen picks Canada. And then Appos picks Poland, and Pac picks Hungary. We don't know, but theorizing is over, guys. It's time to get into everything about the grand finals.
This moment, this
Type 1 and a smiley face if you found it interesting.
in the making. And now one race,
Type 1 and a smiley face. 20 seconds left. Countdown with me, chat. Here we go. The grand finals of the Esports World Cup 2026. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Oh my. This is how OTAC was moving in the quarterfinals. I just wish I could do backflips like that. It looks so fun. Yeah. Vitality's drums are somehow louder than the grand final hype presentation. But these are 6-2 with the lights.
This is it. The end
Tell
of the
your
road.
friends, guys.
32 players began this
The event that decides Trackmania and the event that decides the Esports World Cup as a whole. Tell your friends this is happening. This is a great match to get into Trackmania Esports for the first time. You get to witness the most important match in Trackmania history and for these players in their careers.
My friend cannot wait.
Absolutely, Adam. Not only will we know the Trackmania EWC champion by the next couple of hours, but also this plucky stage, this plucky game will decide who wins the coveted EWC Club Championship title. A huge moment, twice won by Team Falcons. Today, pressure is on them and AGAL sitting.
Ads are fixed,
in
guys.
the
Ads are
stands.
fixed.
And
We
this
run
is
ads
the
now.
entire world watching
Good call.
right now.
$500,000 prize pool on the line. Only one can go all the way and fix their key into the totem, but who will it be? The question is, Paris, are you ready?
Let's do it. This is everything.
Miloš, we're in France. We should do this in French as well.
Bah ok. Paris, faites du bruit!
It is time to meet your grand finalists. Here they come. Would you please welcome the beatboxing hurricane,
Apple standing with the Liquid supporters as he walks on stage, carrying his key that survived the entire tournament. Mime standing with the Navi supporters. These shots are incredible.
King of the tracks and king of the hive, it's
Pack, remaining world champion for now, could lose the world title here in this match. Gwen, the youngster, with all the pressure on his shoulders. Championship for AG on the line. Time to get into everything.
All of them went through trials and tribulations for this one moment. One race, 4 players, and 1 singular champions. No pressure, but the eyes of the world are on all of you. So gentlemen, please, you may get ready, you may place your keys, and you may get set. And for all
Ladies and gentlemen, a final welcome to the Trackmania Esports World Cup Finals. This is it. We started with the top 32 players in the world. We've played matches over the last 4 days, and these 4 players, Pac, Gwen, Epos and Mime, are our grand finalists. Carl Jr., the previous favorite, was knocked out in the quarterfinals, and he cannot compete for this world title. But the players in the finals, if you don't know much about them, I want to introduce you to them properly. You have Pac, the reigning world champion in duo mode, together with Carl Jr., won that championship in 2025. Gwen does not have a world championship title yet, but did win Ascension, the previous biggest Trackmania tournament prize pool, $66,000 for first place. Here, we're playing for double that. Then you have Epos, XP Evo champion, has won regional tournaments in the Europe region, and also gotten very far in World Cups, but never quite to a final like this one. This might be Epos' biggest win of all time. And then Mime, who has been all the way up to second place in World Championship Finals in 2022. That one he lost to Carl Jr. And we are seeing a version of Mime that we haven't really seen since. This could be Mime's big break. With that said, let's hear what they're saying. Let's see the veto. We already have quite the idea what they're going to do for picks.
I want to play my A game.
Then we'll see the rounds.
I can really see myself lifting the trophy and being the champion that I would love to be.
Go down to the final cup, Grenade, right now!
Beware of the Polish bull.
It will be hard for you.
It would mean so much to me.
But let's show everyone what Trackmania can bring to EWC. Come on!
Every match, every moment, every victory has all led here. Only one battle remains. The grand final for Trackmania at EWC 2026 is next.
The trophy is so shiny. Here we go with the veto. The map picks the demands. We know most of what will happen. What we don't know is which map Mime will ban. That sets the stage for a lot of things. So Mime acting first in this veto. Are we gonna have the South Korea ban? It's Gwen's best map, Epos' best map. Pac seemed very strong on it. If Mime isn't fully confident, he should take that away and put them onto worse picks. Mime bans Canada, Pac bans Australia, Epos bans Germany, and Gwen bans Norway. Now Gwen with the first pick can go for South Korea if he wants it. Goes for Japan. Will Epos be the one to pick South Korea second? He picks Poland. South Korea still out there. Pac has Hungary or South Korea available to him. Good maps for him. Both of them he scored well in the semis. South Korea and Mime might go Argentina to add some difficulty, add some spice. He has an interesting line there that he can use. Goes Argentina. Decider is Hungary. That is our map pool. Starting on Japan, this is a really strong map for Gwen, but one he hasn't gotten the most potential out of in past matches that we've seen. And the Canada ban from Mime is very interesting. South Korea there, we'll see how it plays out. But he's an underdog on that map, that is for sure. On to Japan, the first map picked by Gwen. I want to remind you guys that Gwen here is one of the players who play on a stretched resolution. His car takes up about half the screen. That lets him be very precise around the gates. In precision maps, Gwen is often one of the best players. All the tracks we play are based around country themes and have different style elements to them. So here on Japan, this is a high-speed map with a lot of no-brake parts where the players have to release, accelerate, that being the best strat. It also has a backflip. Here we go into the first race in the grand finals. The players will play to 140 points. Afterwards, they hit finalist mode, where if they win one round, they win the championship and immediately end the match. So first, you gotta score your way to 140, then win a race. Gwen leading after the backflip here on round 1 of Japan. And now we go into the high-speed section where you set up to the right, flick the car to the left, and try to carry as much speed as you can. Gwen with the best turn there, but all four are present. Gwen sometimes starts slow, sometimes he starts with 4 wins in a row. It's all depending on the day, depending on feeling, depending on what is going through his head, but he is a prodigy. He has so much feeling for the game. Has been playing Trackmania since the age of 4. Now he's 21. And into this round, look at how quick he's moving past these turns. Pac driving a good run as well. Epos and Mime about tied as we enter the last part now. To the right, up to the left. Gwen with a lot of speed onto the booster. That makes it more difficult to survive the ending. He's going to drift, try to get through the gaps. This last one to the right now is the most hard one. You have to flick to the booster. Gwen with an insane time. 1:15.08 in round 1 of the finals. Round 1 of the finals, almost world record from Gwen. 10 points for him. Second place to Epos, third to Mime, last place Pac. So Gwen starting us off in his best form. Knowing him, we know he could go down to a 1:14 as well. You can see how he approaches aggressively to the right, then releases a lot. The earlier you land in this quarter pipe, the better. Pac upside down, not gonna stick that landing. Might be double last place for him. One of many people's predicted favorite into this one. Gwen keeping so much speed here yet again as Mime or Epos able to match that. They're both losing time on the splits. Into the downhill. Gwen gonna push all the way wide because the engine off blocks here. These red tiles what makes you roll faster with that wide setup. So Gwen increasing his lead now. It's up to 0.3 of a second. He's driving great pace yet again. It's 1:15 lower, perhaps even 1:14 high from the young Frenchman with the pressure on his shoulders. As into this match, Gwen is not just playing for himself, he's playing for his org, who could win the overall club championship and get an additional 2 million euros if Gwen does better than 3rd overall. Here into the ending, through the gate, he gets a good break timing and releases. That is going to be 2 in a row for Gwen, and really unstoppable pace. The others have to bank on Gwen crashing. There's a reason they're not driving 1:15.1, and it's the fact that they don't want to crash out of the round. Gwen taking tremendous risk by doing this, but so far it has worked out. The winning times in this map tend to be around 1:15.5. So Gwen going a level beyond that. Here a bit of a slower start by him. Needs to adapt his speed now on the backflip. It's Pack approaching first. He goes quite high. Gwen dodging the crash. All 4 players present, but Mime slow landing. Epos leading into the release turns. And here, look at the setup. All the way out by the plank to the left. Gwen catching him a bit to Epos, who had a great setup there. Gwen missing his speed slide. Won't be able to overtake yet. The setup here, that is a phenomenal drift. Perfect timing. Look at the speed gains. About a 10th towards Epos. Epos coming back though, finding some time in the attack part. Drifts there better for him. Splits are crazy fast by both of them. 1:14 might just happen in this match in the grand final on stage with everything on the line. Gwen diagonal gets closer to the right, can push left. And now the gates. Does he weave through? This is where that stretched monitor might come in handy. He finds the gaps, he sees the hitboxes better, and he makes it through for a 3rd consecutive round. He's unstoppable. This is like an archer shooting from a very long distance and hitting 3 bullseyes in a row on this map. The others are shocked at the pace. Mime there just staring at the screen, seeing Gwen's winning time. Can he get 4 in a row? It really doesn't get better than what Gwen is driving now, because you are at such risk of crashing at this pace that he's driving. Fast start into the 4th round of Japan. We can tell why he picked this now. Good landing there as well, gaining crucial time towards Mime. Epos has already fallen down, and he could get the flawless. He only needs to shake away Pack here, who is losing a lot of time on the straightaway. Gwen finds the better release timing, and all the pressure on this one man's shoulders doesn't seem to face him whatsoever, as he might just get off to a perfect start here. But let's see Pack. He is a world championship on tech, and Gwen makes his first mistake of the match by hitting the wall. Still able to put up a fight for the 10-pointer if he wants it, and maybe he will check the splits and calculate the risks. 0.21 behind. Pack as they go into the releasing part. He finds a pretty good apex. He adapting there. Finds a good apex. Almost crashes. Pack still 0.2 up into the last drift. Pack slow. Epos and Mime are battling still. Gwen hits the corner. Pack should win that one. Pack takes 10. Gwen gets 6. And we have rounded out Japan almost flawlessly for Gwen. Mime up to 15 points. Epos up to 21. And Gwen very close to flawless. Here we thought about maybe Epos would go for South Korea, it being open. Instead, he elects for Poland. This is a great map for Pack as well, and a map that Gwen has been close to the tournament record. Epos, Pack, and Gwen, the 3 favorites on this one. But so far, it's been a Gwen show. Can he keep the momentum going? Just unbelievable, the arena we're in, guys. The energy that we have Trackmania at this stage. We have had so many online tournaments, even online World Championship finals, where the game hasn't had sufficient funding to host these big LANs. And now we are seeing it get the love it deserves. And the players get rewarded at the scale they deserve. Who will step up and claim the trophy? Gwen with the best start on Poland. He always risks from minute 1, second 1 rather, is more Trackmania appropriate. He does not wait to see what the situation is going to be in the ending. He sends it, tries to build up a 2/10 or 3/10 lead, and then hold on to it. And he's a player that just wants to drive the best line intuitively, and anything else is slightly awkward to him. Over the planks. These jumps here are tricky. Often mistakes happen here. Pack got a slowdown. Lost a little bit of time. Him and Mime dropping low, but still holding their own. Great turn from Pack. Does he survive it? Oh, wow. Perfect speed kept through the water to give him a fighting chance. 3 drivers all within one another as we approach the ending. Best landing for Pack, set up wide. Does he hold his jumps a bit too far perhaps? Gwen and Epos approaching onto the left. Epos and Pack are having a battle. Pack wins with a tournament record, and it would have been a triple tournament record that round. This is a crazy final. They obliterated the tournament record. 0.8 by 3 drivers. We haven't seen that throughout 20 matches in the tournament. Just crazy stuff here. Pack knows that is what is necessary for the 10-pointers in this final, and what's crazy is that Pack was quite far behind and still pulled through with that pace. They could go even quicker. They might go as low as 108.7 here, 0.6. Sky's the limit. We're put under this pressure. Epos performing as well. Got a PB that previous round. Can he repeat it? Gwen pulling away, but here come the jumps. Okay, still quite level. Down to the checkpoint, he clips. He still finds a way to stay in the round. Unbelievable save. The Pack crashes. Everyone's sending it to the max. And Epos is the only one surviving in a perfect run. Mime clipping as well. Might go for the risky. He makes it across, but only for one platform. Epos clipping too. Gwen is also going to take this round here away with another 10-pointer. And the others have 10 seconds to finish their lap. Pack not able to, way too far away. Epos 3-2 barely makes it, and Pack 0 points that round. The standard has been set. Drive a 108 here or have less influence on the round win. We play to 140. Gwen already a sizable chunk of the way there. And again, you see that red car up front. Moving so smoothly on the dirt. Epos falling down a bit. Pack smooth up the dirt, up the grass wall. And down the hill we go. Who has the best drifts now? First one to the right looks good for all. Second one, good setup, but Epos having to adapt his line. Falling behind. Red car and the 2 yellow drivers. Pack and Mime across. Gwen, almost a mistake here. Able to survive it. And Gwen getting that 10-pointer from his save the previous round. What about now? Pack not crashing this time. Gwen going a pixel from the wall. Again, it's really fast pace. Again, we are looking at a tournament record for the second time on this map in the grand final. Pack crashing. Gwen has an awkward landing. This still should win the round, although he lost some time. Mime coming closer. If the finish was a bit further, Mime might have sniped, but Gwen takes another 10-pointer. And Gwen now has almost a 30-point lead to second place. And this is what happens when you claim 3 10-pointers from the first map and a second place. And then you continue that on this map here with 2 more 10-pointers and a second place. Only first and second so far for Gwen. Releases here to stay in 4th gear so you can get the inside approach. This is a variation. The others go for 5th gear and it gains for them. Through to the dirt. 4th and final chance for Epos on his map pick here of Poland. He drove an insane time, just happened to be the wrong round where everyone popped off. Now Pack also chasing a 10-pointer here. Has fallen down in the standings. To the right he goes, that's a good line, but here comes Gwen, the raid boss with momentum. He dodges the crash by steering gently. He has more speed. He risks low. How does he do it? How is the landing perfect? That should do it for Gwen, and we are looking at a massive tournament record by both Pack and Gwen. The final time, 108.820. matching the world record as well. Gwen seems unstoppable right now. What a match. And if he only needs a third place to secure the club championship, these points are doing AG such a favor. He could get caught up to, but will he be passed by everyone? That seems almost unthinkable. South Korea, the next map now, picked by Pac. But this one, guys, we might see more tournament records. We have some of the best drivers on this. We thought maybe this might be a good ban for Mime. We'll see how he keeps up. But the other three here all favor this map a lot of the time. Epos has been first picking it throughout the tournament, same for Gwen. And if you see what Gwen does on other people's picks, let's see what he does here. Expecting 1:12.3 to be the winning times. Through the first drift, you want to end up low, but not too much speed, or else this left-hander is unsurvivable. Gwen and Mime both risking it and making it through. To the right, we drop onto the reactor. You're looking at the numbers on the car now. For 420 or more speed on the boost. Pac missing the boost entirely. Epos clearly got it as he overtakes. And what is this start by Mime? We are about to see a crazy time here if Mime gets through in the ending. He is half the points of Gwen. He needs to send it, he knows. And he is doing a phenomenal performance so far. To the left, round the right-hander on the grass. Both of them driving quick, but the ending remains, and it could really mix up the positions. 3 reactor jumps. Gwen goes out to the right side. His trademarked line sets up here to get a good angle to the right now. Mime getting better speed. Second jump, equal-ish. Better for Mime for now. Gwen with more speed, and the last one, Mime has it on lock. 1:12.338. Personal best for Mime when it matters most. He's last in the match. He needs to come back here. And that 10-pointer is the way to do it. Maybe this map should not have been banned away by Mime if he keeps driving like that. Second round now. Who gets off to the best start? It's Epos for now. The drift setup wide by Mime, inside line by Epos and Gwen. Don't want to commit for too much speed. Looks like Gwen has a problematic line. Oh, barely makes it. Into the reactor. All 4 drivers present. Set up sideways. Looking for 420 or more for a good boost. Pac 380. Completely out of the round with that. You have to tilt the car a bit more. Make the game think you're landing earlier and get the speed up. The other 3 have it. Look at this battle. If this is the first Trackmania match you're watching, the margins in this game are so slim. It's only a couple of hundreds each time. The fact they don't have collisions, the fact they can just drive their best line, and the best time wins at the finish line. It's the beauty of the game, and sometimes you only see one car when 3 are competing because the lines are so similar. Here we go into the ending. Epos and Gwen, the first 2 players to approach, but Gwen far in front. Great first boost. Gets the second one too. That looks like strong one. Epos is there. He's going to fly far though, and Gwen should have this one under control with a 1:12.31. Epos second, Mime third, Pac fourth. Gwen continues his dominance up to 88 points. Personal best, close to the tournament record from Neon. 1:12.24, just 700ths away. And that is the standard. We might start to see crashes now. Players are realizing, if I don't drive 0.3 or lower, I am not scoring meaningful points. They have to send it. Gwen almost double the points of everyone else. Pure domination. Into the ice reactor. He is first as well. Gets sent very wide though. Now loses some positions. Does he get a good boost to follow? Looks like he's back up into first. Ahead of Epos into the drift. So far left. Still gets no airtime. Pac in Mime with airtime. Losing a lot of time in that segment. Epos may be the only one to challenge Gwen in this round. Or Gwen himself makes a mistake. Epos getting closer over the grass hill. Catches the landing early. Sets up inside line on the grass, but Gwen is going to pull away with more speed here down to the right over the corner. Marginally so. Better drift for Epos. Overtaking for a moment. And now the different setups. This time Epos in a better position to try to snipe away first place. Gwen in the lead for now. The second jump. Gwen again, trying to get a good boost, but this one is weaker. Here, Apples has a very big chance to take it. Gwen has disappeared. Apples takes first, and this is Gwen's first proper mistake of the match. Last place there, but he still has a well over 30-point gap. He had the one checkpoint crash on Poland, still won that round, and this is the only other mistake so far. And it is rare we see domination at this scale. We see it only and mostly from Carl Jr., who did not make it to this grand final, got knocked out in the quarters. These four prevailed. What about the left-hander now? Everybody through. Such a high level by the players to not crash. With all the pressure, with the drums beating so loud, you feel it in your chest in this arena. Apples now with a mistake, falls off. Pack in the lead. Has a last round, a last chance on this map in the grand final to make something happen. This was his pick, and it has not been very visible. Mime ahead of him. Gwen losing some speed in the grass. It is the two yellow cars now, Pack and Mime. As we go down to the right, Pack gonna push more on the inside, doesn't clip the wheel, gain some time. That's a scary drift, losing a lot of speed. And here comes Gwen to challenge the first place, sets up on the right side, then gets a big boost. Pack has it better, ahead by a tenth. Second one, Pack again ahead, into the inside. Gwen, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna snipe it away? Pack holds on. 1:12.28 was necessary to take a 10-pointer and defeat Gwen. The best time of the map, but Pack steps up. Nothing is given, everything is earned in this final. Gwen there now at 97 points. And look at this, guys. People started sitting on the floor because they ran out of seats. They filled up the arena, and there are people standing outside that don't have tickets. They're just standing by the guardrail, watching the match from afar. We are now going to Mime's pick of Argentina, and for Mime, this was an important pick, we believe. He needed to add randomness, he needed to add something difficult to make the others crash into this map pack. And Argentina was the choice. This one has some bobsleigh turnarounds, it has an ice slide, it even has a line Mime is doing different from his opponents. So to mix things up, Mime has to try something here with Argentina. He has to put them out of their comfort zone. Pack and Apples best on maps that are simple, with only drifts. Gwen more of a multi-style specialist. Through slaloms, it's Gwen ahead. Apples with a different setup. We go on to the red booster. Mime and Gwen both get sent wide, but the important thing is they kept the gear, and they kept their speed down the hill, Pack in the lead. Now onto the engine off part for a moment, before we approach the bobsleigh turnaround. Gwen turns around counterclockwise. Pack and the others steer to the right. You have to pick up the checkpoint and then go down the hill immediately. And Mime has the best turnaround on his own map pick, but Pack is close. He might slide out here though, fighting with the icy tires to not lose grip. He holds on, and now look at Mime's line. He goes fully out to the right. Looks like he's wasting time by driving wide, but he carries more speed. That puts him low on the ice, carries more speed into the ending, and overall it might gain time. Right now it's Gwen in last for a change, Mime in first. Pack chasing down Mime, but Mime should have that last landing, and then just thread the needle for the finish. Mime wins this first round, 1:12.46. And with that, he ties Pack for points. They'll both, rather, he does not tie Pack for points. He ends up at 66, Pack at 68, Apples at 62, and Gwen hits 100 flat, still keeping a 30-point lead. Now on the bobs, it'll be interesting to see. Gwen has had momentum for a while. But the last two rounds, he's been a bit slow, and here he crashed in a fragile part. That is going to lose a lot because your car doesn't drive as well for a moment. He's 0.3 behind together with Pack. Mime and Apple's top two. The bobsleigh turnaround will still shake things up. You're trying to reduce all momentum the car has. In a moment, Apples crashes, Pack almost too sideways. Still fine. Gwen just backwards into the checkpoint, but an unhappy expression. Mime went too short, I believe. Had to fully respawn. And suddenly it's Pack in the lead by 0.3 ahead of Gwen. Gwen failing a bit in the dirt, but still landing. Pack should be the one to win this round now. Not much to do for Gwen in the ending. Maybe he's going to get contested here by Epos. He's very slow. There goes Epos, claiming another position. And together, they are gaining a lot of points towards Gwen. The gap is shrinking. 1:13.09 for Pac. Epos second, Gwen third. Mime still able to finish in fourth. Third round of Argentina. World record by Gwen, tournament record by Gwen. So far, 2 mistakes. Through the slalom parts yet again. Epos very left to right. Still going out wide for his setup. That's all right. Now Pac eats the gear a little bit. It's Mime up front. Gwen with a different line down the grass. Wants more speed here. Beats Epos in that segment. Gets closer to Mime. Better landing for Epos to fight back. And now the drift that Epos failed. He gets through. Gets past that corner. Up on the wall. Different turnarounds. Will Gwen's one work out for once? That looks decent, but he's left trailing by a lot. 0.6 behind Mime, who has a perfect turnaround in the bobsleigh. Down to the right. Now up wide. This builds more speed. Keep in mind the gap here. It was 0.2 of a second. Epos will look closer on this next track point, if even that. But now Mime has more speed and the gap will increase. Does Mime control his car here? He will get 10 points if he does. Into the bobsleigh, that looks good, and Mime is making a comeback happen here for himself. He was last, but this pick has been great for him. 1:12.31. Almost a tournament record as well on this map. And slowly but surely climbing. It's Epos now in last in the standings. And the fourth and final round. Gwen's gap, 27 points. Was somewhere around 35 to 40 before this map started. Slow start for Mime. Into the slalom. Good by Gwen. Best by Gwen. Does he land on the red booster in a good angle? Little bit under rotation, and Pac and Epos get close. Down the grass. Now the speed. Does he carry it? Mime very slow. Falling behind. What can the others try against Gwen? Gwen's turnaround hasn't been the best. Can he land it once? Let's look at Mime's turnaround, the best of the 4. He missed it one time, but other than that, it's been perfect. And here again, Gwen has disappeared. He doesn't get the timing. He's slowing down a lot. Now the other 3 players left to battle it out. Both Pac and Mime crash, and Gwen comes right back into second place. Epos is even a little bit slow himself. Will get the ice slide setup. Holding that all the way to the dirt. The dirt straightens out the car. Epos fine in first. Looks like an okay landing also. Gwen a little bit too far away, but Epos makes a mistake. Doesn't land on the wall. He's struggling, Epos, but it's okay. It's good enough. Match PB for Epos. 10 points. And rubs his hands and expectations of being done with Argentina and going to Hungary. This is what I was talking about. All the players on the outside here do not yet have tickets for the event. They're just watching along to see how the Esports World Cup tournament rankings conclude. Other than that, it is a packed place here. And it's hard to even hear what is being cheered for because the Vitality fans are making noise. AG are going crazy with their own drums. And there are some Navi fans as well, and Liquid fans for Mime and Pac. For Mime and Epos. On Hungary here in the semifinals, Pac popped off and won many rounds in a row. This is a really difficult map to drive without mistakes because the last couple of jumps can trip you up. You need perfect precision there. They jump onto tiny beams and the airtime has to be perfect. In the start, we see slightly different lines, but no big differences will be seen on this map, except for potential crashes. You see them all present, different speed setups. There's a loop coming up. You carry that speed upside down. You let the car get sent out to the right for a bit more speed. Then in the dirt on the outside, we group up again and push down the hill. But again, like in the match, so far, Gwen is the one leading by quite a bit. He has to release. That's not the worst thing in the world because he still gets an inside trajectory afterwards. Adapts beautifully and finds himself in contention. Round the hairpin drift, and now we have those jumps. The first one onto the beam to the left now. Do they get the landing? That looks good for all three. Pack slowing down. Mime versus Gwen in the last one. Gwen is quick. Onto the transition. He gets more speed. He lands on the finish. And Gwen snipes this 10-pointer to re-establish his momentum in the match. 59.5, fast winning time. The gap remains for Gwen. He's looking so much like the champion already, but in Trackmania Esports, it's never over until you've won the final round. You can hit the point limit at 140 much before your opponents, but you have to close it out. You have to win a round to seize your spot. And for Gwen, if it's not here on Hungary, he has Japan as his first pick, where he won 3 out of 4 rounds to do it. It's a golden opportunity for Gwen to establish himself, winning the 2 biggest prize pool tournaments in this game's history in very different track styles. But his opponents are fighting him for it. Here comes Pack, round the hairpin drift. Inside line, Gwen has more speed. First jump onto the beam. High speed, typically good for these ones. Makes it easier to land the jump. Good drift as well. The others are simply too far. Gwen can get another, and he does. Another 10-pointer for Gwen. 134. A second place now, or a better, will take him to finalist mode. 134 to 93, 93, 91. And let me tell you, there is a lot of money on the line for second, third, and fourth. And those points as well might matter. The match will immediately end if Gwen is to close out in finalist mode. So you have to make sure you're ahead, because just a few points now can win you many thousands of dollars. Crazy situation to be in for the players. Through the loop, it's Epos. To the outside, Gwen has been ahead here a lot of the time. What about now? Epos still in first place. Sharp drift onto the planks. Widest setup for Gwen, who's again going to get this speed through here. Epos, though, managing to land the flattest. Still holding his own. Now round the hairpin. All of them about similar speed. Epos versus Gwen. Mime there too. Pack a bit far. Onto the first beam. No mistakes. All players playing so good through this drift. Epos with an advantage. Can Gwen do anything about this? Epos releases. He hesitates. And Gwen takes first place, denying more points and entering finalist mode before the other finalists are at 100 points. This is unbelievable. He could close it out right here. Round 4 on Hungary. 4 for 4 victories. He has been winning every map so far except Argentina. Can he do it with the pressure on his shoulders? That's a good setup into the grass turn. This one round is your legacy, Gwen. Can you do it? And down the hill, he has lower speed than Epos. Epos also with more diagonal setup. And Gwen fighting back. Here comes Pack 2. Onto the outside. Mime is the first to fall. Makes a mistake there. Out of contention. Has to hope the others can deny Gwen. But is Gwen inevitable? He has the widest turn here. This should be good speed. Equal-ish, but here's the speed advantage. Coming back. Widest setup. Does he preserve the gear? Loses a bit of speed. Pack slowest. Epos and Gwen, the likeliest survivors of this jump. Oh, but Gwen makes a mistake. He clips. Pack versus Epos. The match is not over. This time, Epos goes full speed. He doesn't want to get sniped. Takes that one. Ends up at 109. Pack also crossing the 100-point threshold. Mime at 97. Were it not for Hungary here, he still has Japan. 4 rounds of Japan. A map he was driving consistently. 115.1. And that is pace only one other player has shown in this tournament, which is Stufts. He's eliminated. So, Gwen knows. One run of the 4 that he had, first time we saw this map, and he is the champion. And not only that, AG are the champions. Vitality have not lost hope. They're cheering loud as ever. You have to win that one round. If they manage to deny Gwen many times in a row, they can come back here. And in finalist mode, if you start failing more than 3 attempts in a row, you start maybe feeling the pressure. Additionally, here we go. All eyes on Gwen, the red name tag. On his own map choice here. Try to end the grand final. This is already a fantastic start. Down to the right for Gwen. Does he get a good backflip? Land early is the goal. He jumps quite far. 2 players are upside down, and we are into a 1 versus 1. Epos versus Gwen. Epos can still deny him here, and Epos is actually, off the 4, the fastest apart from Gwen. He might have a good shot at this. He was matching Gwen on 1:14 pace earlier. This would be a massive step in the right direction for them, but Gwen is right there. He can sense it. Good drift, just driving like he did, picking up where he left off, not showing any signs of weakness. Epos with a bad line. Gwen is in the clear. The red carpet is there. The prize pool, the trophy, the overall club championship, it's all up for grabs. Gwen has to get through the gates, and it's all up to him. Can he get through it here? The first one is good. The second one, you can drift a lot. You just have to avoid the crashes. Gwen can do it. The crowd is erupting. Gwen, the last turn. He is the champion. 1:15.1 like all the other rounds. And Gwen has delivered a grand final performance unlike anything we've ever seen apart from Carl Jr. But Gwen finally getting another massive win. He is the player with by far the most natural intuition for the game, by far the most sense for it, has it in his brain since he was 4 years old, now 21, wins $130,000 at the Esports World Cup and earns his organization $2 million in the overall rankings. AG swooping past Falcons at the last hurdle, and Carl Jr. could have denied this, but he did not make it to the grand final to contest. Gwen hugging family, friends, girlfriend as well, I take it. Very wholesome to see he's done it. He's done it. And the match immediately ends. Not sure who was second, third, fourth at that moment. But it is not our focus right now. Gwen has the spotlight. And Pac can't hardly believe the performance he saw. Same from Mime and Epos. They're just shocked. We saw what the uttered from Epos there. And smiles all around. These guys know each other for such a long time, competing on the top level for many years in a row. Gwen can go and place his key into the trophy. Nothing is given, everything is earned for Gwen, who can now lift the disc. He is the Trackmania Esports World Cup champion. Gwen 2026 takes it home. Simply an incredible final. Simply unmatched. And it's hard to say if even Carl Jr. could keep up with a performance like that. He looked unstoppable.
Hands together for your EWC Trackmania champion, it's Gwen! Gwen, come and join me here. Gwen, look at this, feel this moment. Everyone cheering, celebrating your name. You've done it. You are the very first Trackmania champion at the Esports World Cup. How does this moment rank? How does it feel right now to you holding that trophy?
It's incredible.
It feels so great. Like anything can happen that well, and like I've done it. I've done the match of my life at the right moment, and yeah, so it's very good for me.
You had your first event 6 years ago, and now here we are in front of the world. Is there anything you want to shout to all the fans out there supporting you, anyone around the world, your family? What would you like to say to them?
Thank you, everyone, and this trophy is for you, for real.
One more time, would you please give it up, your EWC Trackmania champion, Gwen!
Simply
This
insane,
isn't
guys.
just about the Trackmania championship here. It's about the world. I want to invite on Milos as well. Hey, come join my friends. What an amazing moment, but please bring on these wonderful people too.
It is an incredible moment for esports history overall and for AGAL because, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have to say it. Please put your hands together for the Esports World Cup 2026 Club Championship champions, AGAL!
Everyone else playing the match already with a lot of pressure. Gwen playing for $2 million for the org. Just crazy that he manages to win that in such a dominating way.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Le, congratulations on the massive win. You as a club, AGAL, have come a long way since competing at EWC 2024, improving every single year and having the victory here today. How did you achieve that? How was that process of improvement each time?
Hello everyone, I'm Lane from AGAL.
Hello, Lane.
This is our third year to come to EWC. I remember in 2024, we are just at the gate, in front of the gate. But last year, we become the 6th. But this year, please tell me, which is the best team in the world?
It's AG right now.
Thank you so much.
A massive moment for you, and AGAL has grown from a China-focused organization into a household name all over the world. I mean, a huge achievement. Now that you've won the club championship, what's the next step for you?
I think when we go to the global, I think that's our honor. For the next step, I want to build more rosters in the world and become the next year champion. Next year champion of the great global stage.
Next year's
it's so hard to hear with the drums,
making.
but
Thank you very much, Mr. Le.
They're clearly
Now
very
turn
ecstatic.
to you, Mr. Abubakar, who is
That's the win.
Vice President of Business at AGAL Global, at AG Global. I mean, I'm told that you had a big hand in the win this year at EWC. How do you find and what makes a championship winning roster and player like you've had with Zubair, like you've had with Gwen?
It's completely, I've been scouting, working hard, like 14 hours. I'm watching all the matches for almost 24 titles, watching each player.
We'll
and
have
then
an
it's my
interview with Glenn
research,
too, of course.
and then I think it's all luck. And it's all those players who work very hard, who don't take pressure at the bigger stage, they win. And it's the self-belief in every player. If you believe in yourself,
Bro
you can be
is the
champion.
#1
so
fan.
we made Gwen, we made Zubair as the champions.
There you go. Congratulations to you, Mr. Abubakar, to you as well, Mr. Lu, and congratulations to the world on your EWC Club Championship champions. One more time for Gwen and AGAL! An incredible moment in esports history.
We are going to hear from Gwen in a moment, I
another
think.
one still left. Gwen, the team from AG, you may head to the totem and cement your place in
It's gone
esports
very
history.
dark here.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, fans all over the world, AGAL!
Just incredible clutch to pull that off. Now when it mattered. So they're gonna head over to the totem. They're bringing the drums. We can hear them walk past here on the side. A lot of people looking over the railing
Paris,
to see them.
please welcome to the totem, not just your winner of Trackmania, but the representative of your 2026 EWC Club
What a day
Champion
though for
in
Trackmania. What a day for Gwen. Hope you guys enjoyed watching this tournament. It has been incredibly memorable
Please
with all
hand
the
your
things that
trophy
happened.
to our key master. Do you realize what you just did? You just won the club championship at AGL, my friend. And you just won Trackmania, the biggest day in its history. Please, come with me. Say thank you to your fans. High fives, stab ups all around. Trav, unbelievable.
Gwen, come here. Congratulations. With all the pressure on your shoulders, you managed to get it done for AGL. Just one last thing to do. Take to the stage, place your frame in the totem, and eternalize yourself in Esports World Cup history.
Wow, the steps lighting up. Cinema. Gwen. Who everyone in Trackmania has known to be an insane player now gets Worldwide recognition for his win here. Insane. Imagine being him right now. Yeah, I'd be emotional too. The magnitude of this landing, the euphoria of winning is turning into emotion here. Such a natural attitude. GG for Gwen. I think Trackmania has made itself seen here. And I suspect Trackmania will be seen again at the Esports World Cup with pictures like this, guys. Such a good esport, underrated, underappreciated for many years. Finally gets on a bigger stage here. Standing here for the winning pictures. Not sure what the next part of the ceremony really is. Are we going to have some interviews? Are we going to have a closing ceremony? I don't know. But I'm, like you guys, just taking it in right now. Proper hug from Lei. We're gonna bring up the entire team, I'm guessing. Everyone that's still present there. And we are cutting to something else. Let's see. Let's see what comes up next. Is this the after montage of Trackmania? The steering wheel memes, yeah. Swift's crashing that one made the montage, okay. Poor Swifts. That's a good lap. Oh, Gwen. And this, like, if you think about it overall, this really was Gwen's best match by far. Where he got all of the pace and very few of the crashes. Very often, it's more 50-50 mix, but this was like 90% pace, 10% crashes. And yeah, with a match like that, literally almost no one can win. It was the perfect match, really. And just if you like go back through the VOD and look at how many times, how many rounds Gwen is pixels from the wall with a perfect apex, perfect racing line, doesn't crash, it really starts to set in like what are the odds of that? What is the, like, how do you even, I don't know, it's just like, it is an outlier performance by far. Tournament record on Poland. Tournament record pretty much. Was one more map, I forget right now. Yeah, close to tournament record on Japan. Only behind Stux. insane how quick they did this montage, man. That's crazy. This just happened. Alright guys, I think we are seeing the statues of every game here.
Hello and welcome to the
Is this gonna be Gwen?
EWC Spotlight, where we are about to break down everything that we have seen so far. We have some amazing guests with us, starting with Sandstorm, Twiggy, and of course AGAL's Eddie Chen.
Wow.
Move my camera.
Literally just ran off from the trophy area
Yes,
just a
I
second
just
ago.
ran off. Yeah, suddenly got caught by your colleague. Yeah, but it's very exciting and happy moment.
I don't know if we're gonna
Tell
get
me
more
about
interviews
that
with
moment where
Gwen
you
here.
stood up on stage with everyone from Trackmania and with Gwen, just knowing that EWC 26 was yours.
It is very exciting, and I just can't believe it. I like living in a dream, and because you know this week we have very bumpy points. Yeah, sometimes our chance of getting
He's
champion
so
seems to
happy.
be quite high, but sometimes it's dropped to very bottom.
A
Yeah, so
roller
it's
coaster of
very
emotions.
bumpy. Yeah, but I think that is the lovely of the esports. So we like never give up, and also we trust on our players, and we believe that they can try their best. And finally, we made it.
Let's talk about the start of the day, though, because we did have
Alright, I don't know if we're getting more Trackmania in these interviews, so guys, I think with that, I will soon here sign off from Paris. This has been an incredible 4 days of streams, long days, many 7, 8 hour, 9 days of streams with intense casting. My voice is almost gone, but you know, it's been a roller coaster. I'm very happy to have been here and brought you guys my best commentary that I could provide solo. And we can only try to improve it in the future. This was ridiculous. And, you know, I feel very happy for all the players that got the opportunity to play. I feel very proud of Trackmania for being so thoroughly well organized. We have drone camera operator that's, you know, using a plugin. We have cam behind the scenes fixing issues, randomize, other referees. There's also softies setting everything up, and, you know, the people at Liquipedia, the people at eCircuit Mania, the mappers that built the tracks, just everything to represent the game in the best way we could on such a big stage. And yeah, I'm very happy that it got to have such a shining moment. So yeah, you know, we'll see. I'm also in the moment where I'm just like processing everything that happened when I cast. It's all happening so quick, you really just try to bring you guys what I see, and I don't really think about it. But wow, what a tournament. So yeah, thank you all so much. Now, the next stream will not happen in 2027, all right? I know you guys have been wondering where I've been. The truth is, I've just taken a bit of a break this summer. I've kind of needed, I think, not to burn out, because yeah, just felt very overwhelmed with doing a lot of the same stuff. So a break has done me nice. I've visited Janik in Denmark. I've visited my sister in Norway, and I'm pretty much ready to come back to streaming. So don't expect to wait too long. I think I might need a couple of days after this to come home to reset. But after that, I have quite a lot of time to stream. So I know Kappa, I know Copium. At the very least, we got videos, right? In the meantime, we got videos on Virtual TV, and hopefully, and not too long, videos on the main channel. Isn't that something? Now let's continue sharing the love in the Trackmania community and raid you guys over to someone who is live right now. Thank you guys for being patient with me, though. Truly, I appreciate that a lot. I know I've been a terrible streamer over the past couple of weeks. I am going to raid Samifying. He might collect all the raids, but Samifying's such a wholesome guy. If you're new to Trackmania, check out Sammy. Isaac gifting 200 tier 1 subs. Bro, you gifted 100 earlier in the tournament too. Nah, guys, I have to stream now. I feel terrible. There's 200 people that could dodge ads, and I wouldn't be. Yeah, no. Guys, I'm going to stream when I get back. Just give me a couple of days, let my voice recover, and then we are cooking. For now, signing off. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in not too long.